Section 34 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Lundstrom. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. The Story of a Mother. A poor mother sat watching by the cradle of her little baby. She was very anxious and sorrowful. She dreaded that it was going to be taken from her. Its little eyes were closed, and it was deathly pale. It breathed very faintly, with now and then a long trembling breath, like a sigh. The mother grew sadder and sadder as she looked at it. There was a knock at the door, and a poor old man came in. He was wrapped in a big horse-cloth, which he needed to keep him warm. It was so very cold. Outside everything was covered with ice and snow, and a biting wind whistled round the house. As the old man was shaking with cold, and the baby had dropped asleep for a moment, the mother got up and put some beer in a little mug on the stove to warm for him. The old man sat rocking the cradle, and the woman sat down on a chair close to him and watched the sick child, who drew its breath more deeply still, and feebly waved its little hand about. "You think I shall keep him, don't you?" said she. "The Lord won't take him from me?" And the old man, who was Death himself, nodded in such a curious way that she did not know whether it meant yes or no. The mother bent her head, and the tears rolled down her cheeks. Her head was so heavy. She had not closed her eyes for 3 nights and days, and she fell asleep, but only for a moment. Then she started up, shivering with cold. "What is it?" she said, looking about to every side. But the old man was gone, and her little child was gone. He had taken it with him. The old clock in the corner whirred and whirred, and the big lead weight ran right down to the ground with a bang, and then the clock stopped too. But the poor mother rushed out of the house, calling for her child. Out there, all in the snow, sat a woman in long black clothes, and she said, "Death has been into your room. I saw him hurrying away with your child. He goes faster than the wind, and he never brings back what he takes away." "Only tell me which way he went," said the mother. "Tell me the way, and I shall find him." "I know the way," said the woman in the black clothes. "But before I tell it you must sing me all the songs you used to sing to your baby. I like them. I have often heard them before. I am Night. I saw your tears while you sang." "I will sing them all, said the mother. "But don't stop me. Let me go that I may find my little baby." But Night stood still and silent, and the mother wrung her hands, sang and wept. There were many songs, but many, many more tears. At last Night said, "Go to the right into the dark pine wood. I saw Death take that road with your child." In the heart of the wood she came to a crossroad, and she did not know which way to go. There was a blackthorn bush just at the crossing with neither leaf nor flower on it, for it was the hard winter time, and icicles hung from the branches. "Have you not seen Death pass by with my little child?" "Yes," said the blackthorn bush, "but I won't tell you which way he went, unless you will warm me at your heart. I am dying of cold. I shall soon be nothing but ice." and she pressed the blackthorn bush to her heart so tightly to warm it that the thorns ran into her flesh, and great drops of blood flowed. But fresh green leaves and flowers sprang out on the thorn bush that cold winter night. Such was the warmth of the sad mother's heart, and the thorn bush told her the way to go. Then she came to a great lake, on which there were neither ships nor boats. The lake was not frozen hard enough to bear her, nor was it open or shallow enough for her to wade through it, but over it somehow she must go if she would find her child. She lay down to drink up the water, but that was of course impossible. The poor mother thought, however, that a miracle might happen.
"Now, this will never do," said the lake. "Let us see if we two can't make a bargain. I collect pearls, and your eyes are the brightest I have seen. If you will cry them out for me, I will carry you over to the great hothouse where Death lives, and looks after his plants and flowers, every one of which is a human life."
"Oh, what I would not give to reach my child!" said the weeping mother, and she wept more than ever till her eyes dropped down to the bottom of the lake and became two precious pearls. Then the lake lifted her as if she had been in a swing, and she was borne in a moment from the shore where she stood to the other side. Here stood a curious house a mile wide. One could hardly tell whether it was a mountain covered with woods and hollows, or whether it was built up. But the poor mother could not see it, you know, for she had cried her eyes out. "Where shall I find Death, who carried off my little child?" she said. "He has not come back here yet," said the old crone, whose business it was to tend to Death's big hothouse. "However did you get here, and who helped you?" "Our Lord has helped me," said she. "He is merciful, and so will you be. Where shall I find my child?" "I don't know," said the woman, "and you can't see. Many flowers and trees have withered in the night. Death will soon come and transplant them. You know that every human being has his or her tree of life, or flower, according as they are made. They look like other plants, but they have beating human hearts. A child's heart can beat too. Walk about here. Perhaps you will recognize your child's. But what will you give me if I tell you what more you must do?" "I have nothing to give," said the mother sadly, "but I will go to the end of the world for you." "I've got nothing to do there," said the woman, "but you can give me your long black hair. I'm sure you know yourself that it is beautiful, and I fancy it. I'll give you my white hair in place of that. That will always be something." "Don't you ask more than that," said she. "I will give it you gladly." And she gave her her beautiful black hair, and received the old woman's white hair in exchange. Then they went into Death's big hothouse, where the flowers and trees grew curiously mixed up together. Here were delicate hyacinths under bell glasses, and there were great strong peonies. Here were water plants, some quite fresh, others sickly with water snakes wound round them, and little black crayfish pinching their stems. Here were beautiful palm trees, oaks, and plane trees. There grew parsley and sweet-scented thyme. Every tree and every flower had its name. Each one was a human life, living still, one in China, one in Greenland, scattered round about the world. There were big trees in small pots, growing in a stunted way, ready to burst their pots, and there were also in other places little tiresome flowers in rich earth surrounded with moss, and covered and tended. But the sad mother bent over all the tiniest plants, and listened for the human heart beating in them. Among a million, she knew her child's at once. "This is it!" she cried, stretching out her hands over a little blue crocus which hung feebly down to one side. "Don't touch the flower," said the old woman, "but place yourself here, so that when death comes, for I expect him every minute, you may prevent him from pulling it up. Threaten him that you will do the same to the other flowers. Then he will be frightened. He has to answer to our Lord for them. Not one may be pulled up without his leave." All at once an icy wind whistled through the place, and the blind mother felt that death had come. "How didst thou find thy way hither?" asked he. "How couldst thou get here before me?" "I am a mother," she said. Then Death stretched out his long hand towards the delicate little flower, but she clasped her hands tightly round his, in terror lest he should touch one of the leaves. Death breathed upon her hands. She felt that his breath was colder than the coldest wind, and her hands fell numbly away from his. "You have no power against me, you see," said Death. "But our Lord has," said she. "I only do his will," said Death. "I am his gardener. I take all his flowers and trees and plant them in the garden of paradise, in the unknown land. But how they grow and what they do there, I dare not tell thee." "Give me back my child," said the mother, with tears and prayers. Suddenly she clutched with both hands 2 beautiful flowers growing close by, and called out to Death, "I will pull up all your flowers, for I am in despair." "Touch them not," said Death. "Thou sayest that thou art unhappy, yet wouldst thou make some other mother equally unhappy?" "Some other mother!" said the poor woman, letting go the flowers at once. "Here hast thou thine eyes back again," said Death. "I fished them up out of the lake. They shone so brightly. I did not know that they were thine. Take them back again. They are brighter than ever. Look down into the deep well close by. I will name the names of those flowers thou wast about to pluck, and thou shalt see their whole lives, and all that future thou wast about to destroy." And she looked down into the well. It was happiness to see how one of them became a blessing to the world, and to see how much joy and pleasure was unfolded around him. Then she saw the life of the other, and that life was all sorrow, sin, and misery. "Both lives are according to the will of God," said Death. "Which is the flower of misery, and which of blessedness?" "That I may not tell thee," said Death. "But I may tell thee that one of the flowers was thy own child's. It was thy child's fate thou sawest, thine own child's future." Then the mother shrieked in terror. "Which was my child? Tell me that! Save the wretched one! Save my child from all the misery! Rather, carry it away! Bear it into God's kingdom! Forget my tears! Forget my prayers and all that I have said!" "I do not understand thee," said Death. "Wilt thou have thy child back, or shall I take it whither thou knowest not?" The mother wrung her hands, fell upon her knees, and prayed to our Father. "Do not listen to me when I pray against thy will, which is best. Do not listen, do not listen." And she bent her head in humble submission. then death carried her child into the unknown land. End of section 34. Recording by Rachel Lundstrom.
Section 35 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Facio. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. The Marsh King's Daughter. Part 1. The storks have a great many stories, which they tell their little ones, all about the bogs and the marshes. They suit them to their ages and capacity. The youngest ones are quite satisfied with cribble-crabble or some such nonsense, but the older ones want something with more meaning in it, or at any rate something about the family. We all know one of the two oldest and longest tales which have been kept up among the storks. The one about Moses, who was placed by his mother on the waters of the Nile, and found there by the king's daughter. How she brought him up, and how he became a great man whose burial place nobody to this day knows. That is all common knowledge. The other story is not known yet, because the storks have kept it among themselves. It has been handed on from one mother stork to another for more than 1,000 years, and each succeeding mother has told it better and better, till we now tell it best of all. The first pair of storks who told it, and who actually lived it, had their summer quarters on the roof of the Vikings' timbered house up by Vidmosen, the wild bog, in Windsissel. It is in the county of Høring, high up towards the Ska, in the north of Jutland, if we are to describe it according to the authorities. There is still a great bog there, which we may read about in the county chronicles. The district used to be under the sea at one time, but the ground has risen, and it stretches for miles. It is surrounded on every side by marshy meadows, quagmires, and peat bogs, on which grow cloudberries and stunted bushes. There is nearly always a damp mist hanging over it, and 70 years ago it was still overrun with wolves. It may well be called the Wild Bog, and one can easily imagine how desolate and dreary it was among all these swamps and pools 1,000 years ago. In detail, everything is as much the same now as it was then. The reeds grow to the same height, and have the same kind of long purple-brown leaves with feathery tips as now. The birch still grows there with its wild bark and its delicate, loosely hanging leaves. With regard to living creatures, the flies still wear their gauzy draperies of the same cut, and the storks, now as then, still dress in black and white, with long red stockings. The people certainly then had a very different cut for their clothes than at the present day, but if any of them, serf or huntsman, or anybody at all stepped on the quagmires, the same fate befell him 1,000 years ago as would overtake him now if he ventured on them. In he would go, and down he would sink to the Marsh King, as they called him. He rules down below over the whole kingdom of bogs and swamps. He might also be called King of the Quagmires, but we prefer to call him the Marsh King, as the storks did. We know very little about his rule, but that is perhaps just as well. Near the bogs, close to the arm of the Kattegat, called the Limfjord, lay the timbered hall of the Vikings with its stone cellar, its tower, and its 3 stories. The storks had built their nest on the top of the roof, and the mother stork was sitting on the eggs which she was quite sure would soon be successfully hatched. One evening Father Stork stayed out rather late, and when he came back he looked somewhat ruffled. "I have something terrible to tell you," he said to the mother stork. "Don't tell it to me then," she answered. "Remember that I am sitting. It might upset me, and that would be bad for the eggs." "You will have to know it," said he. "She has come here, the daughter of our host in Egypt. She has ventured to take the journey, and now she has disappeared." She who is related to the fairies? Tell me all about it. You know I can't bear to be kept waiting now I am sitting." "Look here, mother. She must have believed what the doctor said, as you told me. She believed that the marsh flowers up here would do something for her father, and she flew over here in feather plumage with the other 2 princesses, who have come north every year to take the baths to make themselves young. She came, and she has vanished." "You go into too many particulars," said the mother stork. "The eggs might get a chill, and I can't stand being kept in suspense." "I have been on the outlook," said the father stork, "and tonight, when I was among the reeds where the quagmire will hardly bear me, I saw 3 swans flying along, and there was something about their flight which said to me, 'Watch them, they are not real swans. They are only in swan's plumage.' You know, mother, as well as I, that one feels things intuitively, whether or not they are what they seem to be." "Yes, indeed," she said. "But tell me about the princess. I am quite tired of hearing about swan's plumage." "You know that in the middle of the bog there is a kind of lake," said the father stork. "You can see a bit of it if you raise your head. Well, there was a big alder stump between the bushes and the quagmire, and on this the 3 swans settled, flapping their wings and looking about them. Then one of them threw off the swan's plumage, and I at once recognized in her our princess from Egypt. There she sat, with no covering but her long black hair. I heard her beg the 2 others to take good care of the swan's plumage while she dived under the water to pick up the marsh flower which she thought she could see. They nodded and raised their heads, and lifted up the loose plumage. What are they going to do with it? Thought I, and she no doubt asked them the same thing, and the answer came. She had ocular demonstration of it. They flew up into the air with the feather garment. "Just you duck down," they cried. "Never again will you fly about in the guise of a swan. Never more will you see the land of Egypt. You may sit in your swamp." Then they tore the feather garment into 100 bits, scattering the feathers all over the place, like a snowstorm. Then away flew those 2 good-for-nothing princesses. "What a terrible thing," said the mother stork. "But I must have the end of it." The princess moaned and wept. Her tears trickled down upon the alder stump, and then it began to move, for it was the Marsh King himself who lives in the bog. I saw the stump turn round, and saw that it was no longer a stump. It stretched out long, miry branches like arms. The poor child was terrified, and she sprang away on the shaking quagmire where it would not even bear my weight, far less hers. She sank at once, and the alder stump after her. It was dragging her down. Great black bubbles rose in the slime, and then there was nothing more to be seen. Now she is buried in the wild bog, and never will she take back the flower she came for to Egypt. You could not have endured the sight, mother. You shouldn't even tell me anything of the sort just now. It might have a bad effect upon the eggs. The princess must look after herself. She will get help somehow. If it had been you or I now, or one of our sort, all would have been over with us. I mean to keep a watch, though, every day, said the stork, and he kept his word. But a long time passed, and then one day he saw that a green stem shot out from the fathomless depths, and when it reached the surface of the water, a leaf appeared at the top which grew broader and broader. Next a bud appeared close by it, and one morning at dawn, just as the stork was passing, the bud opened out in the warm rays of the sun, and in the middle of it lay a lovely baby, a little girl, looking just as fresh as if she had just come out of a bath. She was so exactly like the princess from Egypt that at first the stork thought it was she who had grown small, but when he put 2 and 2 together, he came to the conclusion that it was her child and the Marsh King's. This explained why she appeared in a water lily. She can't stay there very long, thought the stork, and there are too many of us in my nest as it is, but an idea has just come into my head. The Viking's wife has no child, and she has often wished for one. As I am always said to bring the babies, this time I will do so in earnest. I will fly away to the Viking's wife with the baby, and that will indeed be a joy for her." So the stork took up the little girl, and flew away with her to the timbered house, where he picked a hole in the bladder skin which covered the window, and laid the baby in the arms of the Viking's wife. This done, he flew home, and told the mother stork all about it, and the young ones heard what he said. They were old enough to understand it. So you see that the princess is not dead. She must have sent the baby up here, and I have found a home for her. "I said so from the very first," said the mother stork. "Now just give a little attention to your own children. It is almost time to start on our own journey. I feel a tingling in my wings every now and then. The cuckoo and the nightingale are already gone, and I hear from the quails that we shall soon have a good wind. Our young people will do themselves credit at the maneuvers if I know them all right." How delighted the Viking's wife was when she woke in the morning and found the little baby on her bosom. She kissed and caressed it, but it screamed and kicked terribly, and seemed anything but happy. At last it cried itself to sleep, and as it lay there a prettier little thing could not have been seen. The Viking's wife was delighted. Body and soul were filled with joy. She was sure that now her husband and all his men would soon come back as unexpectedly as the baby had come. So she and her household busied themselves in putting the house in order against their return. The long colored tapestries which she and her handmaids had woven with pictures of their gods, Odin, Thor, and Freya as they were called, were hung up. The serfs had to scour and polish the old shields which hung around the walls. Cushions were laid on the benches, and logs upon the great hearth in the middle of the hall, so that the fire might be lighted at once. The Viking's wife helped with all this work herself, so that when evening came she was very tired and slept soundly. When she woke towards morning, she was much alarmed at finding that the little baby had disappeared. She sprang up and lighted a pine chip and looked about. There was no baby, but at the foot of the bed sat a hideous toad. She was horrified at the sight, and seized up a heavy stick to kill it, but it looked at her with such curious, sad eyes that she had not the heart to strike it. Once more she looked around, and the toad gave a faint, pitiful croak which made her start. She jumped out of bed, and threw open the window shutter. The sun was just rising, and its beams fell upon the bed and the great toad. All at once the monster's wide mouth seemed to contract, and to become small and rosy. The limbs stretched, and again took their lovely shapes, and it was her own dear little baby which lay there, and not a hideous frog. "Whatever is this?" she cried. "I have had a bad dream. This is my own darling elfin child." She kissed it, and pressed it to her heart, but it struggled and bit like a wild kitten. Neither that day nor the next did the Viking lord come home, although he was on his way, but the winds were against him. They were blowing southwards for the storks. It is an ill wind that blows nobody good. In the course of a few days and nights, it became clear to the Viking's wife how matters stood with her little baby. Some magic power had a terrible hold over her. In the daytime it was as beautiful as any fairy, but it had a bad, wicked temper. At night, on the other hand, she became a hideous toad, quiet and pathetic, with sad, mournful eyes. There were two natures in her, both in soul and body, continually shifting. The reason of it was that the little girl brought by the frog, by day, had her mother's form and her father's evil nature, but at night her kinship with him appeared in her outward form, and her mother's sweet nature and gentle spirit beamed out of the misshapen monster. Who could release her from the power of this witchcraft? It caused the Viking's wife much grief and trouble, and yet her heart yearned over the unfortunate being. She knew she would never dare to tell her husband the true state of affairs, because he would, without doubt, according to custom, have the poor child exposed on the highway for anyone who chose to look after it. The good woman had not the heart to do this, and so she determined that he should only see the child by broad daylight. One morning there was a sound of storks' wings swishing over the roof. During the night more than 100 pairs of storks had made it their resting place, after the great manoeuvres, and they were now trying their wings before starting on their long southward flight. "Every man ready," they cried, "all the wives and children too." "How light we feel!" cried the young storks. "Our legs tingle as if we were full of live frogs. How splendid it is to be traveling to foreign lands!" "Keep in line," said father and mother, "and don't let your beaks clatter so fast. It isn't good for the chest." Then away they flew. At the very same moment a horn sounded over the heath. The Viking had landed with all his men. They were bringing home no end of rich booty from the Gallic coast, where the people cried in their terror, as did the people of Britain, "Deliver us from the wild Northmen!" What life and noise came to the Vikings' home by the wild bog now! The mead cask was brought into the hall, the great fire lighted, and horses slaughtered for the feast, which was to be an uproarious one. The priest sprinkled the thralls with the warm blood of the horses as a consecration. The fire crackled and roared, driving the smoke up under the roof, and the soot dripped down from the beams. But they were used to all that. Guests were invited, and they received handsome presents. All feuds and double-dealing were forgotten. They drank deeply, and threw the knuckle-bones in each other's faces when they had gnawed them. But that was the mark of good feeling. The skald, the minstrel of the times, but he was also a warrior, for he went with them on their expeditions, and he knew what he was singing about, gave them one of his ballads recounting all their warlike deeds and their prowess. After every verse came the same refrain: "Fortunes may be lost, friends may die, one dies oneself, but a glorious name never dies." Then they banged on the shields, and hammered with knives or the knuckle-bones on the table before them, till the hall rang. The Viking's wife sat on the cross-bench in the banqueting hall. She was dressed in silk, with gold bracelets and large amber beads. The skald brought her name into the song too. He spoke of the golden treasures she had brought to her wealthy husband, and his delight at the beautiful child which at present he had only seen under its charming daylight guise. He rather admired her passionate nature, and said she would grow into a doughty shield maiden or Valkyrie, able to hold her own in battle. She would be of the kind who would not blink if a practised hand cut off her eyebrows in jest with a sharp sword. The barrel of mead came to an end, and a new one was rolled up in its place. This one, too, was soon drained to the dregs, but they were a hard-headed people who could stand a great deal. They had a proverb then: "The beast knows when it is time to go home from grass, but the fool never knows when he has had enough." They knew it very well, but people often know one thing and yet do another. They also knew that the dearest friend becomes a bore if he sits too long in one's house. But yet they sat on. Meat and drink are such good things. They were a jovial company. At night the thralls slept among the warm ashes, and they dipped their fingers in the sooty grease and licked them. Those were rare times indeed. The Viking went out once more that year on a raid. Although the autumn winds were beginning, he sailed with his men to the coast of Britain. It was just over the water, he said. His wife remained at home with the little girl, and certain it was that the foster mother soon grew fonder of the poor toad with the pathetic eyes and plaintive sighs than she was of the little beauty who tore and bit. The raw, wet autumn fog, gnaw-worn, which gnaws the leaves off the trees, lay over wood and heath, and bird loose-feather, as they call the snow, followed closely upon each other. Winter was on its way. The sparrows took the stork's nest under their protection, and discussed the absent owners in their own fashion. The stork couple and their young, where were they now? The storks were in the land of Egypt, under such a sun as we have on a warm summer's day. They were surrounded by flowering tamarinds and acacias. Mahomet's crescent glittered from every cupola on the mosques, and many a pair of storks stood on the slender towers resting after their long journey. Whole flocks of them had their nests side by side on the mighty pillars, or the ruined arches of the deserted temples. The date palm lifted high its screen of branches, as if to form a sunshade. The grayish-white pyramids stood like shadowy sketches against the clear atmosphere of the desert where the ostrich knew it would find space for its stride. The lion crouched gazing with its great wise eyes at the marble sphinx half buried in the sand. The Nile waters had receded, and the land teemed with frogs. To the storks, this was the most splendid sight in all the land. The eyes of the young ones were quite dazzled with the sight. "See what it is to be here, and we always have the same in our warm country," said the mother stork, and the stomachs of the little ones tingled. "Is there anything more to see?" they asked. "Shall we go any further inland?" "There is not much more to see," said the mother stork. "On the fertile side there are only secluded woods where the trees are interlaced by creeping plants. The elephant, with its strong clumsy legs, is the only creature which can force a way through. The snakes there are too big for us, and the lizards are too nimble. If you go out into the desert you will get sand in your eyes if the weather is good, and if it is bad you may be buried in a sandstorm. No, we are best here. There are plenty of frogs and grasshoppers. Here I stay, and you too." And so she stayed. The old ones stayed in their nests on the slender minarets resting themselves, but at the same time busily smoothing their feathers and rubbing their beaks upon their red stockings. Or they would lift up their long necks and gravely bow their heads, their brown eyes beaming wisely. The young stork misses walked about gravely among the juicy reeds, casting glances at the young bachelor storks, or making acquaintances with them. They would swallow a frog at every third step, or walk about with a small snake dangling from their beak. It had such a good effect, they thought, and then it tasted so good. The young he-storks engaged in many a petty quarrel, in which they flapped their wings furiously, and stabbed each other with their beaks till the blood came. Then they took mates, and built nests for themselves. It was what they lived for. New quarrels soon arose, for in these warm countries people are terribly passionate. All the same, it was very pleasant to the old ones. Nothing could be wrong that their young ones did. There was sunshine every day, and plenty to eat. Nothing to think of but pleasure. But in the great palace of the Egyptian host, as they called him, matters were not so pleasant. The rich and mighty lord lay stretched upon his couch, as stiff in every limb as if he had been a mummy. The great painted hall was as gorgeous as if he had been lying within a tulip. Relatives and friends stood around him. He was not dead, yet he could hardly be called living. The healing marsh flower from the northern lands, which was to be found and plucked by the one who loved him best, would never be brought. His young and lovely daughter, who in the plumage of a swan had flown over sea and land to the far north, would never return. The two other swan princesses had come back, and this was the tale they told. "We were all flying high up in the air when a huntsman saw us and shot his arrow. It pierced our young friend to the heart, and she slowly sank. As she sank, she sang her farewell song and fell into the midst of a forest pool. There by the shore, under a drooping birch, we buried her. But we had our revenge. We bound fire under the wings of a swallow, which had its nest under the eaves of his cottage. The roof took fire, and the cottage blazed up, and he was burned in it. The flames shone on the pool where she lay, earth of the earth, under the birch. Never more will she come back to the land of Egypt." Then they both wept, and the father stork who heard it clattered with his beak and said, "Pack of lies! I should like to drive my beak right into their breasts." "Where would it break off? And a nice sight you would be then," said the mother stork. "Think of yourself first, and then of your family. Everything else comes second to that." "I will perch upon the open cupola tomorrow, when all the wise and learned folk assemble to talk about the sick man. Perhaps they will get a little nearer to the truth." The sages met together and talked long and learnedly, but the stork could neither make head or tail of it. Nothing came of it, however, either for the sick man or for his daughter who was buried in the wild bog. But we may just as well hear what they said, and we may, perhaps, understand the story better, or at least as well as the stork. Love is the food of life. The highest love nourishes the highest life. Only through love can this life be won back. This had been said and well said, declared the sages. "It is a beautiful idea," said the father stork at once. "I don't rightly understand it," said the mother stork. "However, that is not my fault, but the fault of the idea. It really does not matter to me, though. I have other things to think about." The sages had talked a great deal about love, the difference between the love of lovers and that of parent and child, light and vegetation, and how the sunbeams kissed the mire, and forthwith young shoots sprang into being. The whole discourse was so learned that the father stork could not take it in, far less repeat it. He became quite pensive, and stood on one leg for a whole day with his eyes half shut. Learning was a heavy burden to him. Yet one thing the stork had thoroughly comprehended. He had learned from high and low alike what a misfortune it was to thousands of people and to the whole country that this man should be lying sick without hope of recovery. It would indeed be a blessed day which should see his health restored. "But where blossoms the flower of healing for him?" they had asked of one another, and they had also consulted all their learned writings, the twinkling stars, the winds, and the waves. The only answer that the sages had been able to give was, "Love is the food of life." But how to apply that saying they knew not. At last all were agreed that succour must come through the princess who loved her father with her whole heart and soul. And they at last decided what she was to do. It was more than a year and a day since they had sent her at night, when there was a new moon, out into the desert to the Sphinx. There she had to push away the sand from the door at the base of it, and walk through the long passage which led right into the middle of the pyramid, where one of the mightiest of their ancient kings lay swathed in his mummy's bands in the midst of his wealth and glory. There she was to bend her head to the corpse, and it would be revealed to her where she would find healing and salvation for her father. All this she had done, and the exact spot had been shown her in dreams, where in the depths of the morass she would find the lotus flower that would touch her bosom beneath the water. And this she was to bring home. So she flew away in her swan's plumage to the wild bog in the far north. Now all this the father and mother stork had known from the beginning, and we understand the matter better than we did. We know that the Marsh King dragged her down to himself, and that to those at home she was dead and gone. The wisest of them said, like the mother stork, "She will look out for herself." So they awaited her return, not knowing in fact what else to do. "I think I will snatch away the swan's plumage from the two deceitful princesses," said the father stork. "Then they could not go to the wild bog to do any more mischief. I will keep the plumages up there till we find a use for them." "Up where will you keep them?" asked the mother stork. "In our nests at the wild bog," said he. "The young ones and I can carry them between us, and if they are too cumbersome, there are places enough on the way where we can hide them till our next flight. One plumage would be enough for her, but two are better. It is a good plan to have plenty of wraps in a northern country." "You will get no thanks for it," said the mother stork, "but you are the master. I have nothing to say except when I am sitting." In the meantime the little child in the Viking's hall by the wild bog, whither the storks flew in the spring, had had a name given her. It was Helga, but such a name was far too gentle for such a wild spirit as dwelt within her. Month by month it showed itself more, and year by year, whilst the storks took the same journey, in autumn towards the Nile, and in spring towards the wild bog. The little child grew to be a big girl, and before one knew how, she was the loveliest maiden possible of 16. The husk was lovely, but the kernel was hard and rough, wilder than most even in those hard, wild times. Her greatest pleasure was to dabble her white hands in the blood of the horses slaughtered for sacrifice. In her wild freaks she would bite the heads off the black cocks which the priest was about to slay, and she said in full earnest to her foster-father, "If thy foe were to come and throw a rope round the beams of thy house and pull it about thine ears, I would not wake thee if I could. I should not hear him for the tingling of the blood in the ear thou once boxed years ago. I do not forget." But the Viking did not believe what she said. He, like everybody else, was infatuated by her beauty. Nor did he know how body and soul changed places in his little Helga in the dark hours of the night. She rode a horse barebacked, as if she were a part of it. Nor did she jump off while her steed bit and fought with the other wild horses. She would often throw herself from the cliff into the sea in all her clothes, and swim out to meet the Viking when his boat neared the shore. And she cut off the longest strand of her beautiful long hair to string her bow. "Self-made is well made," said she. The Viking's wife, though strong-willed and strong-minded after the fashion of the times, became towards her daughter like any other weak, anxious mother, because she knew that a spell rested over the terrible child. Often, when her mother stepped out on the balcony, Helga, from pure love of teasing, it seemed, would sit down upon the edge of the well, throw up her hands and feet, and go backwards plump into the dark narrow hole. Here with her frog's nature she would rise again and clamber out, like a cat dripping with water, carrying a perfect stream into the banqueting hall, washing aside the green twigs strewn on the floor. One bond, however, always held little Helga in check, and that was twilight. When it drew nearer, she became quiet and pensive, allowing herself to be called and directed. An inner perception, as it were, drew her towards her mother, and when the sun sank and the transformation took place, she sat sad and quiet, shriveled up into the form of a toad. Her body was now much bigger than those creatures ever are, but for that reason all the more unsightly. She looked like a wretched dwarf with the head of a frog and webbed fingers. There was something so piteous in her eyes, and voice she had none, only a hollow croak like the smothered sobs of a dreaming child. Then the Viking's wife would take it on her knee, and, looking into its eyes, would forget the misshapen form, and would often say, "I could almost wish that thou wouldst always remain my dumb frog child. Thou art more terrible to look at when thou art clothed in beauty." Then she would write runes against sickness and sorcery, and throw them over the miserable girl, but they did no good at all. "One would never think she had been small enough to lie in a water-lily," said the father stork. "Now she is grown up, and the very image of her Egyptian mother, whom we never saw again. She did not manage to take such good care of herself as you and the sages said she would. I have been flying across the marsh year in, year out, and never have I seen a trace of her. Yes, I may as well tell you that all these years, when I have come on in advance of you to look after the nest and set it to rights, I have spent many a night flying about like an owl or a bat scanning the open water, but all to no purpose. Nor have we had any use for the 2 swan plumages which the young ones and I dragged up here with so much difficulty. It took us 3 journeys to get them here. They have lain for years in the bottom of the nest, and if ever a disaster happens, such as a fire in the timbered house, they will be entirely lost." "And our good nest would be lost too," said the mother stork. But you think less of that than you do of your feather dresses and your Marsh princess. You had better go down to her one day and stay in the mire for good. You are a bad father to your own chicks, and I have always said so since the first time I hatched a brood. If only we or the young ones don't get an arrow through our wings from that mad Viking girl. She doesn't know what she is about. We are rather more at home here than she is, and she ought to remember that. We never forget our obligations. Every year we pay our toll of a feather, an egg, and a young one, as it is only right we should. Do you think that while she is about I care to go down there as I used to do, and as I do in Egypt when I am hail fellow well met with everybody, and where I peep into their pots and kettles if I like? No, indeed, I sit up here vexing myself about her, the vixen, and you too. You should have left her in the water lily, and there would have been an end of her. You are much more estimable than your words, said the father stork. I know you better than you know yourself, my dear. Then he gave a hop and flapped his wings thrice, proudly stretched out his neck, and soared away without moving his outspread wings. When he had gone some distance, he made some more powerful strokes, his head and neck bending proudly forward, while his plumage gleamed in the sunshine. What strength and speed there were in his flight! He is the handsomest of them all yet, said the mother stork. Section 36 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Facio. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. The Marsh King's Daughter. Part 2. The Viking came home early that autumn with his booty and prisoners. Among these was a young Christian priest, one of those men who persecuted the heathen gods of the north. There had often been discussions of late, both in the hall and in the woman's bower, about the new faith which was spreading in all the countries to the south. Through the holy Ansgarius it had spread as far as Hedeby on the Schlei. Even little Helga had heard of the belief in the white Christ, who from love to man had given himself for their salvation. As far as Helga was concerned, it had all gone in at one ear and out at the other, as one says. The very meaning of the word love only seemed to dawn upon her when she was shriveled up into the form of a frog in her secret chamber. But the Viking's wife had listened to the story, and had felt herself strangely moved by all these tales about the Son of the only true God. The men, on their return from their raids, told them all about the temples built of costly polished stone, which were raised to him whose message was love. Once a couple of heavy golden vessels of cunning workmanship were brought home, about which hung a peculiar spicy odor. They were censers used by the Christian priests to swing before the altars on which blood never flowed, but where the bread and wine were changed to the body and blood of him who gave himself for the yet unborn generations. The young priest was imprisoned in the deep stone cellars of the timber house, and his feet and hands were bound with strips of bark. He was as beautiful as Baldur, said the Viking's wife, and she felt pity for him. But young Helga proposed that he should be hamstrung and be tied to the tails of wild oxen. Then would I let the dogs loose on him, high and away over marshes and pools. That would be a merry sight, and merrier still would it be to follow in his course. However, this was not the death the Viking wished him to die, but rather that as a denier and persecutor of the great gods he should be offered up in the morning upon the bloodstone in the groves. For the first time a man was to be sacrificed here. Young Helga begged that she might sprinkle the effigies of the gods and the people with his blood. She polished her sharp knife, and when one of the great ferocious dogs, of which there were so many about the place, sprang towards her, she dug her knife into its side. To try it, she said. But the Viking's wife looked sadly at the wild, badly disposed girl. When the night came, and the girl's beauty of body and soul changed places, she spoke tender words of grief from her sorrowful heart. The ugly toad, with its ungainly body, stood fixing its sad brown eyes upon her, listening and seeming to understand with the mind of a human being. "Never once to my husband has a word of my double grief through you passed my lips," said the Viking's wife. "My heart is full of grief for you, great is a mother's love, but love never entered your heart. It is like a lump of cold clay. However did you get into my house?" Then the ungainly creature trembled, as if the words touched some invisible cord between body and soul, and great tears came into its eyes. "A bitter time will come to you," said the Viking's wife, "and it will be a terrible one to me too. Better would it have been if, as a child, you had been exposed on the highway, and lulled by the cold to the sleep of death." And the Viking's wife shed bitter tears, and went away in anger and sorrow, passing under the curtain of skins which hung from the beams and divided the hall. The shriveled-up toad crouched in the corner, and a dead silence reigned. At intervals a half-stifled sigh rose within her. It was as if, in anguish, something came to life in her heart. She took a step forward and listened. Then she stepped forward again, and grasped the heavy bar of the door with her clumsy hands. Softly she drew it back, and silently lifted the latch. Then she took up the lamp which stood in the anteroom. It seemed as if a strong power gave her strength. She drew out the iron bolt from the barred cellar door, and slipped in to the prisoner. He was asleep. She touched him with her cold, clammy hand, and when he woke and saw the hideous creature, he shuddered as if he beheld an evil apparition. She drew out her knife and cut his bonds asunder, and then beckoned him to follow her. He named the holy name and made the sign of the cross, and as the form remained unchanged, he repeated the words of the psalmist, "Blessed is the man who hath pity on the poor and needy. The Lord will deliver him in the time of trouble." Then he asked, "Who art thou, whose outward appearance is that of an animal, whilst thou willingly performest deeds of mercy?" The toad only beckoned him, and led him behind the sheltering curtains down a long passage to the stable, pointing to a horse, on to which he sprang, and she after him. She sat in front of him, clutching the mane of the animal. The prisoner understood her, and they rode at a quick pace along a path he never would have found to the heath. He forgot her hideous form, knowing that the mercy of the Lord worked through the spirits of darkness. He prayed and sang holy songs which made her tremble. Was it the power of prayer and his singing working upon her? Or was it the chill air of the advancing dawn? What were her feelings? She raised herself, and wanted to stop and jump off the horse, but the Christian priest held her tightly, with all his strength, and sang aloud a psalm, as if this could lift the spell which held her. The horse bounded on more wildly than before, the sky grew red, and the first sunbeams pierced the clouds. As the stream of light touched her, the transformation took place. She was once more a lovely maiden, but her demoniac spirit was the same. The priest held a blooming maiden in his arms, and he was terrified at the sight. He stopped the horse and sprang down, thinking he had met with a new device of the evil one. But young Helga sprang to the ground too. The short child's frock only reached to her knee. She tore the sharp knife from her belt, and rushed upon the startled man. "Let me get at thee," she cried. "Let me reach thee, and my knife shall pierce thee. Thou art ashen pale, beardless slave." She closed upon him, and they wrestled together, but an invisible power seemed to give strength to the Christian. He held her tight, and the old oak under which they stood seemed to help him, for the loosened roots above the ground tripped her up. Close by rose a bubbling spring, and he sprinkled her with water and commanded the unclean spirit to leave her, making the sign of the cross over her according to Christian usage. But the baptismal water has no power if the spring of faith flows not from within. Yet even here something more than man's strength opposed itself, through him, against the evil which struggled within her. Her arms fell, and she looked with astonishment and paling cheeks at this man, who seemed to be a mighty magician skilled in secret arts. These were dark runes he was repeating, and cabalistic signs he was tracing in the air. She would not have blanched had he flourished a shining sword or a sharp axe before her face, but she trembled now as he traced the sign of the cross upon her forehead and bosom, and sat before him with drooping head like a wild bird tamed. He spoke gently to her about the deed of love she had performed for him this night, when she came in the hideous shape of a toad, cut his bonds asunder, and led him out to light and life. She herself was bound, he said, and with stronger bonds than his, but she also, through him, should reach to light and life everlasting. He would take her to Hedeby, to the holy Ansgarius, and there, in that Christian city, the spell would be removed. But she must no longer sit in front of him on the horse. Even if she went of her own free will, he dared not carry her thus. Thou must sit behind me, not before me. Thy magic beauty has a power given by the evil one, which I dread. Yet shall I have the victory through Christ. He knelt down, and prayed humbly and earnestly. It seemed as if the quiet wood became a holy church consecrated by his worship. The birds began to sing, as if they too were also of this new congregation, and the fragrance of the wild flowers was as the ambrosial perfume of incense, while the young priest recited the words of Holy Writ. The day spring from on high hath visited us, to give light to them that sit in darkness, and in the shadow of death, to guide their feet into the way of peace. He spoke of the yearning of all nature for redemption, and while he spoke the horse which had carried them stood quietly by, only rustling among the bramble bushes, making the ripe, juicy fruit fall into little Helga's hands, as if inviting her to refresh herself. Patiently she allowed herself to be lifted onto the horse's back, and sat there like one in a trance, who neither watches nor wanders. The Christian man bound together two branches in the shape of a cross, which he held aloft in his hand as he rode through the wood. The brushwood grew thicker and thicker, till at last it became a trackless wilderness. Brushes of the wild sloe blocked the way, and they had to ride round them. The bubbling springs turned to standing pools, and these they also had to ride round. Still they found strength and refreshment in the pure breezes of the forest, and no less a power in the tender words of faith and love spoken by the young priest in his fervent desire to lead this poor straying one into the way of light and love. It is said that raindrops can wear a hollow in the hardest stone, and the waves of the sea can smooth and round the jagged rocks. So did the dew of mercy falling upon little Helga soften all that was hard and smooth, all that was rough in her. Not that these effects were yet to be seen. She did not even know that they had taken place, any more than the buried seed lying in the earth knows that the refreshing showers and the warm sunbeams will cause it to flourish and bloom. As the mother's song unconsciously falls upon the child's heart, it stammers the words after her without understanding them, but later they crystallize into thoughts, and in time become clear. In this way, the Word also worked here in the heart of Helga. They rode out of the wood, over a heath, and again through trackless forests. Towards evening they met a band of robbers. "Where hast thou stolen this beautiful child?" they cried, stopping the horse and pulling down the two riders, for they were a numerous party. The priest had no weapon, but the knife which he had taken from little Helga, and with this he struck out right and left. One of the robbers raised his axe to strike him, but the Christian succeeded in springing to one side, or he would certainly have been hit. But the blade flew into the horse's neck, so that the blood gushed forth, and it fell to the ground dead. Then little Helga, as if roused from a long, deep trance, rushed forward and threw herself onto the gasping horse. The priest placed himself in front of her as a shield and defense, but one of the robbers swung his iron club with such force at his head that the blood and the brains were scattered about, and he fell dead upon the ground. The robbers seized little Helga by her white arms, but the sun was just going down, and as the last rays vanished she was changed into the form of a frog. A greenish-white mouth stretched half over her face. Her arms became thin and slimy, while broad hands, with webbed fingers, spread themselves out like fans. The robbers, in terror, let her go, and she stood among them a hideous monster, and, according to frog nature, she bounded away with great leaps as high as herself, and disappeared in the thicket. Then the robbers perceived that this must be Loki's evil spirit or some other witchcraft, and they hurried away affrighted. The full moon had risen, and was shining in all its splendor when poor little Helga, in the form of a frog, crept out of the thicket. She stopped by the body of the Christian priest and the dead horse. She looked at them with eyes which seemed to weep. A sob came from the toad like that of a child bursting to tears. She threw herself down, first upon one, and then on the other, and brought water in her hand, which, from being large and webbed, formed a cup. This she sprinkled them with, but they were dead, and dead they must remain. This she understood. Soon wild animals would come and devour them, but no, that should never be. So she dug into the ground as deep as she could. She wished to dig a grave for them. She had nothing but the branch of a tree in her 2 hands, and she tore the web between her fingers until the blood ran from them. She soon saw that the task would be beyond her, so she fetched fresh water and washed the face of the dead man, and strewed fresh green leaves over it. She also brought large boughs to cover him, and scattered dry leaves between the branches. Then she brought the heaviest stones she could carry, and laid them over the dead body, filling up the spaces with moss. Now she thought the mound was strong and secure enough, but the difficult task had employed the whole night. The sun was just rising, and there stood little Helga in all her beauty, with bleeding hands and maidenly tears for the first time on her blushing cheeks. It was in this transformation as if 2 natures were struggling in her. She trembled and glanced round as if she were just awakening from a troubled dream. She leaned for support against a slender beech, and at last climbed to the topmost branches like a cat, and seated herself firmly upon them. She sat there for the whole livelong day, like a frightened squirrel in the solitude of the wood, where all is still and dead, as they say. Dead. Well, there flew a couple of butterflies whirling around and round each other, and close by were some ant-hills, each with its hundreds of busy little creatures swarming to and fro. In the air danced countless midges, and swarm upon swarm of flies, ladybirds, dragonflies with golden wings, and other little winged creatures. The earthworm crept forth from the moist ground, and the moles, but excepting these all was still and dead around. When people say this, they don't quite understand what they mean. None noticed little Helga but a flock of jackdaws which flew chattering around the tree where she sat. They hopped along the branch towards her, boldly inquisitive, but a glance from her eye was enough to drive them away. They could not make her out, though, any more than she could understand herself. When the evening drew near, and the sun began to sink, the approaching transformation roused her to fresh exertion. She slipped down gently from the tree, and when the last sunbeam was extinguished she sat there once more, the shriveled-up frog with her torn, webbed hands. But her eyes now shone with a new beauty, which they had hardly possessed in all the pride of her loveliness. These were the gentlest and tenderest maiden's eyes which now shone out of the face of the frog. They bore witness to the existence of deep feeling, and a human heart, and the beauteous eyes overflowed with tears, weeping precious drops that lightened the heart. The cross made of branches, the last work of him who now was dead and cold, still lay by the grave. Little Helga took it up. The thought came unconsciously, and she placed it between the stones which covered man and horse. At the sad recollection her tears burst forth again, and in this mood she traced the same sign in the earth round the grave. And as she formed with both hands the sign of the cross, the webbed skin fell away from her fingers like a torn glove. She washed her hands at the spring, and gazed in astonishment at their delicate whiteness. Again she made the holy sign in the air, between herself and the dead man. Her lips trembled, her tongue moved, and the name which she in her ride through the forest had so often heard rose to her lips, and she uttered the words, Jesus Christ. The frog's skin fell away from her. She was the beautiful young maiden, but her head bent wearily, and her lips required rest. She slept, but her sleep was short. She was awakened at midnight. Before her stood the dead horse, prancing and full of life, which shone forth from his eyes and his wounded neck. Close by his side appeared the murdered Christian priest, more beautiful than Baldur, the Viking's wife might indeed have said, and yet he was surrounded by flames of fire. There was such earnestness in his large, mild eyes, and such righteous judgment in his penetrating glance, which pierced into the remotest corners of her heart. Little Helga trembled, and every memory within her awakened as if it had been the day of judgment. Every kindness which had ever been shown her, every loving word which had ever been said to her, came vividly before her. She now understood that it was love which had sustained her in those days of trial, through which all creatures formed of dust and clay, soul and spirit, must wrestle and struggle. She acknowledged that she had but followed whither she was called, had done nothing for herself, all had been given her. She bent now in lowly humility, and full of shame, before him who could read every impulse of her heart, and in that moment she felt the purifying flame of the Holy Spirit thrill through her soul. "Thou daughter of earth," said the Christian martyr, "out of the earth art thou come, from the earth shalt thou rise again. The sunlight within thee shall consciously return to its origin, not the beams of the actual sun, but those from God. No soul will be lost. Things temporal are full of weariness, but eternity is life-giving. I come from the land of the dead. Thou also must one day journey through the deep valleys to reach the radiant mountain summits, where dwell grace and all perfections. I cannot lead thee to Hedeby for Christian baptism. First must thou break the watery shield that covers the deep morass, and bring forth from its depths the living author of thy being and thy life. Thou must first carry out thy vocation before thy consecration may take place." Then he lifted her up on to the horse, and gave her a golden censer like those she had seen in the Viking's hall. A fragrant perfume arose from it, and the open wound on the martyr's forehead gleamed like a radiant diadem. He took the cross from the grave, holding it high above him, while they rode rapidly through the air, across the murmuring woods, and over the heights where the mighty warriors of old lay buried, each seated on his dead war-horse. These strong men of war arose and rode out to the summits of the mounds, the broad golden circlets round their foreheads gleaming in the moonlight, and their cloaks fluttering in the wind. The great dragon, hoarding his treasure, raised his head to look at them, and the whole hosts of dwarfs peeped forth from their hillocks, swarming with red, green, and blue lights, like sparks from the ashes of burnt paper. Away they flew over wood and heath, rivers and pools, up north towards the wild bog. Arrived there, they hovered round in great circles. The martyr raised high the cross, it shone like gold, and his lips chanted the holy mass. Little Helga sang with him as a child joins in its mother's song. She swung the censer, and from it issued a fragrance of the altar so strong and so wonder-working that the reeds and rushes burst into blossom, and numberless flower stems shot up from the bottomless depths. Everything that had life within it lifted itself up and blossomed. The water lilies spread themselves over the surface of the pool like a carpet of wrought flowers, and on this carpet lay a sleeping woman. She was young and beautiful. Little Helga fancied she saw herself, her picture mirrored in the quiet pool. It was her mother she saw, the wife of the Marsh King, the princess from the river Nile. The martyred priest commanded the sleeping woman to be lifted up on the horse, but the animal sank beneath the burden, as though it had no more substance than a winding sheet floating on the wind. But the sign of the cross gave strength to the phantom, and all three rode on through the air to dry ground. Just then the cock crew from the Viking's hall, and the vision melted away in the mist which was driven along by the wind. But mother and daughter stood side by side. "Is it myself I see reflected in the deep water?" said the mother. "Do I see myself mirrored in a bright shield?" said the daughter. But as they approached and clasped each other heart to heart, the mother's heart beat the fastest, and she understood. "My child, my own heart's blossom, my lotus out of the deep waters!" And she wept over her daughter. Her tears were a new baptism of love and life for little Helga. "I came hither in a swan's plumage, and here I threw it off," said the mother. "I sank down into the bog, which closed around me. Some power always dragged me down, deeper and deeper. I felt the hand of sleep pressing upon my eyelids. I fell asleep, and I dreamt. I seemed to be again in the vast Egyptian pyramid, but still before me stood the moving alder stump which had frightened me on the surface of the bog. I gazed at the fissures of the bark, and they shone out in bright colors and turned to hieroglyphs. It was the mummy's wrappings I was looking at. The coverings burst asunder, and out of them walked the mummy king of 1,000 years ago, black as pitch, black as the shining wood snail or the slimy mud of the swamp. Whether it were the mummy king or the Marsh King I knew not. He threw his arms around me, and I felt that I must die. When life came back to me I felt something warm upon my bosom, a little bird fluttering its wings and twittering. It flew from my bosom high up towards the heavy dark canopy, but a long green ribbon still bound it to me. I heard and understood its notes of longing. Freedom! Sunshine! To the Father! I remembered my own father in the sunlit land of my home, my life and my love, and I loosened the ribbon and let it flutter away, home to my father. Since that hour I have dreamt no more. I must have slept a long and heavy sleep till this hour, when sweet music and fragrant odors awoke me and set me free. Where did now the green ribbon flutter which bound the mother's heart to the wings of the bird? Only the stork had seen it. The ribbon was the green stem, the bow the gleaming flower which cradled the little baby, now grown up to her full beauty, and once more resting on her mother's breast. While they stood there, pressed heart to heart, the stork was wheeling above their heads in great circles. At length he flew away to his nest and brought back the swan's plumages so long cherished there. He threw one over each of them. The feathers closed over them closely, and mother and daughter rose into the air as two white swans. "Now let us talk," said the father stork, "for we can understand each other's language, even if one sort of bird has a different shaped beak from another. It is the most fortunate thing in the world that you appeared this evening. Tomorrow we should have been off, mother and I and the young ones. We are going to fly southwards. Yes, you may look at me. I am an old friend from the Nile, so is mother too. Her heart is not so sharp as her beak. She always said that the princess would take care of herself. I and the young ones carried the swan's plumage up here, How delighted I am, and how lucky it is that I am still here. As soon as the day dawns we will set off, a great company of storks. We will fly in front, you had better follow us, and then you won't lose your way, and we will keep an eye upon you." "And the lotus flower which I was to take with me," said the Egyptian princess, "flies by my side in a swan's plumage. I take the flower of my heart with me. And so the riddle is solved. Now for home, home." But Helga said she could not leave the Danish land without seeing her loving foster-mother once more, the Viking's wife. For in Helga's memory now rose up every happy recollection, every tender word, and every tear her foster-mother had shed over her, and it almost seemed as if she loved this mother best. "Yes, we must go to the Viking's hall," said the father stork. "Mother and the young ones are waiting for us there. How they will open their eyes and flap their wings! Mother doesn't say much. She is somewhat short and abrupt, but she means very well. Now I will make a great clattering to let them know we are coming." So he clattered with his beak, and he and the swans flew off to the Viking's hall. They all lay in a deep sleep within. The Viking's wife had gone late to rest, for she was in great anxiety about little Helga, who had not been seen in 3 days. She had disappeared with the Christian priest, and she must have helped him away. It was her horse which was missing from the stable. By what power had this been brought to pass? The Viking's wife thought over all the many miracles which were said to have been performed by the white Christ, and by those who believed in him and followed him. All these thoughts took form in her dreams, and it seemed to her that she was still awake, sitting thoughtfully upon her bed while darkness reigned without. A storm arose. She heard the rolling of the waves east and west of her from the North Sea, and from the waters of the Cattegat. The monstrous serpent which, according to her faith, encompassed the earth in the depths of the ocean, was trembling in convulsions from the dread of Ragnarok, the night of the gods. He personified the day of judgment, when everything should pass away, even the great gods themselves. The Gialler horn sounded, and away over the rainbow rode the gods, clad in steel, to fight their last battle. Before them flew the shield maidens, the Valkyrias, and the ranks were closed by the phantoms of the dead warriors. The whole atmosphere shone in the radiance of the northern lights, but darkness conquered in the end. It was a terrible hour, and in her dream little Helga sat close beside the frightened woman, crouching on the floor in the form of a hideous frog. She trembled and crept closer to her foster mother, who took her on her knee, and in her love pressed her to her bosom, notwithstanding the hideous frog's skin. And the air resounded with the clashing of sword and club, and the whistling of arrows as though a fierce hailstorm were passing over them. The hour had come when heaven and earth were to pass away, the stars to fall, and everything to succumb to Surtur's fire. And yet a new earth and a new heaven would rise, and fields of corn would wave where the seas now rolled over the golden sands. The God whom none might name would reign, and to him would ascend Balder the mild, the loving, redeemed from the kingdom of the dead. He was coming. The Viking's wife saw him plainly. She knew his face. It was that of the Christian priest, their prisoner. "White Christ!" she cried aloud. And as she named the name, she pressed a kiss upon the forehead of the loathsome toad. The frog's skin fell away, and before her stood little Helga in all the radiance of her beauty, gentle as she had never been before, and with beaming eyes. She kissed her foster-mother's hands, and blessed her for all the care and love she had shown in the days of her trial and misery. She thanked her for the thoughts she had instilled into her, and for naming the name which she now repeated, White Christ. Little Helga rose up as a great white swan, and spread her wings, with the rushing sound of a flock of birds of passage on the wing. The Viking's wife was awakened by the rushing sound of wings outside. She knew it was the time when the storks took their flight, and it was these she heard. She wanted to see them once more and to bid them farewell, so she got up and went out on the balcony. She saw stork upon stork sitting up on the roofs of the outbuildings round the courtyard, and flocks of them were flying round and round in great circles. Just in front of her, on the edge of the well where little Helga so often had frightened her with her wildness, sat two white swans, who gazed at her with their wise eyes. Then she remembered her dream, which still seemed quite real to her. She thought of little Helga in the form of a swan. She thought of the Christian priest, and suddenly a great joy arose in her heart. The swans flapped their wings and bent their heads as if to greet her, and the Viking's wife stretched out her arms towards them as if she understood all about it, and she smiled at them with tears in her eyes. "We are not going to wait for the swans," said the mother stork. "If they want to travel with us, they must come. We can't dawdle here till the plovers start. It is very nice to travel as we do, the whole family together, not like the chaffinches and the ruffs, when the males and females fly separately. It's hardly decent. And why are those swans flapping their wings like that?" "Well, everyone flies in his own way," said the father stork. "The swans fly in an oblique line, the cranes in the form of a triangle, and the plovers in a curved line like a snake." "Don't talk about snakes while we're flying up here," said the mother stork. "It puts desires into the young ones' heads which they can't gratify." "Are those the high mountains I used to hear about?" asked Helga in the swan's plumage. "Those are the thunderclouds driving along beneath us," said her mother. "What are those white clouds that rise so high?" again inquired Helga. "Those are the mountains covered with perpetual snows that you see yonder," said her mother, as they flew across the Alps down towards the blue Mediterranean. "Africa's land, Egypt's strand," said the daughter of the Nile in her joy, as from far above in her swan's plumage her eye fell upon the narrow waving yellow line, her birthplace. The other birds saw it too, and hastened their flight. "I smell the Nile mud and the frogs," said the mother stork. "I am tingling all over. Now you will have something nice to taste, and something to see too. There are the marabouts, the ibis, and the crane. They all belong to our family, but they are not nearly so handsome as we are. They are very stuck up, though, especially the ibis. They have been so spoilt by the Egyptians. They make mummies of him, and stuff him with spices. I would rather be stuffed with living frogs, and so would you, and so you shall be. Better have something in your crops while you are alive than have a great fuss made over you after you are dead. That's my opinion, and I am always right." "The storks have come back," was said in the great house on the Nile, where its lord lay in the great hall on his downy cushions covered with a leopard's skin, scarcely alive, and yet not dead either, waiting and hoping for the lotus flower from the deep morass in the north. Relatives and servants stood round his couch, when two great white swans who had come with the storks flew into the hall. They threw off their dazzling plumage, and there stood two beautiful women, as like each other as twin drops of dew. They bent over the pale, withered old man, throwing back their long hair. As little Helga bent over her grandfather, the color came back to his cheeks, and new life returned to his limbs. The old man rose with health and energy renewed. His daughter and granddaughter clasped him in their arms, as if with a joyous morning greeting after a long troubled night. Joy reigned throughout the house, and in the stork's nest too. But there the rejoicing was chiefly over the abundance of food, especially the swarms of frogs. And while the sages hastily sketched the story of the two princesses, and the flower of healing, which brought such joy and blessing to the land, the parent storks told the same story in their own way to their family, but only when they had all satisfied their appetites, or they would have had something better to do than listen to stories. "Surely you will be made something at last," whispered the mother stork. "It wouldn't be reasonable otherwise." "Oh, what should I be made?" said the father stork. "And what have I done? Nothing at all." You have done more than all the others. Without you and the young ones, the 2 princesses would never have been in Egypt again, nor would the old man have recovered his health. You will become something. They will at least give you a doctor's degree, and our young ones will be born with the title, and their young ones after them. Why, you look like an Egyptian doctor already, at least in my eyes." And now the learned men and the sages set to work to propound the inner principle, as they called it, that lay at the root of the matter. "Love is the food of life," was their text. Then came the explanations. The princess was the warm sunbeam. She went down to the Marsh King, and from their meeting sprang forth the blossom. "I can't exactly repeat the words," said the father stork. He had been listening on the roof, and now wanted to tell them all about it in the nest. What they said was so involved and so clever that they not only received rank, but presents too. Even the head cook had a mark of distinction, most likely for the soup. "And what did you get?" asked the mother stork. "They ought not to forget the most important person, and that is what you are. The sages have only cackled about it all, but your turn will come, no doubt." Late at night, when the whole happy household were wrapped in peaceful slumbers, there was still one watcher. It was not Father Stork, although he stood up in the nest on one leg like a sentry asleep at his post. No, it was little Helga. She was watching, bending out over the balcony in the clear air, gazing at the shining stars, bigger and purer in their radiance than she had ever seen them in the north. And yet they were the same. She thought of the Viking's wife by the wild bog. She thought of her foster mother's gentle eyes, and the tears she had shed over the poor frog-child, who now stood in the bright starlight and delicious spring air by the waters of the Nile. She thought of the love in the heathen woman's breast, the love she had lavished on a miserable creature, who in human guise was a wild animal, and when in the form of an animal was hateful to the sight and to the touch. She looked at the shining stars, and remembered the dazzling light on the forehead of the martyred priest as he flew over moorland and forest. The tones of his voice came back to her, and words that he had said while she sat, overwhelmed and crushed, words concerning the sublime source of love, the highest love embracing all generations of mankind. What had not been won and achieved by this love? Day and night little Helga was absorbed in the thought of her happiness. She entirely lost herself in the contemplation of it, like a child who turns hurriedly from the giver to examine the beautiful gifts. Happy she was indeed, and her happiness seemed ever growing. More might come, would come. In these thoughts she indulged until she thought no more of the giver. It was in the wantonness of youth that she thus sinned. Her eyes sparkled with pride, but suddenly she was roused from her vain dream. She heard a great clatter in the courtyard below, and looking out, saw 2 great ostriches rushing hurriedly round in circles. Never before had she seen this great, heavy, clumsy bird, which looked as if its wings had been clipped, and the birds themselves had the appearance of having been roughly used. She asked what had happened to them, and for the first time heard the legend the Egyptians tell concerning the ostrich. Once, they say, the ostriches were a beautiful and glorious race of birds, with large, strong wings. One evening the great birds of the forest said to it, "Brother, shall we tomorrow, God willing, go down to the river to drink?" And the ostrich answered, "I will." At the break of day, then, they flew off, first rising high in the air towards the sun, the eye of God. Still higher and higher the ostrich flew, far in front of the other birds, in its pride flying close up to the light. He trusted in his own strength, and not on that of the giver. He would not say, "God willing." But the avenging angel drew back the veil from the flaming ocean of sunlight, and in a moment the wings of the proud bird were burnt, and he sank miserably to the earth. Since that time the ostrich and his race have never been able to rise in the air. He can only fly terror-stricken along the ground, or round and round in narrow circles. It is a warning to mankind, reminding us in every thought and action to say, God willing. Helga thoughtfully and seriously bent her head, and looked at the hunted ostrich, noticed its fear and its miserable pride at the sight of its own great shadow on the white moonlit wall. Her thoughts grew graver and more earnest. A life so rich in joy had already been given her. What more was to come? The best of all, perhaps, God willing. Early in the spring, when the storks were again about to take flight to the north, little Helga took off her gold bracelet, and, scratching her name on it, beckoned to Father Stork and put it round his neck. She told him to take it to the Viking's wife, who would see by it that her foster-daughter still lived, was happy, and had not forgotten her. "It is a heavy thing to carry," thought the Father Stork as it slipped onto his neck. "But neither gold nor honor are to be thrown upon the highway. The stork brings good luck, they say up there." "You lay gold and I lay eggs," said the Mother Stork, "but you only lay once and I lay every year. But no one appreciates us. I call it very mortifying." "One always has the consciousness of one's own worth, though, Mother," said the Father Stork. "But you can't hang it outside," said the Mother Stork. "It neither gives a fair wind nor a full meal." And they took their departure. The little nightingale singing in the tamarind bushes was also going north soon. Helga had often heard it singing by the wild bog, so she determined to send a message by it too. She knew the bird language from having worn a swan's plumage, and she had kept it up by speaking to the storks and the swallows. The nightingale understood her quite well, so she begged it to fly to the beechwood in Jutland, where she had made the grave of stones and branches. She bade it tell all the other little birds to guard the grave, and to sing over it. The nightingale flew away, and time flew away too. In the autumn an eagle perched on one of the pyramids saw a gorgeous train of heavily laden camels, and men clad in armor riding fiery Arab steeds as white as silver with quivering red nostrils and flowing manes reaching to the ground. A royal prince from Arabia, as handsome as a prince should be, was arriving at the stately mansion where now the stork's nest stood empty. Its inhabitants were still in their northern home, but they would soon now return. Nay, on the very day when the rejoicings were at their height, they returned. They were bridal festivities, and little Helga was the bride, clad in rich silk and many jewels. The bridegroom was the young prince from Arabia, and they sat together at the upper end of the table between their mother and her grandfather. But Helga was not looking at the bridegroom's handsome face round which his black beard curled, nor did she look into his fiery dark eyes, which were fixed upon hers. She was gazing up at a brilliant twinkling star which was beaming in the heavens. Just then there was a rustle of great wings in the air outside. The storks had come back, and the old couple, tired as they were and needing rest, flew straight down to the railing of the veranda. They knew nothing about the festivities. They had heard on the frontiers of the country that little Helga had had them painted on the wall, for they belonged to the story of her life. "It was prettily done of her," said the Father Stork. "It is little enough," said the Mother Stork. "They could hardly do less." When Helga saw them, she rose from the table, and went out to the veranda to stroke their wings. The old storks bowed their heads, and the very youngest ones looked on and felt honored. And Helga looked up at the shining star, which seemed to grow brighter and purer. Between herself and the star floated a form purer even than the air, and therefore visible to her. It floated quite close to her, and she saw that it was the martyred priest. He also had come to her great festival, come even from the heavenly kingdom. "The glory and bliss yonder far outshines these earthly splendors," he said. Little Helga prayed more earnestly and meekly than she had ever done before, that for one single moment she might gaze into the kingdom of heaven. Then she felt herself lifted up above the earth in a stream of sweet sounds and thoughts. The unearthly music was not only around her, it was within her. No words can express it. "Now we must return. You will be missed," said the martyr. "Only one glance more," she pleaded. "Only one short moment more." "We must return to earth. The guests are departing. Only one look, the last." Little Helga stood once again on the veranda, but all the torches outside were extinguished, and all the lights in the banqueting hall were out too. The storks were gone. No guests were to be seen. No bridegroom. All had vanished in those short 3 minutes. A great dread seized upon Helga. She walked through the great empty hall into the next chamber, where strange warriors were sleeping. She opened a side door, which led into her own room, but she found herself in a garden, which had never been there before. Red gleams were in the sky. Dawn was approaching. Only 3 minutes in heaven and a whole night on earth had passed away. Then she saw the storks. She called to them in her own language. Father Stork turned his head, listened, and came up to her. "You speak our language," he said. "What do you want? Why do you come here, you strange woman?" "It is I, it is Helga. Don't you know me? We were talking to each other in the veranda 3 minutes ago." "That is a mistake," said the stork. "You must have dreamt it." "No, no," she said, and she reminded him of the Vikings' stronghold, and the wild bog, and their journey together. Father Stork blinked his eyes and said, "Why, that is a very old story. I believe it happened in the time of my great-great-grandmother. Yes, there certainly was a princess in Egypt who came from the Danish land, but she disappeared on her wedding night many hundreds of years ago. You may read all about it here on the monument in the garden. There are both storks and swans carved on it, and you are at the top yourself, all in white marble." And so it was. Helga understood all about it now, and sank upon her knees. The sun burst forth, and, as in former times, the frog's skin fell away before his beams, and revealed the beautiful girl. So now, in the baptism of light, a vision of beauty, brighter and purer than the air, a ray of light, rose to the Father. The earthly body dropped away in dust. Only a withered lotus flower lay where she had stood. "Well, that is a new ending to the story," said Father Stork. "I hadn't expected that, but I like it very well." "What will the young ones say about it?" asked Mother Stork. "Ah, that is a very important matter," said
Section 37 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a Library Vox recording. All Library Vox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit libraryvox.org. Recording by Timothy Nielsen. www.mrtime.com. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. The Goloshes of Fortune. Chapter 1. A grand party was assembled one evening in a big house in East Street, Copenhagen. It was one of those parties given no doubt in the expectation that invitations would already be received in return. Half the company were already seated at the card tables, and the other half were waiting to see what would be the result of a remark of their hostess. "Now we must see what we can do to amuse ourselves." They were at this point, and the conversation was getting on as well as it could. Among other subjects, it fell upon the Middle Ages. Some considered that period far superior to our own. Nay, Mr. Counselor Knapp defended this view so vigorously that he won over the hostess to his side, and both inveighed against Ostersted's article in the Almanac on Ancient and Modern Times, in which preference is given to our own. The counsellor considered the times of King Hans as noblest and happiest. During all this talk, which was only interrupted for a moment by the arrival of the newspaper in which there was nothing worth reading, we will retire into an ante-room which was given to cloaks, sticks, umbrellas, and goloshes. 2 maidens were sitting here, one young and one old. It might be supposed that they had come to accompany their mistresses home, some old maid or widow lady. If, however, one looked a little closer, one soon saw that they were not ordinary maids. Their hands were too white, their bearing and their movements were too distinguished for that, and then the cut of their clothes was too elegant and uncommon. They were, in fact, 2 fairies. The youngest, though not Dame Fortune herself, was the messenger of one of her maids of honor, used to carry about smaller gifts of fortune. The elder one looked very serious. She was Sorrow, and she always goes about herself to do her errands in person, for then she knows they are all well done. They were telling each other where they had been during the day. She, who was the handmaid of Fortune, had only been employed on some trifling matters, such as saving a new hat from the downpour of rain, or procuring a greeting for an honest man from a grand nobody, and so on. What she still had left to do was quite out of the ordinary way. "I must tell you," she said, "that today is my birthday, and in honor of it, I have had entrusted to me a pair of goloshes which I am to convey to mankind. These goloshes have this property, that whoever puts them on will immediately find himself in whatever place or period he would like. Every wish with regard to time or place will be at once gratified, and the wearer will thus for once find perfect happiness in the world." "Ha! A likely story," said Sorrow. "He will be sorely unhappy, and will bless the moment when he can get rid of those goloshes." "What nonsense are you talking?" said the other. "I will place them here near the door, and someone will take them by mistake, and in putting them on will find happiness." Thus ended the conversation. Chapter 2. What happened to the counselor. It was late when Counselor Knapp, lost in thought about the good old times of King Hans, wanted to go home, and fate willed it so that instead of his own goloshes, he put those on of Fortune, and went out into East Street. But, by the magic power of the goloshes, in doing so he stepped straight back 300 years into the reign of King Hans, and therefore his feet sank into mud and slush of those times, the streets then not being paved. "Oh, this is terrible," he said. "What mud! And what has become of the footpath? And the lamps are extinguished." The moon had not yet risen, and it was rather foggy, so that everything melted away into darkness. At the nearest street corner, however, hung a lantern in front of an image of Madonna, but the light it gave was as good as none. He only saw it when he was close under it, and his eyes fell on the figures of the mother and child. "It is most likely the Museum of Art. They have forgotten to take down the sign." 2 persons in the dress of the Middle Ages passed by him. "Who on earth are these? They must be coming from the masquerade." All at once he heard drums and fifes, and blazing torches shone around him. The councillor stopped to look, while the extraordinary procession passed him. First came the whole troop of drummers, beating their drums very cleverly. They were followed by halberdiers with long bows and crossbows. The principal person in the procession wore a clerical dress. In astonishment, the councillor asked what was the meaning of all this, and who the man was. "It is the Bishop of Zealand," he answered. "Good gracious!" he exclaimed. "Whatever has the bishop taken into his head?" Then he shook his head, and murmured that it could not possibly be the bishop. Musing over this, and without looking either to the right or the left, the councillor walked on down East Street and over to High Bridge Place. He could not find the bridge to Palace Square at all, but only saw a shallow stream, and at last came upon two men with a boat. "Does the gentleman want to be put over to home?" asked they. "Over to home?" said the councillor, who had no idea what age he was now living. "I want to go to Christian's Haven in Little Turf Street." The men stared at him. "Only tell me where to find the bridge," he said. "It's shameful that there are no lamps lighted, and that it's so muddy one might be walking in a swamp." But the more he talked to the boatmen, the less they understood each other. "I don't understand your jargon," he cried at last, and turned his back on them. The bridge, however, he could not find, nor any railing. "What a scandalous condition the place is in," he said. Never certainly had he found his own age so miserable as on this evening. "I think it will be better for me to take a coach. But where are they?" There was not one to be seen. "I must go back to King's New Market Place, where there is a stand, or I shall never get back to Christian's Haven." So he walked back to East Street, and had nearly traversed the length of it when the moon burst through a cloud. "Good gracious! Whatever is this erection?" he exclaimed, as he caught sight of the East Gate, which in olden times used to be a stand at the end of East Street. At least he found a wicket gate, and passed through onto what is now the New Market Place. Nothing was to be seen but a great open meadow. A few solitary bushes stood here and there, and a wide stream flowed across it. On the opposite bank stood a few miserable wooden booths, used by Dutch watermen, whence it gained its name of the Dutch Meadow. "Either I see a Fata Morgana, as they call it, or else I am drunk." The councillor groaned. "What can it be? What is the matter with me?" He turned back again, firmly convinced that he must be ill. On entering the street again, he looked more closely at the houses. Most of them were timbered and with thatched roofs. "I am certainly quite out of sorts," he sighed, "and yet I only drank one glass of punch. But I can't even stand that. And it really is too bad to give us punch with hot salmon. I shall have to tell our hostess so. Shall I go straight back and tell them what a condition I am in? It would look so foolish, and I should hardly expect anyone to be up now." He tried to find the house, but in vain. "This is desperate. I don't know East Street again. Not a shop to be seen, only miserable, tumble-down hovels such as one might find in Roeskilde or Ringsted. Oh, how ill am I! It's no good standing on ceremony. But where in the world is the agent's house? There is a house, but it looks not like itself. There are still some people up in it. I can hear them. Oh dear, I feel very queer." he found a half-open door through which a light streamed. It was a tavern of the olden times, and seemed to be a kind of beer-house. The room looked like one of those old-fashioned house places of Holstein with a clay floor. A number of good folks, consisting mostly of seamen, Copenhagen burghers, and a few scholars, sat in a deep conversation over their mugs, and took very little notice of him as he stepped in. "Pardon me," said the councillor to the landlady, "I do not feel very well, and I should be much obliged if you would send for a coach to take me home to Christian's Haven." The woman stared at him and shook her head. Then she spoke to him in German, from which the councillor concluded that she did not understand Danish, and repeated his request in German. This, as well as his strange dress, convinced the woman that he was a foreigner. She soon understood that he felt ill, and brought him a mug of water which was certainly rather brackish, as it came from the well outside. The councillor rested his head on his hand, drew a deep breath, and pondered over all the wonders around him. "Is that this evening's day?" he asked, for the sake of saying something, as he saw the woman folding a large sheet of paper. She did not understand what he meant, but handed him the sheet. It was a woodcut representing a comet seen in the city of Cologne. "That is very old," said the councillor, becoming quite excited at discovering this ancient woodcut. "Wherever did you get this rare print? It is very interesting, although the whole affair is a fable. Comets are easily explained in these days. They are northern lights, and are no doubt caused by electricity." Those who sat near him, and heard what he said, looked at him in astonishment, and one of them rose, took off his hat respectfully, and said in a very serious manner, "You must be a very learned man, monsieur." "Oh, no," replied the councillor. "I can only discourse a little on the topics, which everyone should understand." "Modestia is a beautiful virtue," said the man. "Otherwise, I must say your speech is me secure vitor. Yet in this case I willingly suspend my judicium." "May I ask whom I have the pleasure of addressing?" said the councillor. "I am Baccalaureus Scripturae Secre," said the man. This answer was enough for the councillor, for the title agreed with the dress. Some old village schoolmaster, he thought, an odd fellow, such as one still may find in Jutland. "This is certainly not a locus descendi," began the man. "Still, I must beg you to continue the conversation. You must be deeply read in ancient writings." "Oh, pretty well," replied the councillor. "I am very fond of reading useful old books, and modern ones as well, with the exception of everyday stories, of which we really have more than enough in real life." "Everyday stories?" asked Baccalaureus. "Yes, I mean these new novels." "Oh," replied the man with a smile. "And yet they are very witty, and are much read at court. The king is especially fond of the Romance of Iwan and Jaiwan, which describes King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. He has joked about it with the gentlemen of his court." "Well, I have certainly not read that. I suppose it is a new one, which Heiberg just published." "No," answered the man, "it is not by Heiberg. Godfred von German brought it out." "Oh, is he the publisher? That is a very old name. Why, he was the first printer we had in Denmark." "Yes, he is our first printer," said the man. So far, all had passed off very well. Now one of the burghers began to speak of a terrible pestilence which had been raging a year or two before, meaning the plague of 1484. The councillor supposed that he alluded to the cholera, and they got on without finding out their mistake. The Freebooters' War of 1490 was still so near that it was the next topic. The English freebooters had taken ships on the Redan, said they. The councillor, who was well up in the incident of 1801, was quite at one with them against the English. After that the conversation was not so pleasant. Every moment one contradicted the other. The honest baccalaureus was so ignorant that the simplest utterances of the councillor sounded to him wildly fantastic. They looked at each other, and when they became quite incomprehensible to each other, Baccalaureus spoke Latin, in the hope of being better understood, but it was all no use. "How are you now?" asked the landlady, pulling the councillor by the sleeve. This brought him to himself, for while he had been talking he had entirely forgotten what had passed before. "Where am I?" he said, his brain reeling as he tried to think. "We have a claret, mead, and Bremen beer," shouted one of the guests, "and you shall drink with us." Two maids came in. One of them wore a party-colored hood. They filled the glasses and curtsied. A cold shiver ran down the councillor's back. "What is this? What does it mean?" said he, but he was obliged to drink with them. They quite overpowered the good man. He was in despair, and when one of them said he was drunk he never doubted the man's words, but begged them to fetch him a drosky, and then they thought he was speaking the Muscovite tongue. Never had he been in such low, coarse company. One might have thought the country had gone back to heathendom again. Said he to himself, "This is the most terrible moment of my life." Just then it came into his head to stoop down under the table, creep to the door, and so try to get away. But just as he reached the door, the others perceived his intention, and seized him by the feet, when, luckily for him, off came the goloshes, and with them all the enchantment. The councillor now saw quite plainly a brightly burning lamp in front of him, and behind it a large house. Every house round was familiar to him. He was in East Street just as we know it. He was lying with his feet against a gate, and the watchman sat opposite fast asleep. "Good heavens! Have I lain here dreaming in the street?" he said. "Yes, to be sure, this is East Street, as bright and as well lighted as usual. It is terrible that one glass of punch should have had such an effect on me." 2 minutes later he was comfortably seated in a coach on his way to Christian's Haven. He thought of all the terror and anxiety he had undergone, and with a full heart he prized the happy reality of his own time, which, with all of its shortcomings, was so much better than that of which he had lately made trial. Now this was very wise of the councillor. Chapter 3. The Watchman's Adventure. "Why, here is a pair of goloshes," said the watchman. They must belong to the lieutenant who lives up there. They are close to the door." The honest man would willingly have rung the bell and handed them in, for there were still lights burning, but he was afraid of disturbing the other people in the house. "It must be nice and warm to have those things on," he said. "The leather is so soft." He slipped his feet into them. How odd things are in this world! Now the lieutenant might be in his comfortable bed, but see if he is. No, he is marching up and down the room. He is a happy man. He has neither wife nor bairns. He goes out to parties every night. Shouldn't I like to be in his place? then I should be a happy man." As he uttered his wish, the goloshes began to have their effect, and the watchman became the lieutenant in body and soul. There he stood upstairs in his room holding a little pink paper between his fingers, upon which was written a poem he had just completed. Who at some point in his life has not been impelled to write poetry? One writes poetry when one is in love, but a wise man does not print it. The words lieutenant, love, and lack of gold form a triplet, or better still, a half of fortune's shattered die. The lieutenant felt this also, and so, as he leant against the window, he said with a sigh, "The poor watchman out in the street is far happier than I. He does not know privation as I do. He has a home, wife, and children who weep with him in his sorrow, and rejoice with his joy. Oh, I should be happier than I am if I could change places with him." At this moment, the watchman again became the watchman, because it was through the Goloshes of Fortune that he had become the lieutenant. As we see, he felt far less happy, and preferred to be what he really was, so the watchman was again a watchman. "That was an ugly dream," said he. "But curiously enough, I thought I was the lieutenant up there, and there was no pleasure in it. I missed me old woman, and the little ones. They're always ready to smother me with kisses." Then he sat nodding again. He could not get the dream quite out of his head, for he still had the goloshes on. A shooting star darted across the sky. "There it goes," he said. "There are plenty of 'em. I should like well enough to see those affairs a bit nearer, especially the moon. It wouldn't slip through my fingers. The student for whom my wife washes says that when we die we fly from one to the other of them. It's a lie, of course, but it wouldn't be bad. If I could have a little trip up there, I'd be willing to leave my body behind." Now there are certain things in this world we should be aware of expressing, especially if we have Fortune's goloshes on our feet. Just listen to the watchman's adventure. Few among us are not acquainted with the rapidity of steam traveling either on land by railway or at sea by boat, but these flights are only like the wanderings of a sloth or the march of a snail, compared with the velocity of light. Light travels 19 million times faster than the best racehorse, but it is again outstripped by electricity. Death is an electric shock which touches the heart. The soul, when freed, is borne on the wings of electricity. The sunlight takes 8 minutes and some seconds to perform a journey of over 20 million miles. But the soul performs the same distance in an infinitely shorter space of time. The space between the heavenly bodies is, for it, not greater than would be to us the distance between our friends' houses in a town, even if these were rather close together. In the meantime, this electric shock entirely deprives us of the use of our bodies, unless, like the watchman, we are wearing the Goloshes of Fortune. In a few seconds the watchman had traversed the 52,000 miles to the moon, which is, as we know, made of a much softer material than our earth. It is more like new fallen snow. He found himself on one of the numerous mountains which we all know from Dr. Madlier's large map of the moon. The interior of the mountain was like a large cauldron, a whole Danish mile in depth. At the bottom of this cauldron lay a town, of whose appearance an idea may be formed by putting the white of an egg into a glass of water, the substance of which was made being quite soft, while similar towers with cupolas and hanging balconies, all perfectly transparent, hovered in the thin, clear air. Our earth floated above his head like a great blood-red ball. Crowds of beings, all no doubt what we should call persons, moved about, but their appearance was very different from ours. They also had a language which nobody could expect the soul of the watchman to understand. This, however, it did. The soul of the watchman understood the language of the moon-dwellers perfectly well. They were disputing about our earth, and doubting whether it could be inhabited. The air, they thought, must be too thick for any sensible moon being to live on it. Most of them were of the opinion that the moon alone was inhabited. It was the original globe in which the old world people lived. Now we must return to E Street to see what has become of our watchman's body. Lifeless on the steps it lay. The morning star had fallen out of its hand, and the eyes looked up towards the moon, where its honest companion, the soul, was wandering. "What o'clock is it, watchman?" asked a passer-by. But the watchman did not answer, so the inquirer gently tapped him on the nose, and away went his balance. The body fell down the full length, for the watchman was dead, you know. A great fright had come over the man who had pushed him. The watchman was dead, and dead he remained. The death was notified, and at dawn the body was taken to the hospital. It might be a rare joke for a soul when it came back, if, as in all probability, it went to E Street to look for the body, and failed to find it there. Probably it would first go to the police station, then to the lost property office to advise for it among other things lost or stolen, and last of all it might go to the hospital. However, it may console us to know that the soul is wisest when left to itself. It is the body which makes it stupid. As we said before, the watchman's body went to the hospital, where it was first taken into the bathroom, and the goloshes were, of course, taken off. Then the soul had to come back again. It immediately took possession of the body, and the man came to life at once. He declared it had been the most terrible night of his life, and not for a shilling would he go through it again. However, all was over now. He was discharged the same day, but the goloshes were left at the hospital. Chapter 4. A critical moment. An evening's dramatic reading. A most unusual journey. Everyone in Copenhagen knows what the Frederiks Hospital looks like, but, as probably some strangers may read this tale, we must give a short description of it. The hospital is separated from the street by a rather high railing, of which the thick iron bars are just so far apart that a thin student, so the story goes, could squeeze through them, and so pays little visits to the outside world. The part of the body most difficult to squeeze through was the head. In this case, as so often in the world, a small head was the most convenient. This will be a sufficient introduction. One of the young medical students, of whom only a physical sense could it be said that he was thick-headed, happened to be on duty that night. It was pouring with rain. Notwithstanding these two hindrances, he pinned to get out, if only for a quarter of an hour. It was not worth while, he thought, confiding in the porter, if he could slip out through the railings. There lay the goloshes the watchman had forgotten. Little did he think they were fortunes, but they might be useful in such weather, so he slipped them on. Now came the question whether he could slip through the railings. He had never tried before. There he stood. How I wish I had my head through," he said, and immediately, although it was far too big, it slipped through quite easily. The Goloshes understood all about it. Now, to get the body through. "Ugh, I am too stout," said he. "I thought the head was the greatest difficulty. I shall never get through." Then he tried to draw his head back quickly, but it wouldn't come. He could move his neck about, but that was all he could do. He first felt very angry, and then his spirits sank below zero. The Goloshes of Fortune had brought him into a terrible position, and unfortunately it never occurred to him to wish himself free again. Instead of wishing, he struggled to free himself, but in vain. The rain poured down. Not a creature was seen in the street. He could not reach the bell by the gate. How was he to get away? He foresaw that he might have to stand there till morning. Then a smith would have to be fetched to file the bars, and it would be a very slow business. All the blue coat boys from the school opposite would be on the move. The people from Nyboder would appear on the scene for the fun of seeing him in the pillory. There would be a much bigger crowd than there was at the meeting for the wrestling championship last year. "Ah," he cried, "the blood is rushing to my head. I shall go mad. Oh, if I were only free again, I should be all right." Now he should have said this before. No sooner was his wish expressed than it was fulfilled. His head was free. He rushed into the hospital quite distracted by the terror which the Goloshes of Fortune had caused him. We must not suppose that his adventures were over. No, indeed. The worst is to come. The night passed, and the following day, but no one sent for the Goloshes. In the evening there was to be a performance in the small theatre in Kinnock Street. The house was crammed, and between the acts a new poem was to be recited. It was called My Aunt's Spectacles. It was the story of a pair of spectacles which enabled the wearer to look into futurity. The poem was excellently recited, and it was received with much applause. Among the audience was the medical student, who seemed entirely to have forgotten his adventure of the previous evening. Again he was wearing the goloshes, as no one had claimed them, and the streets being very muddy, they would do him good service, he thought. He was much taken with the poem, and the idea of it haunted him. He would like such a pair of spectacles well enough for himself. Perhaps, if they were rightly used, one might be able to look straight into people's hearts. And this would be much more interesting, he thought, than to know what would happen next year. Future events must, in due course, be revealed, whereas the secrets of the heart would never be divulged. I can picture to myself the whole row of ladies and gentlemen on the front bench. If one could only look straight into their hearts, what a revelation there would be! A sort of shop would open before me, and how I should use my eyes. In the heart of the lady opposite, for instance, I should expect a whole millinery of establishment. The next one would be quite empty, but it would be none the worse for a thorough cleaning. There would also be shops of a more substantial nature. Ah, yes. He sighed. I know one in which everything is substantial and good, but unfortunately there is already a shopman in it. More is the pity. From many I should hear the words, be so good as to walk inside. Ah, if only he could walk in, as a nice little thought passes through the heart. This was quite enough for the Goloshes. The student shrank up into nothing, and began a journey of the most unusual kind, right through the hearts of the people in the front row. The first heart he entered was that of a lady, but at first he imagined himself to be in an orthopedic hospital, where people go to have their limbs straightened, and to be cured of their deformities. He was in a room hung round with plastered casts of misshapen limbs. But the difference here was that whereas the hospital casts were taken when the patients were admitted, these in the heart were taken and preserved after the originals had left. They were, in fact, the casts of the bodily and mental deformities of her friends, thus carefully preserved. Quickly, he passed on into the heart of another woman. This one appeared to him as a great sacred church. The white dove of innocence hovered over the altar. How gladly would he have fallen on his knees before it, and worshipped, but he was hurried on into the next heart. Still, however, the notes of the organ echoed in his heart, and he seemed to have become another and better man, and not utterly unworthy to enter the next sanctuary. Here was revealed to him a poor little attic, where lay a sick mother. Poor though it was, God's warm sunshine streamed brightly in. Lovely roses nodded their heads from the little wooden box on the roof, while 2 birds warbled sweetly of the joys of childhood, and a sick mother called down a blessing on her daughter. Now he crept on the hands and knees through an overcrowded butcher's shop. Flesh, flesh, and nothing but flesh. It was the heart of a rich, respectable man, whose name no doubt will be found in the directory. He next entered the heart of the man's wife. It was an old deserted dovecot. The husband's portrait was used as a weathercock, which was connected with the doors, so that these opened and shut as the man turned about. Thence he passed into a cabinet of mirrors such as we have in the castle of Rosenborg, only these had the power of magnifying to an extraordinary extent. In the middle of the room, on the floor, like the Grand Lama of Tibet, sat the insignificant ego of a person, astonished with the contemplation of his own greatness. After this he found himself in a narrow needle case, full of sharp needles. This must surely be the heart of some old maid, he thought, but this was not the case. It was the heart of a quite young officer with many medals and orders, and who was considered a man of spirit and refinement. The wretched student passed out of the last heart and into a state of great bewilderment. He could not collect his thoughts at all, but fancied that his vivid imagination had run away with him. "Good heavens!" he sighed. "I must be on the high road to madness. It is so desperately hot here. It makes the blood rush to my head." All at once he remembered the terrible events of the night before, how his head had been stuck between the bars of the railing at the hospital. "I must have brought it on there," he said. "There's nothing like taking things in time. A Turkish bath would be the best thing. I wish I were on the upper shelf there." Accordingly, he found himself on the upper shelf in the sudarium, but he lay there in all his clothes, boots, and goloshes. The drops of hot water trickled onto his face from the ceiling. "Hello!" he shouted, and rushed down to get a shower bath. The attendant also shouted when he saw a man with all his clothes on in the shower bath. The student collected himself sufficiently to a whisper. "It's a wager!" The first thing he did when he got home was to put a blister onto his neck and his back to draw out the madness. The next morning his back was raw, and that was all he gained by the goloshes. Chapter 5. The Metamorphosis of the Copying Clerk. In the meantime the watchman, whom we have not forgotten, remembered the goloshes he had found, which had gone to the hospital with him. He fetched them away, but as neither the lieutenant nor anyone else in the street would own them, they were left at the police station. "They're exactly like my own goloshes," said one of the clerks, as he examined the castaways and measured them with his own. "You would have to have a keener eye than a shoemaker to see any difference between them." "Mr. Clerk," said an attendant who came in with some papers. The clerk returned to speak to the man, and when he was gone, and he returned to his examination of the goloshes, he could no longer remember whether the right-hand pair or the left-hand pair were his. "Those which are wet must be mine," he thought, but in this he made a mistake, for they were Fortune's. Surely the police may make mistakes sometimes, as well as other people. So he put them on, stuffed some papers into his pockets, and took some others under his arm, for they were to be read and revised at home. It happened to be Sunday morning, and a very fine day, so he thought a walk in Fredericksburg Garden would do him good, and out he went. No one could be a quieter or more industrious person than this young man, and right glad are we that he should have this little walk. It could only do him good after so much sitting. At first he walked along not thinking of anything in particular, so the goloshes had no opportunity of exercising their magic power. He met a friend in the avenue, a young poet, who told him that this summer holiday was to begin on the following day. "Hello, are you off again?" said the clerk. "You are a lucky fellow. You can fly off whenever you like. We others are tied by the leg." "Ah, but one end of the chain is attached to the breadfruit tree, you must remember," answered the poet. "You have no cares about your daily bread, and then you have a pension." "Still, you are far better off," said the clerk. "You can sit writing poetry. What a pleasure that is! Everybody says pleasant things about you, and you are your own master. I should like you to sit writing all these trivial affairs in an office." The poet shook his head, and the clerk shook his too, and neither of them changed their opinions in the least. They then took leave of each other. "They're quite queer cattle, these poets," said the clerk. "I should like to understand them and their ways, and to become a poet myself. I'm certain I shouldn't write such lackadaisical rhymes as other people. What a lovely spring day this is! A perfect poet's day. The air is so clear, the clouds are so beautiful, and there is such delicious scent from the flowers and shrubs. I have not felt as I do today for years." We already perceive that he has become a poet, though there was no great outward change in him, for it is a foolish idea that poets look different from other people. There may be many far more poetical natures among persons who are not known as poets than in those of the acknowledged poets. The only difference is that the poet has a better memory. He can hold fast to a feeling or an idea till it comes forth clearly embodied in beautiful words, and this the others cannot do. But to pass from a commonplace person into one of originality must always be a great change. And this is what had now befallen the clerk. "What fragrant air!" he said. "It reminds me of Aunt Madeline's violets. Ah, that was when I was a little boy. What an age it is since I thought about her, my good old aunt. She used to live up there, behind the exchange. She always had a few buds or green shoots in the water, however severe winter might be. I used to smell the violets while I put the heated pennies on the frozen window panes to make peepholes. What a view that was! There were the ships frozen up in the canal, deserted by the sailors. One cowing crow being the whole crew in charge. As soon as the fresh spring breezes returned, everything received a new life. Amid the songs and merriments, the ice was sawn up, the ships were tarred and rigged, and then off they went to foreign parts. I have remained here, and always must remain, sitting at the office seeing other people taking their passports to foreign countries. Such is my lot, he said, sighing deeply, but suddenly he stopped. Good heavens! What is the matter with me? I have never felt like this before. It must be the effect of the spring air. It gives me almost as much pain as pleasure. He felt in his pockets for the papers. These will give me something else to think about, he said, running his eyes over the first page. Dame Sigbrith, an original tragedy in 5 acts, he read. Why, what is this? Yet it is in my own handwriting. Did I write this tragedy? The Intrigue on the Ramparts, a comedy. Where on earth did this come from? Somebody must have put it in my pocket. Here is a letter, too. It is from the manager of a theatre. The pieces were rejected, and the letter was anything but civil. Hum, 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 said the clerk, sitting down on a bench. His ideas were so fresh and his heart so softened. Mechanically he plucked a flower growing near. It was a simple little daisy, yet what botanists can only explain to us in several lectures, this little flower teaches us at once. She related the myth of her birth. She told him about the power of the sun, which unfolded her tender leaves and drew forth her fragrance. This made him reflect on the battle of life, which in a like manner rouses the slumbering feelings in our breasts. Light and air both woo the flower. The light is the favored lover, and to him she turns continually. When light disappears, she shuts up her petals, and sleeps in the safe guardianship of the air. It is light which makes me so beautiful, said the flower. But it is air which gives light, whispered the poet's voice. Close by stood a boy stirring up the mud in a ditch with a stick. The water splashed up into the green branches above. The clerk thought of the millions of invisible insects hurled up in the drops of water, and to whom such an evolution must have been as terrible as it would be for us to be whirled about the clouds. As these thoughts came into his head, and all the changes which had taken place in him, he smiled. I must be fast asleep and dreaming. But how wonderful it is! How naturally one dreams, knowing all the time that it is but a dream. If only I could remember when I wake all that I have been dreaming. I seem to be wonderfully clear-headed just now. I see everything plainly, but I am sure in the morning, if I have any recollection of my dreams at all, they will be nothing but nonsense. I have tried it before. All the clever and brilliant things one says and hears in dreams are like the gold of underground gnomes, rich and bright when it is given you, but see it by daylight, and you will have nothing but stones and dead leaves. Alas, he said, sighing sadly as he looked at the little birds singing gaily and hopping from branch to branch. They are much better off than I am. Flying is a delightful accomplishment if you are born to it. If I were to change into anything else, it should be into a little lark like that. At once the sleeves and tails of his coat stuck together and became wings. His clothes changed to feathers, and his goloshes to claws. He perceived the change at once, and laughed inwardly. Ho, ho! "Now I am sure I am dreaming," he said. "But such a stupid dream as this I have never had before." He flew up among the branches with a song, but there was no poetry in it, for his poet's nature was gone. The Goloshes, like everyone who does anything thoroughly, could only do one thing at a time. The clerk wished to be a poet, and he became one. Now he wanted to be a little bird, and a bird he became. But on becoming a bird, he lost his previous characteristics. "Ah, this is nice enough," he said. "During the day I can sit at the office attending the gravest matters, and at night I can dream that I am flying about like a lark in Fredericksburg Gardens. What a capital farce it would make!" Then he flew down onto the grass, twisting and turning his head about among the waving stalks, which, in proportion to his present size, were as tall as the palms of northern Africa. It was but for a few minutes. All at once it grew as dark as night around him. A huge object, as it seemed to him, was thrown over him. It was a big cap with which a schoolboy from Nimboder had covered him. A hand crept in and clutched the clerk by the back wings so tightly that he piped, and in his terror he called out quite loud, "You impudent young puppy! I am a clerk in the police service!" But to the boy it only sounded like peep, peep, and he hit him on the beak and walked off with him. In the avenue he met two schoolboys of the upper classes, in rank at least, and learning they were amongst the lowest in the school. They bought the bird for a few pence, and in this way the clerk got back to Copenhagen, where he was taken to a house in Goth Street. "It's well that I am only dreaming," said the clerk, "or I should be in a fine rage. First I was a poet, now I'm a lark. It was my poetical temperament which made me change into a bird. But it's a miserable business when one falls into the hands of boys. I should like to know what the end of it will be." The boys took him into a very elegantly furnished room, where a stout, merry lady received them, but she was by no means pleased at their bringing in a common little field bird, as she called the lark. She would let them keep it for today, she said, and they might put it in the empty cage near the window. "Perhaps it would please Polly the parrot," added she, laughing at a big green parrot, which was swinging backwards and forwards in a stately manner in its gorgeous brass cage. "It's Polly's birthday," she added, with affected gaiety, "so the little field bird must come and congratulate." Polly did not answer a word, but went on swinging. A pretty little canary in the next cage, which had been brought from its own warm fatherland, began singing loudly. "Be quiet, screamer," said the lady, throwing a handkerchief over the cage. "Peep, peep," it sighed. "What a fearful snowstorm." The clerk, or, as the lady called him, the field bird, was put into a little cage close to the canary, and not far from the parrot. The only words the parrot could chatter, and which often came in oddly enough, were, "Now let us be men." All its other utterances were just as incomprehensible as the twittering of a canary, except to the clerk, who, being a bird himself, understood his companions perfectly. "I used to fly about under the green palms and flowering almonds," sang the canary. "I used to fly with my brothers and sisters among the gorgeous flowers and over the glassy lake, where the plants at the bottom nodded to us. There were lots of bright parrots who used to tell us the funniest stories in the world." "They were wild birds," answered the parrot. "Oh, they had no education. Oh, now let us be men." "Do you remember the pretty girls dancing in the great outspread tent under the flowering trees? Do you remember the luscious fruits and the cooling juice of the wild grapes?"
Oh yes," said the parrot. "But I am far better off here. I have good food, and I am treated with great consideration. I know how clever I am, and I desire nothing more. Oh, now let us be men. You have a poet's soul, as they call it. I have sound accomplishments and wit. You have genius, but no discretion. You give yourself away by bursting out into those piercing notes of yours, and then they smother you. They never presume to cover me up, for I cost them so much. Then I impress them with my beak and confound them with all my wit. Oh, wit, wit, wit! Now let us be men."
"Oh, my beloved flowery fatherland," sang the canary, "I will pipe of your dark green trees, of your little bays where the drooping branches kiss the waters. I will ever sing of the rejoicing of my brilliant brothers and sisters hovering over the cactus plants, wells of the desert as they are called."
"Oh, stop that lackadaisical strain,"
said the parrot.
"Say something that one can laugh at. Laughter is a sign of the highest mental cultivation. Can a dog or horse laugh? No, they can cry, but laughter is only given to mankind. Ha!
laughed the parrot, adding its unusual phrase,
"Now let us be men."
"You little grey Danish bird," said the canary, "they have made a captive of you. It must be cold in your woods, but still there is freedom in them. Fly away, they have forgotten to fasten your cage, and the window is open at the top. Fly, fly!" The clerk immediately hopped out of his cage. Just at that moment the half-open door to the next room creaked, and the cat crept stealthily in with its green shining eyes, and gave chase. The canary fluttered in its cage, the parrot flapped its wings and shouted,
"Oh, let us be men!"
The clerk was terribly frightened, and flew off through the window, over the housetops and over the streets. At last he was obliged to take a little rest. There was something familiar about the opposite house. There was an open window, and he flew in. It was his own room, and he perched upon the table.
"Let us be men,"
he said, without thinking of what he was saying, only repeating the parrot's phrase mechanically. At the same moment he became the clerk again. There he was sitting on the table.
"Good heavens," said he, "however did I get here sleeping on the table? And very disturbed dreams I've been having too. Stupid nonsense, the whole story."
Chapter 6. The Last Best Gift of the Goloshes. Next day, in the early morning, while the clerk was still in bed, someone knocked at the door. It was his neighbor, the divinity student, who lived on the same floor, and now walked in. "Lend me your goloshes," he said. "It's so wet in the garden, but the sun is shining, and I want to smoke a pipe." He put on the goloshes, and went down into the garden, which possessed 1 apple and 1 pear tree. Even that was a great treasure in the heart of the town. The student walked up and down the path. It was only 6 o'clock. A post horn sounded in the street. "Oh, to travel, to travel! Surely it is the most delightful thing in the world. It is the great desire of my heart. If I could travel, this restlessness which overcomes me would be quieted. But it must be far away. I should like to see beautiful Switzerland, travel to Italy, and—" It was a good thing the goloshes began to have an effect at once, or he would have traveled about too much either for himself or for us. Well, he traveled. He was in the heart of Switzerland, but packed into a diligence with 8 other people. He had a headache and a crick in his neck. His legs were swollen from sitting so long, and his boots pinched him. He was half asleep and half awake. He had a letter of credit in his right hand pocket, and his passport in the left, and a little leather purse with some Louis d'Ors sewn up in it in his breast pocket. Every time he dropped off, he dreamed that one or the other of these was lost, and he started up in feverish haste. The first movement of his hand was a triangle from the right to the left, and up to his breast, to feel if they were still there. Umbrellas, sticks, and hats swayed about in the net above their heads, and considerably impaired the view, which was grand in the extreme. He stole glances at it, while his heart sang jubilantly words which we know at least one other poet has sung, but which have not up to this present time been printed. The landscape was stupendous, dark, and solemn. The pine woods looked like mere heather on the high mountains, whose summits were lost in the wraiths of mist. Soon it began to snow, and a piercing wind sprang up. "Oh!" he shuddered. "If only we were on the other side of the Alps, it would be summer, and I should have got some money on my letter of credit. The fear of losing it spoils all my pleasure in Switzerland. Oh, if only I were on the other side." And there he was, on the other side, far in the interior of Italy between Florence and Rome. The lake of Thrasymene lay before him like a flaming sheet of gold, amongst the dark blue mountains. Here, where Hannibal defeated Flaminius, the vines now entwined in their graceful tendrils. Charming half-naked children guarded a flock of coal-black pigs among a group of scented laurels by the wayside. If we could paint this picture so as to do it justice, everyone who saw it would rejoice over "beautiful Italy." But neither the student nor any of his companions in the carriage would have said it. Thousands of poisonous flies and gnats swarmed around them, and in vain they attempted to drive them out with myrtle branches. They bit all the same. Not a man in the carriage, but his face was swollen and disfigured from the bites. The poor horses looked like a carrion. The flies settled in masses upon them. They only had a moment's relief when the driver got down and scraped them off. When the sun went down, a sharp wind whistled round, which was anything but pleasant. A beautiful green light rested on the mountains and clouds. You must go and see it thoroughly to appreciate it. It was wonderful. The travelers thought so too, only their stomachs were empty, their limbs weary, and all their thoughts turned towards quarters of the night. But where were these? They looked much more anxiously for an inn than at a beautiful view. Their road ran through an olive wood, just as at a home it might have wound through stunted willows. Here lay the solitary inn. 60 of crippled beggars were encamped outside, the best of whom looked like Famane's eldest son, Snarly Yo, and Captain Murat's dog-fiend. The others were either blind, or had withered feet and crept on their hands, or contracted arms and fingerless hands. It was indeed misery in rags. "Eccellenza, miserabili," they moaned, stretching out their maimed limbs. The hostess herself had bare feet, uncombed hair, and was clad in a dirty dress. The doors were tied up with string. The floors consisted of half-uprooted cobblestones. Bats flew about under the ceiling, and the odor, "It would be as well as if we had the supper served in the stable," said one of the travellers. "There at least one knows what the air is one braves." The windows were opened to let in a little fresh air, but quicker than the air, in came the withered arms and the everlasting whines. "Miserabili, eccellenza." There were many inscriptions on the walls, many of them uncomplimentary to La Bella Italia. The dinner was brought. It consisted of water soup flavored with pepper and rancid oil. The same oil figured in the salad. Stale eggs and roasted cockscombs were the grandest dishes. Even the wine had a disagreeable taste. It was a nauseous mixture. At night the boxes were piled against the door, and one of the travellers kept watch while the others slept. The student had first watch. Oh, how close it was! The heat was oppressive, the gnats stung, and the miserabili outside whined in their sleep. "Travelling would be well," said the traveller, "if one had no body, if it could rest in the spirit soar alone. Wherever I go, there is always something wanting which oppresses the heart, something better than the present, and that I must have. Something better, the best of all, but where, and what is it? I know very well what I want. I want to reach a happy goal, the happiest of all." As the words escaped his lips, he found himself back at home. Long white curtains hung before the windows, and a coffin stood in the middle of the floor, and he himself lay in it, in the quiet sleep of death. His wish was fulfilled, his body was at rest, and his spirit free. "Call no man happy before he is in his grave," were Solon's words, which here received a fresh confirmation. Every corpse is an enigma to immortality. Neither could this sphinx before us answer the question which the living man had written down 2 days before. "Strong death, thy very silence wakes our dread. As to the grave our wandering steps are led. Shall now my soul up Jacob's ladder pass, into death's garden, there but the spring as grass? Our greatest suffering oft the world sees not. O thou, to whom fell sad and lonely lot, thou knowest that heavier are our woes passed by than all the earth that on our graves doth lie." 2 figures were moving in the room. We know them both. They were Sorrow and Fortune's handmaid. They bent over the dead man. "Seest thou now," said Sorrow, "what sort of happiness thy goloshes brought to mankind? They at least brought him who sleeps here, good of a lasting kind," answered Joy. "Oh no," said Sorrow, "he went of his own accord. He was not called away. His spiritual powers were not given strength enough to accomplish the task which had been set him. I will do him a true kindness." Saying which, she took off the goloshes. The sleep of death was over, and the dead man rose to life again with renewed strength. Sorrow vanished, taking with her the goloshes. She seemed to look upon them as her property. End of section 37. Recording by Timothy Nielsen.
Section 38 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Mathewson, Exeter, England. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen, translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. The Bronze Boar. In the town of Florence, not far from the Piazza del Granduca, runs a little cross street. I think it is called Porta Rossa. In front of a kind of market in this street, where green stuff is sold, stands a skilfully worked bronze boar. A stream of fresh, clear water gushes out of its mouth. It has turned dark green from age. Only its snout shines as if it had been polished, and so it has, by the many hundreds of children and poor people who take hold of it with their hands and put their mouths to its mouth to drink the water. It is a picture in itself to see the well-formed animal embraced by a handsome, half-naked boy putting his fresh lips to its snout. Most people who go to Florence find the place. One only has to ask the first beggar one sees about the bronze boar, and he will find it. It was late on a winter evening. The mountains were covered with snow, but it was moonlight, and the moon in Italy gives a light which is as good as that of a dark winter's day in the north. Nay, it is better, for the clear air seems to raise us above the earth, while in the north the cold, grey, leaden clouds press us to the ground, the cold, wet ground which one day will press upon our coffins. Along in the ducal gardens, under the shelter of the stone pines, where thousands of roses bloom in the winter, a little ragged boy had been sitting all day. A boy who might have stood for typical Italy. He was so handsome, so merry, and yet so suffering. He was hungry and thirsty, but no one gave him a copper, and when it got dark and the gardens were to be closed, the porter drove him away. He stood for a long time dreaming on the bridge over the Arno, looking at the glittering stars reflected in the water beneath the stately marble bridge. He took the road to the Bronze Boar, and knelt before it, threw his arms round its neck, and put his little mouth to its shining snout, and drank great draughts of the fresh water. Close by lay a few salad leaves and some chestnuts, and these were his supper. There was not a creature in the street. He was quite alone. He got onto the boar's back, leant forward so that his little curly head rested on the animal's head, and before he knew what he was about, he fell fast asleep. It was midnight. The bronze boar moved. He heard it say quite plainly, "Hold tight, for I'm going to run off, you little boy." And then off it ran with him. What an odd ride that was. First they came to the Piazza del Granduca, and the bronze horse which carried the Duke's statue neighed aloud. The many-coloured coats of arms on the old town hall shone like transparent pictures, and Michelangelo's David slung his sling. It was a curious mixture of life. The bronze groups of Perseus and of the Rape of the Sabines were only too much alive. A death shriek from them resounded through the stately, solitary piazza. The bronze boar stopped by the Uffizi Palace, under the colonnade where the nobles assembled during Lent for the carnival. "Hold tight," said the animal, "hold tight, for now I am going up the stairs." The little fellow had not yet said a word. He was half frightened, half delighted. They stepped into a long gallery, and he knew it well. He had been there before. The walls were crowded with pictures, and the statues and busts were all in as bright a light as if it were day. But the most splendid of all was when the door to one of the adjoining rooms was opened. The little boy remembered the splendours here, but tonight everything was positively magnificent. Here stood the statue of a woman, as beautiful as only the costliest marble and the master hand of the sculptor could make her. She moved her lovely limbs, dolphins sprang at her feet, and immortality shone from her eyes. She is known to the world as the Venus de Medici. Marble statues of splendid men were grouped around her. One of them was whetting his sword. He is called the Grinder. The next group was the wrestling gladiators. The sword was whetted, and the giants struggled for the goddess of beauty. The boy was dazzled by the glitter. The walls were radiant with colour, and everything there was full of life and movement. The picture of Venus, earthly Venus with her rounded limbs and glowing with life as Titian saw her, shone out in redoubled splendour. Near her the portraits of two beautiful women stretched upon soft cushions with heaving bosoms and luxuriant locks falling over their rounded shoulders, while their dark eyes betrayed their burning thoughts. But none of all these pictures ventured quite out of their frames. The goddess of beauty herself, the gladiators, and the Grinder remained in their places, subdued by the halo round the Madonna, with the infant Jesus and St. John. The sacred pictures were no longer pictures. They were the saints themselves. What brilliance and what beauty as they passed from gallery to gallery. The little boy saw them all. The Bronze Boar went slowly through all the glories. One sight crowded out the previous one. One picture only really took hold of his thoughts, and that was chiefly because of the happy children in it. Once, by daylight, the little boy had nodded to them. Many probably pass this picture lightly, and yet it contains a treasury of poetry. It is a Christ descending to the nether regions, but he is not surrounded by souls in torment. No, these are the heathen. The picture is by the Florentine Angiolio Bronzino. Most beautiful is the expression of the children's faces in their certainty that they are going to heaven. Two little creatures are already bracing each other. One little one stretches out a hand to a companion below, pointing to himself, as much as to say, "I am going to heaven." All the older people stand round, doubting or hoping or bending humbly before the Saviour. The boy looked longer at this picture than at any of the others. The Bronze Boar stood still before it. A gentle sigh was heard. Did it come from the picture, or from the animal's breast? The boy held out his hand towards the smiling children. Then the animal tore off with him, tore away through the open gallery. Thank you, you beautiful animal," said the little boy, patting the boar, which went bump, bump, down the stairs with him. "Thank you," said the Bronze Boar. "I have helped you, and you have helped me, because I only get strength to run when I have an innocent child on my back. Nay, I dare even step under the rays of the lamp before the Madonna. I can carry you anywhere, except into a church, but when you are with me, I can stand outside and look in at the open door. Don't get down off my back. If you do, I shall be dead, just as you see me in the daytime at the Porta Rossa." "I will stay with you, my beloved creature," said the little boy. And then they rushed at a furious pace through the streets of Florence to the piazza before the church of Santa Croce. The folding doors flew open, and the lights on the altar streamed through the church and out into the solitary piazza. There was a wonderful blaze of light from a sculptured tomb in the left aisle. Thousands of twinkling stars formed a kind of halo round it. The tomb was surmounted by a coat of arms, a red ladder gleaming like a flame of fire on a blue field. It was the grave of Galileo. It is a simple monument. The red ladder may be emblematic of art, signifying that the way to fame is always upwards on a flaming ladder. All genius soars to heaven, like Elias of old. In the right aisle of the church, every statue on the costly sarcophagi seemed endowed with life. Here stood Michelangelo, there Dante with a wreath of laurel round his brows, Alfieri, Machiavelli. These great men rest side by side, the pride of Italy. It is a very beautiful church, far more beautiful, if not so large, as the marble Cathedral of Florence. The marble garments appeared to move, as if their great wearers once again raised their heads and looked towards the glowing altar with its many lights, where the white-robed boys swung their golden censers amid song and music, while the fragrance of the incense filled the church and streamed out into the piazza. The boy stretched out his hands towards the light. But at the same moment the bronze boar rushed on again, and he had to clutch it tightly. The wind whistled in his ears. He heard the church doors creak on their hinges as they were shut. He seemed to lose consciousness, and felt a rush of icy air. And then he opened his eyes. It was morning. He had half slipped off the bronze boar, which stood in its usual place at the Porta Rossa. Fear and trembling seized the lad as he thought of the woman he called his mother. She had sent him out yesterday to get money, and he had got none. He was hungry and thirsty, and again he flung his arms round the boar's neck, kissed its snout, nodded to it, and walked off to one of the narrowest streets, only wide enough for a well-laden ass. A big iron-studded door stood half open. He went in there, and up some stone steps by a dirty wall with a greasy rope for a handrail, till he reached an open gallery hung with rags. A flight of steps led into a courtyard where there was a fountain. The water was drawn up from the fountain to the different floors by means of a thick iron wire, where the buckets hung side by side. Sometimes the pulley jerked the buckets and splashed the water all over the court. Another broken-down staircase led still higher up, and two Russian sailors running down almost upset the boy. They were coming in from their nightly carousals. A strongly built woman, no longer young, with thick black hair, followed them. "What have you brought home?" she asked the boy. "Don't be angry," he pleaded, taking hold of her dress as if to kiss it. "I've got nothing at all." They passed on into a little room. I need not describe it, but only say that in it stood an earthen pot with handles for holding fire, called a marito. She hung this on her arm, warmed her fingers, and pushed the boy with her elbow. "You must have got some money," she said. The boy began to cry, and then she kicked him, making him cry out loud. "Will you be quiet, or I'll break your screaming head?" And she swung the pot at him. The boy ducked his head and shrieked. Then a neighbour came in, and she also had a marito on her arm. "What are you doing to the child, Felicita?" she said. "The child is my own," answered Felicita, "and I can murder him if I like, and you too, Giannina." And then she swung the fire-pot again. The other woman raised hers to parry it, and the two pots clashed together, smashing them to atoms, and scattering fire and ash all over the room. The boy seized the opportunity to escape. He rushed across the courtyard and out of the gate. The poor child ran till he had no breath left. At last he stopped by the church of Santa Croce, whose great doors had opened to him last night. He went in. Everything here was bright. He knelt down by the first tomb. It was Michelangelo's, and very soon he sobbed as if his heart would break. People came and went. Mass was celebrated. nobody took any notice of him but an old citizen who stopped and looked at him for a moment, and then passed on like the rest. The poor child was quite overpowered by hunger and thirst. He became faint and ill. After a time, he crept into a corner behind the monuments and fell asleep. Towards evening, he was awakened by someone shaking him. He started up and saw the same old citizen standing before him. "Are you ill? Where is your home? Have you been here all day?" were some of the questions asked by the old man. After hearing what he had to say, the old man took him with him to a little house in a side street near. It was a glove-maker's, and a woman was sitting busily at work when they entered. A little white poodle, so closely clipped that the pink skin shone through, jumped upon the table and sprang towards the little boy. "The innocents soon make friends with each other," said the woman, patting both the dog and the boy. The good people fed him and said he should stay the night. And next day old Father Giuseppe would go and speak to his mother. He only had a homely little bed, but it was regal to him who so often slept upon the hard stones, and he slept sweetly and dreamt about the pictures and the bronze boar. Father Giuseppe went out early next morning, and the poor boy was not glad to see him go, for he knew that he had gone to his mother, and that he might have to go back. He cried at the thought, and kissed the lively little dog. The woman nodded to them both. What did Father Giuseppe say when he came back? He talked to his wife for a long time, and she nodded and patted the boy. "He's a beautiful child," she said. "What a clever glove-maker he will be, just like you. See what fingers he has. They are so delicate and flexible. Madonna intended him to be a glove-maker." So the little boy stayed in the house, and the woman taught him to sew. He had plenty to eat and got plenty of sleep. He grew quite merry, and at last began to tease Bellissima, as the little dog was called. This made the woman angry. She scolded him and shook her finger at him, so he went sadly to his own room. It faced the street, and the skins were hung up in it to dry. There were thick iron bars across the windows. And that night he could not sleep. His head was full of the bronze boar. Suddenly he heard "Scramble, scramble" outside. Could it be the boar? He rushed to the window, but there was nothing to be seen. "Help the signor to carry his box of colours," said his mistress in the morning, as their neighbour, a young artist, came down carrying his colour box, as well as a huge roll of canvas. The child took the box and followed the painter. They took the road to the picture gallery, and mounted the same stairs which he remembered so well from the night when he rode the bronze boar. He remembered all the statues and the pictures, the beautiful marble Venus, and the painted ones too. Again he looked at the Madonna with the infant Jesus and St. John. They stopped before the picture of Bronzino, where Christ is represented as standing in the underworld, with the children smiling around him in their certainty of entering heaven. The poor boy smiled too, for he was in his heaven. "Now you may go home," said the painter to him when he had put up his easel. "Might I stay to see the signor paint?" said the boy. "Might I see you put the picture on this canvas?" "I'm not painting yet," said the artist, taking out a piece of charcoal. His hand moved quickly, and his eye rapidly took the measures of the great picture. Though he only made a few light strokes, there stood the figure of the Saviour as in the painting. "Why don't you go?" said the painter. And then the boy wandered dreamily home again, sat down on the table, and learnt to make gloves. His thoughts were all day in the gallery, and therefore he was clumsy and pricked his fingers. But he did not tease Bellissima. In the evening, when he found the house door open, he crept out, It was cold, bright starlight, and very clear. He wandered away through the quiet streets, and soon he found himself before the Bronze Boar. He bent over it, kissed its shining snout, and then seated himself upon its back. "You beloved creature," he said, "how I have been longing for you! We must have another ride to-night." But the boar remained motionless. The little boy still sat astride of it when he felt something pull his clothes. He looked down and saw the little naked klept Bellissima. The little dog had followed him without having been noticed by anyone. Bellissima barked as much as to say, "Do you see I'm here? What are you sitting up there for?" A fiery dragon could not have frightened the boy more than the little dog at that place. "Bellissima in the street, and not dressed," as the old lady called it. What would be the end of it? The dog never went out in the winter without a little sheepskin coat which had been made for it. It was fastened round the neck and body with a red ribbon, and decorated with little red bows and jingling bells. It looked almost like a little kid when it went out in the winter, tripping after its mistress. And now here was Bellissima in the cold, without her coat. What would be the consequences? All his fancies were quickly put to flight, yet he stopped to kiss the boar before getting down, and then he took the shivering little dog in his arms. Oh, how cold she was! The boy ran off with her as fast as he could. "What are you running off there with?" shouted two policemen he met, and Bellissima barked. "Where did you steal that pretty dog?" they asked, and took it away from him. "Oh, give it back to me!" cried the boy. "If you didn't steal it, you can tell them at home that it be fetched from the police station." And off they walked with Bellissima. This was a terrible business. He did not know whether he had better jump in the river or go home and confess everything. They would certainly kill him, he thought. But I would gladly be killed, then I should go to heaven. So he hurried home, almost hoping to be killed. The door was fastened, and he could not reach the knocker. There was no one in the street, so he took a stone and hammered at the door with it. "Who's there?" said someone inside. "It is I," he said. "Bellissima is lost. Let me in and kill me." And then, indeed, there was an uproar. His mistress was so very fond of Bellissima. She looked at the wall where his coat ought to hang, and there it was in its proper place. "Bellissima at the police station!" she cried. "You bad child! Why did you take him out? He will die of cold, that delicate little animal, among all those rough men." Father Giuseppe had to go off at once. His wife scolded, and the boy cried. Everybody in the house came to see what was the matter, among them the painter. He took the boy on his knee and questioned him. Bit by bit he got out the whole story about the Bronze Boar and the picture gallery. It was rather difficult to understand, but the painter comforted the child and talked over the woman, and she would not be happy till Giuseppe came back with Bellissima, who had been in the hands of the police. And then there was great rejoicing, and the painter patted the boy on the head and gave him a few pictures. Oh, what splendid pictures they were! Comical heads, and above all the Bronze Boar himself. Oh, nothing could be more delightful. It was sketched in a few strokes, and even the house behind it appeared too. Oh, if only one could draw and paint, one would have the whole world before one. Next day, in his first quiet moment, the little fellow got a pencil and tried to copy the drawing of the Bronze Boar, and he succeeded too. It was a little crooked, a little on one side, one leg thick and another leg thin, but it was like the copy, and he was delighted. Only the pencil would not go as straight as he meant it to go. The next day another boar stood beside the first one, and this one was 100 times better. The third one was so good that anyone could see what it was meant for. But the glove-making went on badly. He did the errands very slowly. He had learnt from the Bronze Boar that any picture might be put on paper, and the town of Florence is a complete picture book, if only you turn over the leaves. On the Piazza della Trinità stands a slender column, and upon it stands Justice, blindfolded, with the scales in her hand. She was also soon put upon paper by the glove-maker's little apprentice. His collection grew, but as yet they were only copies of inanimate objects, when one day Bellissima came hopping towards him. "Stand still," he said. "I will make a beautiful portrait of you to put among my pictures." But she would not stand still, so he had to tie her up. He tied her by the head and tail. She did not like it, and barked and jumped about and strained at the cord. Just then her mistress came in. "You wicked boy! The poor animal!" was all she had time to say. She pushed the boy aside, kicked him, and called him an ungrateful, good-for-nothing, wicked boy. She almost smothered Bellissima with her kisses and tears. At this moment the painter came up the stairs, and this is the turning point of the story. In 1834 there was an exhibition in the Academy of Arts at Florence. 2 pictures hung side by side attracted much attention from the spectators. In the smaller of the two, a merry little boy sat at a table drawing. His model was a closely clipped little white poodle. As the animal would not stand, it was tied up by the head and tail with string. The whole picture was so full of life and truth to nature that it could not fail to interest all who looked at it. The story went that the painter was a young Florentine who had been found in the streets and brought up by an old glove-maker, and that he had taught himself to draw. A now celebrated artist discovered his talent at a time when he was about to be turned out of the glove-maker's house for having tied up his mistress's favourite, the little poodle, when he wanted a model. The glove-maker's apprentice had become a great painter, as the picture plainly proved. The larger picture was an even greater proof of his talent. There was only a single figure in it, that of a handsome, ragged boy, fast asleep, leaning against the bronze boar of the Via Porta Rossa. All the spectators knew the spot well. The child's arm rested on the boar's head, and he slept sweetly. The lamp in front of the Madonna was a beautiful picture. A handsome gilt frame surrounded it, and a wreath of laurel was hung on one corner. But a black ribbon was entwined among the leaves, and long black streamers hung down from it. The young painter was just dead.
Section 39 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen, translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. The Bell. In the evening, at sunset, when glimpses of golden clouds could just be seen among the chimney-pots, a curious sound would be heard, first by one person, then by another. It was like a church bell, but it only lasted a moment because of the rumble of vehicles and the street cries. "There is the evening bell," people would say. "The sun is setting." Those who went outside the town, where the houses were more scattered, each with its garden or little meadow, saw the evening star, and heard the tones of the bell much better. It seemed as if the sound came from a church buried in silent, fragrant woods, and people looked in that direction, feeling quite solemn. Time passed, and still people said one to the other, "Can there be a church in the woods? That bell has such a wonderfully sweet sound. Shall we go and look at it closer?" The rich people drove, and the poor ones walked, but it was a very long way. When they reached a group of willows which grew on the outskirts of the wood, they sat down and looked up among the long branches, thinking that they were really in the heart of the forest. A confectioner from the town came out and pitched a tent there, and then another confectioner, and he hung a bell up over his tent. This bell was tarred so as to stand the rain, and the clapper was wanting. When people went home again they said it had been so romantic, and that meant something beyond mere tea. 3 persons protested that they had penetrated right through the forest to the other side, and that they had heard the same curious bell all the time, but that then it sounded as if it came from the town. One of them wrote a poem about it, and said that it sounded like a mother's voice to a beloved child. No melody could be sweeter than the chimes of this bell. The emperor's attention was also drawn to it, and he promised that any one who really discovered where the sound came from should receive the title of the world's bell ringer, even if there were no bell at all. A great many people went to the woods for the sake of earning an honest penny, but only one of them brought home any kind of explanation. No one had been far enough, not even he himself, but he said that the sound of the bell came from a very big owl in a hollow tree. It was a wise owl which perpetually beat its head against a tree, but whether the sound came from its head or from the hollow tree he could not say with any certainty. All the same he was appointed world's bell ringer, and every year he wrote a little treatise on the owl, but nobody was much the wiser for it. Now, on a certain confirmation day, the priest had preached a very moving sermon. All the young people about to be confirmed had been much touched by it. It was a very important day for them. They were leaving childhood behind and becoming grown-up persons. The child's soul was, as it were, to be transformed into that of a responsible being. It was a beautiful sunny day, and after the confirmation the young people walked out of the town, and they heard the sound of the unknown bell more than usually loud coming from the wood. On hearing it they all felt anxious to go further and see it, all except 3. The first of these had to go home to try on her ball dress. It was this very dress and this very ball which were the reason of her having been confirmed this time, otherwise it would have been put off. The second was a poor boy who had borrowed his tailcoat and boots of the landlord's son, and he had to return them at the appointed time. The third said that he had never been anywhere without his parents, that he had always been a good child, and he meant to continue so, although he was confirmed. Nobody ought to have made fun of this resolve, but he did not escape being laughed at. So these 3 did not go. The others trudged off. The sun shone and the birds sang, and the newly confirmed young people took each other by the hand and sang with them. They had not yet received any position in life. They were all equal in the eye of the Lord on the day of their confirmation. Soon 2 of the smallest ones got tired, and they returned to town. 2 little girls sat down and made wreaths, so they did not go either. When the others reached the willows where the confectioners had their tents, they said, "Now then, here we are. The bell doesn't exist. It is only something people imagine." Just then the bell was heard in the wood, with its deep, rich notes, and 4 or 5 of them decided, after all, to penetrate further into the wood. The underwood was so thick and close that it was quite difficult to advance. The woodruff grew almost too high. Convolvulus and brambles hung in long garlands from tree to tree, where the nightingales sang and the sunbeams played. It was deliciously peaceful, but there was no path for the girls. their clothes would have been torn to shreds. There were great boulders overgrown with many-colored mosses, and fresh springs trickled among them with a curious little gurgling sound. "Surely that cannot be the bell," said one of the young people as he lay down to listen. "This must be thoroughly looked into." So he stayed behind and let the others go on. They came to a little hut made of bark, and branches overhung by a crab apple, as if it wanted to shake all its bloom over the roof, which was covered with roses. The long sprays clustered round the gable, and on it hung a little bell. Could this be the one they sought? Yes, they were all agreed that it must be, except one. He said it was far too small and delicate to be heard so far away as they had heard it, and that the tones which moved all hearts were quite different from these. He who spoke was a king's son, and so the others said, "That kind of fellow must always be wiser than any one else." So they let him go on alone, and as he went he was more and more overcome by the solitude of the wood. But he still heard the little bell with which the others were so pleased, and now and then when the wind came from the direction of the confectioner's he could hear demands for tea. But the deep-toned bell sounded above them all, and it seemed as if there was an organ playing with it, and the sounds came from the left, where the heart is placed. There was a rustling among the bushes, and a little boy stood before the king's son. He had wooden shoes on, and such a small jacket that the sleeves did not cover his wrists. They knew each other, for he was the boy who had had to go back to return the coat and the boots to the landlord's son. He had done this, changed back into his shabby clothes and wooden shoes, and then, drawn by the deep notes of the bell, had returned to the wood again. "Then we can go together," said the king's son. But the poor boy in the wooden shoes was too bashful. He pulled down his short sleeves and said he was afraid he could not walk quickly enough, besides which he thought the bell ought to be looked for on the right, because that side looked the most beautiful. "Then we shan't meet at all," said the king's son, nodding to the poor boy, who went into the thickest and darkest part of the wood, where the thorns tore his shabby clothes and scratched his face, hands, and feet till they bled. The king's son got some good scratches too, but he at least had the sun shining upon his path. "We are going to follow him, for he is a bright fellow." "I must and will find the bell," said he, "if I have to go to the end of the world." Some horrid monkeys sat up in the trees grinning and showing their teeth. "Shall we pelt him?" said they. "Shall we thrash him? He is a king's son." But he went confidently on further and further into the wood, where the most extraordinary flowers grew. There were white, star-like lilies with blood-red stamens, pale blue tulips which glistened in the sun, and apple trees on which the apples looked like great shining soap bubbles. You may fancy how these trees glittered in the sun. Round about were beautiful green meadows, where stags and hinds gamboled under the spreading oaks and beeches. Mosses and creepers grew in the fissures where the bark of the trees was broken away. There were also great glades with quiet lakes, where white swans swam about, flapping their wings. The king's son often stopped and listened, for he sometimes fancied that the bell sounded from one of these lakes, but then again he felt sure that it was not there, but further in the wood. Now the sun began to go down, and the clouds were fiery red. A great stillness came over the wood, and he sank upon his knees, sang his evening psalm, and said, "Never shall I find what I seek. Now the sun is going down, the night is coming on, the dark night. Perhaps I could catch one more glimpse of the round, red sun before it sinks beneath the earth. I will climb up onto those rocks. They are as high as the trees." He seized the roots and creepers and climbed up the slippery stones where the water snakes wriggled and the toads seemed to croak at him, but he reached the top before the sun disappeared. Seen from this height, oh, what splendor lay before him! The ocean, the wide, beautiful ocean, its long waves rolling towards the shore. The sun still stood like a great shining altar out there where sea and sky met. Everything melted away into glowing colors. The wood sang, the ocean sang, and his heart sang with them. All nature was like a vast holy temple, where trees and floating clouds were as pillars, flowers and grass the woven tapestry, and the heaven itself a great dome. The red colors vanished as the sun went down, but millions of stars popped out. They were like countless diamond lamps, and the king's son spread out his arms toward heaven, sea, and forest. At that moment, from the right-hand path came the poor boy with the short sleeves and wooden shoes. He had reached the same goal just as soon by his own road. They ran towards each other and clasped each other's hands in that great temple of nature and poetry, and above them sounded the invisible holy bell.
Section 40 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a Library Vox recording. All Library Vox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit libraryvox.org. Recording by Timothy Nielsen. www.mrtime.com. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. Ole Lukic, the Dustman. There is nobody in all the world who can tell so many stories as Ole Lukic, and such stories as he can tell. When night is drawing on, and the children are sitting round the table as good as possible, or on their little footstools, in walks Ole Shut-Eyes. He comes so quietly up the stairs without his shoes, and opens the door so softly that nobody hears him, and puff! He sends a shower of milk into their eyes in such fine spray as to be invisible. But they can't keep their eyes open after it, and so they never see him. He steals behind them and breathes upon their necks, making their heads as heavy as lead. But he never hurts them. He does it all from kindness to the children. He only wants them to be quiet, and the best way to make them quiet is to have them in bed. When they are settled there, he can tell them his stories. Then, as soon as the children are asleep, Ole Lukic seats himself upon their beds. He is well dressed. His clothes are of silk, but it is impossible to say what color they are, for it shimmers green, red, and blue every time he turns. He has an umbrella under his arm, one with pictures on it, and this he holds over the good children, and then they dream the most delightful stories all night long. The other umbrella has no pictures on it, and he holds this one over the children who have been naughty, and then they sleep heavily until the morning and have no dreams at all. I am now going to tell you about a little boy to whom Ole Lukic went every night for a whole week. His name was Hjalmar. There are just 7 stories, because there are 7 days in a week. Monday. Now just listen, said Ole Lukic in the evening, when he had got Hjalmar to bed. First I will smarten things up a bit. And then all the plants in the pots became big trees, their branches stretching right up to the ceiling and along the walls, so that the room looked like a delightful arbor. The branches were covered with flowers, and the flowers were more beautiful than the roses. They had the most delightful scent, and if you tried to eat them, were more delicious than the very nicest jam. The fruit shone like gold, and then there were the buns bursting with the plums. They were splendid. All at once the most miserable grumbles came from the table drawer where Halmar's school books were kept. "What is that now?" said Ole Lukoie, going along and opening the drawer. It was the slate groaning and writhing because there was a wrong figure in the sum set on it, and it was ready to fall to pieces. The pencil was hopping and skipping at the end of its piece of string, just as if it had been a little dog which would like to try and do the sum, but it couldn't. Then there was Halmar's copying book clamoring away inside its covers most pitifully. There was a row of capital letters down each side of every leaf, each with a little one beside it. Then beside them letters which imagined they looked like them, but these were written by Halmar. They looked almost as if they had tumbled over the line on which they had ought to be standing upright. "See, this is how you ought to hold yourselves," said the headlines. "So, to one side with brisk flourish." "Oh, we should like nothing better," said Halmar's letters, "but we can't. We are so crooked." "Then you shall have a dose of medicine," said Ole Lukoie. "Oh, no!" they cried, and then they stood up as stiffly as possible. "Well, now we can't tell any stories," said Ole Lukoie. "I must drill them. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then he drilled the letters, and they stood up stiffer than any headlines could stand. But when Ole Lukoie went away, and Halmar woke up in the morning, they were as crooked as ever. Tuesday. As soon as Halmar was in bed, Ole Lukoie touched all the furniture in the room with his little wooden wand, and everything began to talk. They all talked about themselves, except the spittoon, which was silent, and much annoyed that they were all so vain as only to talk about themselves, and to pay no attention to him, standing so modestly in the corner, and allowing himself to be spat upon. There was a big picture in the gilt frame hanging over a chest of drawers. It was a landscape in which one saw tall old trees, flowers growing in the grass, and a great piece of water, with a river flowing from it round behind a wood, past many castles and away to the open sea. Ole Lukoie touched the picture with his wand, and the birds in it began to sing, the branches of the trees moved, and the clouds scuttled along, and you could see their shadows passing over the landscape. Now Ole Lukoie lifted little Halmar up close to the frame, and Halmar put his leg right into the picture among the long grass, and there he stood. The sun shone down upon him through the branches of the trees. He ran to the water and got into a little boat which lay there. It was painted red and white, and the sails shone like silver. 6 swans, all with golden crowns round their necks, and a shining blue star upon their heads, drew the boat past the dark green woods, where the trees told stories about robbers and witches, and the flowers told other stories about the pretty little elves, and all that the butterflies had told them. Beautiful fish with gold and silver scales swam after the boat. Every now and then they sprang out of the water and back again with a splash. Red and blue birds, large and small, flew in 2 lines behind them. The gnats buzzed, and the cockchafers boomed. They all wanted to go with Hjalmar, and each of them had a story to tell. That was a sailing trip indeed. Now the woods were thick and dark. Now they were like beautiful gardens full of sunshine and flowers. Among them were castles of glass and marble. Princesses stood upon the balconies, and they were all the little girls whom Hjalmar knew and used to play with. They stretched out their hands, each one holding the most beautiful sugar pig which any cake woman could sell. Hjalmar took a hold of one end of the pig as they sailed by, and the princess held tight to the other, and each had a share, she the smaller and Hjalmar the bigger. Little princes stood sentry by each castle. They saluted with golden swords, and showered down sugar plums and tin soldiers. They were princes indeed. Now he sailed through a wood, now through great halls, or right through a town. He passed through the one where his nurse lived, she who used to carry him about when he was quite a little boy, and who was so fond of him. She nodded and waved her hand to him, and sang a pretty little song which she had written herself and sent to Hjalmar. I dream of thee for many an hour, Hjalmar my own, my sweeting. My kisses once fell like a shower, thy brow and red cheeks greeting. Mine ear thy first formed word addressed, thy last must be in parting. May you on earth by heaven be blessed, angel from heavenward darting. All the birds sang too, the flowers danced upon their stalks, and the old trees nodded, just as if Ole Lukic were telling them stories. Wednesday. How the rain was pouring down outside. Hjalmar could even hear it in his sleep, and when Ole Lukic opened the window, the water stood right up to the sill. It was a regular lake, and a beautiful ship lay close to the house. "Will you sail with me, little Hjalmar?" said Ole Lukic. "If you will, you can go to the distant countries tonight, and be back here again in the morning." Then all at once, Hjalmar found himself in his best Sunday clothes, on board a beautiful ship. It was heavenly weather, and they sailed through the streets, past the church, till they reached a wild open sea. They sailed so far that there was no more land to be seen. They saw a flock of storks leaving home on their way to warmer countries, flying in a line, one behind the other. They had already flown a long, long way. One of them was so tired that his wings could hardly carry him any further. He was the last one in the row, and soon he was a long way behind. At last he sank, with outspread wings, lower and lower. He flapped his wings feebly for a few strokes, but it was no use. Now he touched the rigging of the ship with his feet, and slid down the sail with a flop onto the deck. Then the cabin boy picked him up and put him into the hen house, with the chickens, the ducks, and the turkeys. The poor stork stood among them looking quite depressed. "What a creature!" said all the hens. The turkey cock puffed himself up as big as he could, and asked who he was, and the ducks waddled backwards, pushing against each other, saying, "Quack, quack!" Then the stork told them about the sunny Africa, and the pyramids, and the ostrich running across the deserts like a wild horse. But the ducks did not understand him, and they pushed each other and said, "Are we agreed he is an idiot?" "Yes, idiot he is indeed," said the turkey cock with a gobble. Then the stork became quite silent, thought about his beloved Africa. "Nice thin legs you've got there," said the turkey cock. "How much a yard?" "Quack, quack, quack," grinned all the ducks. But the stork appeared not to hear them. "You're quite at liberty to laugh, too," said the turkey cock to him. "It was a very witty remark, or perhaps it was too low for you. Gobble, gobble. He's not many-sided," he said to the others. "It's good enough to amuse us. Gobble, gobble." Then all the hens clucked and the ducks quacked. It was tremendous amusement they got out of it. But Hjalmar went along to the henhouse, opened the door, and called the stork, and it hopped out onto the deck to him. It was rested now, and it seemed to nod to Hjalmar to thank him. Thereupon it spread its wings and flew away to the warm countries. But the hens clucked, the ducks quacked, and the turkey cock's head got as red as fire. "Tomorrow we'll make you into soup," said Hjalmar. Then he woke up and found himself lying in his own little bed. That was an extraordinary journey old Lukic had taken him. Thursday. "I'll tell you what," said Ole Lukic. "Don't be frightened, and I will show you a little mouse." And he stretched out his hand with the tiny little animal in it. "It has come to invite you to a wedding. There are 2 little mice who intend to enter a wedded state tonight. They live under the floor of your mother's larder, which they say is the most delightful residence." "But how can I get through a little mouse hole in the floor?" said Hjalmar. "Leave that to me," said Ole Lukic. "I'll soon make you small enough." Then he touched Hjalmar with his wand, and he quickly grew smaller and smaller. At last he was not as tall as one's finger. "Now, you may borrow a tin soldier's clothes. I think they'll just fit you, and it looks so smart to have on a uniform when one's in company." "Yes, indeed," said Hjalmar, and in a moment he was dressed like the grandest tin soldier. "Be so good as to take a seat in your mother's thimble," said the little mouse, "and I shall have the honor of drawing you." "Heavens! Are you going to take that trouble yourself, young lady?" said Hjalmar, and off they drove to the mouse's wedding. First they went down under the floor into a long passage, which was just high enough for them to drive through, and the whole passage was lighted up with the touchwood. "Isn't there a delicious smell here?" said the mouse, who was drawing him. "The whole passage has been smeared over with bacon fat. Nothing could be nicer." Then they came to the bridal hall, where all the little lady mice stood on the right, whispering and giggling, as if they were making fun of each other, and on the left stood all the gentlemen mice, stroking their whiskers with their paws. The bridal pair stood in the middle of the room, in a hollow rind of cheese, kissing each other most energetically before all of the people. But then they were engaged, you know, and just about to be married. More and more visitors poured in. The mice were almost crushing each other to death, and the bridal pair had taken their place in the doorway, so that one could neither get in nor out. The whole room, like the passage, was smeared with bacon fat. There were no other refreshments, but for dessert a pea was produced, in which one of the little mice of the family had bitten the name of the bridal pair, that is to say, the first letter of it, and this was something quite extraordinary. All the mice said it was a delightful wedding, and the conversation was most entertaining. And then Halmar drove home again. He had been in very grand company, but in order to get there he had been obliged to shrink wonderfully, to make himself small enough to get into the uniform of a tin soldier. Friday. It is astounding what a number of grown-up people would like to get a hold of me, said Ole Lukoie, especially those with a bad conscience. Good little Ole, they say to me, we can't close our eyes, and there we lie all night with all our bad deeds staring us in the face. They are like naughty elfins. They come and sit on our beds and squirt hot water over us. Won't you come and chase them away, so that we may have a good sleep? And then they sigh deeply. We will gladly pay you, Ole. Good night. You will find the money on the window-sill. But I don't do it for money, said Ole Lukoie. What are we going to do tonight? Asked Halmar. Well, I don't know whether you would like to go to a wedding again tonight. It's a different kind from yesterday's. Your sister's big doll, the one that looks like a man, and is called Herman, he is to be married to Bertha. Besides which, it is her birthday, so there will be no end of presents. Oh, I know all about that. Whenever the dolls want new clothes, my sister lets them have a birthday or a wedding. It has happened hundreds of times. Yes, but tonight it is the 101st wedding, and the 101st is the end of all things, so that's why this one will be so grand. Just look. Halmar looked along at the table. There was a little pasteboard house with lights in the windows, and all the tin soldiers presenting arms outside. The bridal pair sat upon the floor, leaning against the leg of the table. They were very thoughtful, and they had reason to be. Ole Lukoie, dressed in a grandmother's black skirt, married them. When the ceremony was over, all the furniture in the room joined in singing the following pretty song, which had been written by pencil, and went to the tune of the tattoo. Our song shall swing like the wind, till the bridal pair are enshrined. And they curtsied both like a stick, do you mind? For they're wood inside with kid for a rind. Hurrah, hurrah, wood and skin well combined. We'll sing it out loud to the rain and the wind. Then the presents were given, but they had declined any edibles. Love was enough for them without anything else. Shall we go into the country or travel abroad? Asked the bridegroom. And then they consulted the swallow, which had travelled so much, and the old mother hen, which had reared 5 broods of chickens. The swallow told them all about the delightful warm countries where the grapes hung in luscious clusters, and where the air was so mild, and the colours on the mountains were such as were not to be found elsewhere. "But they haven't got our green cabbage," said the hen. "I was in the country all one summer with my chicks. There was a gravel pit that we scratched in all day, and then we got admission to a garden where the cabbage grew. Oh, how green it was! I can't imagine anything more beautiful. But one cabbage is just like another," said the swallow, "and then there's so much bad weather here." "Oh, we're used to that," said the hen. "But it's so cold, it freezes." "That's good for the cabbage," said the hen. "Besides, sometimes it is warm enough. 4 years ago, didn't we have a summer with tremendous heat? For 5 weeks one could hardly breathe. And then we don't have all the poisonous creatures they have abroad, and there are no robbers. Anyone who doesn't think our own country the best must be a fool. He doesn't deserve to live here." And then the hen began to cry. "I've had my journeys too. I once traveled 12 miles in a barrel, and there's no pleasure in traveling." "Ah, the hen is a wise woman," said Bertha the doll. "I don't like traveling among mountains either, for first you go up and then you go down. No, we will move out by the gravel pit, and take our walks in the cabbage garden." And that was the end of it. Saturday. "Are we going to have some stories?" asked little Halmar, as soon as Ole Lukoie had got him to bed. "We haven't time for any tonight," said Ole, as he opened his prettiest umbrella. "Just look at these Chinese." The whole umbrella looked exactly like a big Chinese bowl, with blue trees all over it, and arched bridges on which stood little people nodding their heads. "We must have the whole world polished up for tomorrow," said Ole. "It is a holiday, for it is Sunday. I must go up into the church tower to see if the little church brownies are polishing the bells so that they may sound well. I must go into the fields to see if the wind has blown the dust off the grass and leaves. My biggest piece of work is to get down all the stars to polish them. I take them in my apron, but first I have to number each one, and the holes they belong have to be numbered too, so that they may go back into their proper places, or they wouldn't stick. And then we should be having too many falling stars. One after the other would drop out." "Now I say, Mr. Lukoie," said one of the old portraits hanging on the wall, "I am Halmar's great-grandfather. I am much obliged to you for telling him stories, but you mustn't puzzle his brains. The stars can't be taken down to be polished. The stars are planets just like our Earth, and that's the best of them." "Much obliged to you, old great-grandfather," said Ole Lukoie. "My best thanks to you. You are the head of the family. You are an antiquity, but I am older than you. I'm an old heathen. The Greeks and the Romans call me Dream God. I have my footing in the grandest houses. I can get on both with big and little. You may tell the stories yourself." And then Ole Lukoie went away and took his umbrella with him. "I suppose one mayn't give an opinion now," said the old portrait, and then Halmar woke. Sunday. "Good evening," said Ole Lukoie, and Halmar nodded. and then he jumped up and turned great-grandfather's portrait with its face to the wall, so that it should not talk as it did last time. Now you must tell me some stories about the 5 green peas which lived in the peas pod, and about the cock paying his addresses to the hen, and about the darning needle, which was so fine that it fancied it was an ordinary needle. You may have too much of a good time, said Ole Lukoie. I would rather show you something you know. I will show you my brother. He is also called Ole Lukoie, but he never comes more than once to anybody. And when he comes, he takes them away with him on his horse, and tells them stories. He only knows 2. One which is so beautiful that nobody on earth can imagine it, and one which is too terrible to be described. And then Ole lifted little Halmar up to the window, and said, Now you can see my brother, the other Ole Lukoie. He is also called Death. You see, he doesn't look at all bad, as he sometimes does in pictures, all bones and joints. No, he has silver embroidered border around his coat. It is a hussar's uniform, and a black velvet cloak streams out behind over his horseback. See how they are galloping? And Halmar saw how Ole Lukoie rode off, taking both old and young with him on his horse. He put some of them before him and some behind, but he always asked first, What character have you in your mark-book? They all said, Good. Let me see myself, said he. And then they had to show him the book. All those who had been very good or excellent against their names were put up in the front of him, and were told the most delightful stories. But those who had only pretty good or tolerable had to sit behind him, and were told horrible stories. They shivered and cried and tried to get off the horse, but they couldn't do that, because they grew fast to it at once. But Death is a beautiful Ole Lukoie, said Halmar. I am not a bit afraid of him. Nor need you be, said Ole Lukoie, if only you take care to have a good character in your book. Ah, now that's instructive, mumbled great-grandfather's portrait. It's some good, after all, to speak one's mind. And he was quite pleased. Now this is the story about Ole Lukoie. Tonight he can tell you some more himself. And
Section 41 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Furlong. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by Miss Edgar Lucas. The Swineherd. There was once a poor prince. He had only quite a tiny kingdom, but it was big enough to allow him to marry, and he was bent upon marrying. Now it certainly was rather bold of him to say to the emperor's daughter, "Will you have me?" He did, however, venture to say so, for his name was known far and wide, and there were hundreds of princesses who would have said, "Yes," and "Thank you kindly," but see if she would. Just let us hear about it. A rose tree grew on the grave of the prince's father. It was such a beautiful rose tree. It only bloomed every 5th year, and then only bore one blossom. But what a rose that was! By merely smelling it, one forgot all one's cares and sorrows. Then he had a nightingale which sang as if every lovely melody in the world dwelt in her little throat. This rose and this nightingale were to be given to the princess, so they were put into great silver caskets and sent to her. The emperor had them carried before him into the great hall where the princess was playing at visiting with her ladies-in-waiting. They had nothing else to do. When she saw the caskets with the gifts, she clasped her hands with delight. "If only it were a little pussy-cat," said she. But there was the lovely rose. "Oh, how exquisitely it is made," said all the ladies-in-waiting. "It is more than beautiful," said the emperor. "It is neat." But the princess touched it, and then she was ready to cry. "Fie, Papa," she said. "It is not made, it is a real one." "Fie," said all the ladies-in-waiting. "It is a real one." "Well, let us see what there is in the other casket, before we get angry," said the emperor, and out came the nightingale. It sang so beautifully that at first no one could find anything to say against it. "Superbe! Charmant!" said the ladies-in-waiting, for they all had a smattering of French. One spoke it worse than the other. "How that bird reminds me of our lamented empress's music box," said an old courtier. "Ah, yes, they are the same tunes, and the same beautiful execution." "So they are," said the emperor, and he cried like a little child. "I should hardly think it could be a real one," said the princess. "Yes, it is a real one," said those who had brought it. "Oh, let that bird fly away, then," said the princess, and she would not hear of allowing the prince to come. But he was not to be crushed. He stained his face brown and black, and pressing his cap over his eyes, he knocked at the door. "Good morning, Emperor," said he. "Can I be taken into service in the palace?" "Well, there are so many wishing to do that," said the emperor. "But let me see. Yes, I need somebody to look after the pigs, for we have so many of them." So the prince was made imperial swineherd. A horrid little room was given to him near the pigsties, and here he had to live. He sat busily at work all day, and by the evening he had made a beautiful little cooking pot. It had bells all round it, and when the pot boiled, they tinkled delightfully and played the old tune. "Ach, du lieber Augustin, alles ist weg. Alas, dear Augustine, all is lost, lost." But the greatest charm of all about it was that by holding one's finger in the steam, one could immediately smell all the dinners that were being cooked at every stove in the town. Now this was a very different matter from a rose. The princess came walking along with all her ladies-in-waiting, and when she heard the tune, she stopped and looked pleased, for she could play Ach du lieber Augustin herself. It was her only tune, and she could only play it with one finger. "Why, that is my tune," she said. "This must be a cultivated swineherd. Go and ask him what the instrument costs." So one of the ladies-in-waiting had to go into his room, but she put her pattens on first. "How much do you want for the pot?" she asked. "I must have 10 kisses from the princess," said the swineherd. "Heaven preserve us!" said the lady. "I won't take less," said the swineherd. "Well, what does he say?" asked the princess. "I really cannot tell you," said the lady-in-waiting. "It is so shocking." "Then you must whisper it." And she whispered it. "He is a wretch," said the princess, and went away at once. But she had only gone a little way when she heard the bells tinkling beautifully. Ach, du lieber Augustine. Go and ask him if he will take 10 kisses from the ladies in waiting. No, thank you, said the swineherd. 10 kisses from the princess, or I keep my pot. How tiresome it is, said the princess. Then you will have to stand round me, so that no one may see. So the ladies in waiting stood round her and spread out their skirts, while the swineherd took his 10 kisses, and then the pot was hers. What a delight it was to them! The pot was kept on the boil day and night. They knew what was cooking on every stove in the town, from the chamberlains to the shoemakers. The ladies in waiting danced about and clapped their hands. We know who has sweet soup and pancakes for dinner and who has cutlets. How amusing it is! Highly interesting, said the mistress of the robes. Yes, but hold your tongues, for I am the emperor's daughter. Heaven preserve us, they all said. The swineherd, that is to say the prince, only nobody knew that he was not a real swineherd, did not let the day pass in idleness, and he now constructed a rattle. When it was swung round, it played all the waltzes, gallops, and jig tunes which have ever been heard since the creation of the world. But this is superb, said the princess as she walked by. I have never heard finer compositions. Go and ask him what the instrument costs. But let us have no more kissing. He wants 100 kisses from the princess, said the lady-in-waiting. I think he is mad, said the princess, and she went away, but she had not gone far when she stopped. One must encourage art, she said. I am the emperor's daughter. Tell him he can have 10 kisses, the same as yesterday, and he can take the others from the ladies in waiting. But we don't like that at all, said the ladies. Oh, nonsense! If I can kiss him, you can do the same. Remember that I pay your wages as well as give you board and lodging. So the lady-in-waiting had to go again. 100 kisses from the princess, or let each keep his own. Stand in front of me, said she, and all the ladies stood round while he kissed her. Whatever is the meaning of that crowd round the pigsties? Said the emperor, as he stepped out onto the veranda. He rubbed his eyes and put on his spectacles. Why, it is the ladies in waiting. What game are they up to? I must go and see. So he pulled up the heels of his slippers, for they were shoes which he had trodden down. Bless us, what a hurry he was in! When he got into the yard, he walked very softly, and the ladies were so busy counting the kisses, so that there should be fair play, and neither too few nor too many kisses, that they never heard the emperor. He stood on tiptoe. What is all this? He said when he saw what was going on, and he hit them on the head with his slipper, just as the swineherd was taking the 86th kiss. Out you go, said the emperor, for he was furious, and both the princess and the prince were put out of his realm. There she stood crying, and the swineherd scolded, and the rain poured down in torrents. Oh, miserable creature that I am! If only I had accepted the handsome prince! Oh, how unhappy I am! The swineherd went behind a tree, wiped the black and brown stain from his face, and threw away his ugly clothes. Then he stepped out dressed as a prince. He was so handsome that the princess could not help curtsying to him. I am come to despise thee, he said. Thou wouldst not have an honorable prince. Thou couldst not prize the rose or the nightingale, but thou wouldst kiss the swineherd for a trumpery musical box. As thou hast made thy bed, so must thou lie upon it. Then he went back into his own little kingdom and shut and locked the door. So she had to stand outside and sing in earnest. Ach, du lieber Augustin, alles bist big. Alas, dear Augustine, all is
Section 42 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Davis. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen, translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. The Traveling Companion. Poor John was very sad. His father was ill, and he knew that he could not recover. There was no one else in the little room besides these two. It was quite late at night, and the lamp had nearly burned out. "You have been a good son, John," said the dying man. "I am sure the Lord will help you on in the world." And he fixed his mild, gentle eyes upon his son, drew a long breath, and passed away so quietly he only seemed to be asleep. John wept bitterly, for now he had nobody in the world belonging to him. Neither father nor mother, sister nor brother. Poor John! He knelt by the bedside and kissed his dead father's hands, and shed many tears. But at last his eyes closed, and he fell asleep with his head against the hard bedpost. He had a wonderful dream. He saw the sun and moon bowing before him, and he saw his father quite well and strong again. He laughed as he always used to laugh when he was very pleased. A lovely girl with a golden crown on her long beautiful hair stretched out her hand to John, and his father said, "See what a beautiful bride you have won. She is the loveliest maiden in the world." Then he woke up, and all the beautiful things were gone. His father lay on the bed, dead and cold. There was no one else there. Poor John! The dead man was buried in the following week. John walked close behind the coffin, and he could no longer see his good father, who he had loved so much. He heard the earth fall upon the coffin lid, and watched it till only a corner was left. Then the last shovelful fell upon it, and it was entirely hidden. He was so miserable, he felt as if his heart would break. A beautiful psalm was being sung, which brought the tears into his eyes. He wept, and this brought him relief. The sun was shining brightly on the green trees, and seemed to say, "Do not be so sad, John. See how blue the sky is. Your good father is up there, and he will pray to God that all may be well with you." "I will always be good," said John, "and then I shall go to heaven some time to see my father, and what joy it will be to see each other again. How much I shall have to tell him, and how he will have so much to show me and teach me about the bliss of heaven, just as he used to teach me here on earth. Oh, what joy it will be!" John saw it all so vividly that he smiled at the thought, although the tears still ran down his cheeks. The little birds in the chestnut tree twittered with joy, although they had been at the funeral, but they knew that the dead man was in heaven, and that he now had wings larger and more beautiful than their own. They knew, too, that he was happy, because he had been a good man here on earth, and they were glad of it. John saw them fly away from the trees and into the world, and he felt a strong desire to fly away with them. But first he made a wooden cross to put on his father's grave. When he brought it along in the evening, he found the grave covered with sand and decorated with flowers. This had been done by strangers for love of his father. Early the next morning, John packed his little bundle and stowed away his sole inheritance in his belt. It only consisted of $50 and a few silver coins, and with these he started out into the world. But first he went to the churchyard to his father's grave, where he knelt and said the Lord's Prayer, and then added, "Farewell, dear father. I will always be good, and then you won't be afraid to pray to the good God that all may go well with me." The fields that John passed through were full of bright flowers, nodding their heads in the warm sunshine as much as to say, "Welcome to the fields. Is it not lovely here?" But John turned round once more to look at the old church where he had been baptized, and where he had gone every Sunday and sung the psalms with his good old father. On looking back, he saw, standing in one of the loopholes of the tower, the little church niche, with his pointed red cap, shading his eyes from the sun with his arm. John nodded good-bye to him, and the little niche waved his hand and kissed his fingers to him to show that he was sending his good wishes for a pleasant journey. John now began to think how many beautiful things he would see in the great beautiful world before him, and he went on till he found himself much further away than he had ever been before. He did not know the towns through which he had passed or the people he met. He was quite among strangers. The first night he had slept under the haystack in a field, for he had no other bed. But he thought it was lovely. No king could have had a better. The field by the river, the haystack, the deep blue sky above made a charming room. The green grass dotted with red and white flowers was the carpet. The elders and the rose bushes were growing bouquets, and he had the whole river for a bath, with its clear fresh water, and the rushes which nodded their heads, bidding him both good night and good morning. The moon was a great night light, high up under the blue ceiling, one which would never set fire to the curtains. John could sleep quite quietly without fear, and this he also did. He only woke when the sun was high up in the sky, and all the little birds were singing, "Good morning, good morning. Are you not up yet?" The bells were ringing for church. People were on their way to hear the parson pray and preach, and John went with them. He sang a psalm and listened to the word of God, and he felt as if he were in his own old church, where he had been christened, and where he had sung the psalms with his father. There were a great many graves in the churchyard, and some of them were overgrown with long grass. John thought of his father's grave, which some day might look like these when he was no longer there to weed and trim them. So he knelt down, pulled up the long grass, and raised the wooden crosses that had fallen down. He picked up the wreaths which had been blown away and replaced them, thinking that perhaps someone would do the same for his father's grave now that he was away. An old beggar was standing outside the churchyard leaning on a crutch, and John gave him the few silver coins he had left, and then went happily and cheerfully on into the wide world. Towards evening a fearful storm came up, and John hurried to get under shelter. But it soon grew dark. At last he reached a little church standing on a solitary hill. The door was ajar, and he slipped in to take shelter till the storm was over. "I will sit down here in a corner till the storm is over," he said. "I am quite tired and in need of a rest." So he sat down, folded his hands, said his evening prayer, and before he was aware he was asleep and dreaming, while it thundered and lightened outside. When he woke up it was the middle of the night, and the storm was over. The moon was shining in upon him through the windows. In the middle of the aisle stood an open coffin with a dead man in it who was not yet buried. John was not at all afraid, for he had a good conscience, and he knew that the dead can do no harm. It is living wicked people who do harm to others. There were 2 such bad men standing by the coffin. They had come to do harm to this poor dead man, to turn him out of his coffin and throw the body outside the church door. "Why do you want to do this?" asked John. "It is very wicked and disgraceful. Let the man rest for heaven's sake." "Oh, nonsense," replied the wretches. "He cheated us. He owed us money which he could not pay, and now he has gone and died into the bargain, and we shall never see a penny, so we want to revenge ourselves. He shall lie like a dog outside the church doors." "I have not got more than $50, said John. "It is my whole inheritance, but I will gladly give it to you if you will honestly promise me to leave this poor dead man in peace. I shall manage very well without the money. I have good, strong limbs, and the Lord will always help me." "Well," said the bad men, "if you are ready to pay his debt like that, we won't do him any harm, we can assure you." And they took the money John gave them, laughing at him for being such a simpleton, and then they went away. John put the body straight again, folded the hands, said good-bye, and went away through the woods in a state of great satisfaction. Around him the moon pierced through the trees. He saw numbers of little elves playing about merrily. They did not disturb themselves on his account. They knew very well that he was a good innocent person, and it was only bad people who never see the fairies. Some of them were no bigger than one's finger, and they had long yellow hair fastened up with golden combs. They swung hand in hand upon the big dewdrops which covered the leaves and the long grass. Sometimes the dewdrops rolled down, and then they fell with it down among the grass, and this caused great noise and laughter among the little folk. It was very amusing. They sang all the pretty little songs John used to know when he was a little boy. Great spiders with silver crowns upon their heads spun their webs from branch to branch like bridges connecting palaces. They glittered in the moonlight like glass where the dew had fallen on them. They went on with their sports till the sun rose, and the little creatures crept away into the flower buds, and the wind caught the bridges and palaces and swept them away into the air like cobwebs. John had just got through the wood when a strong man's voice called out behind him, "Hello, comrade! Whither away?" "Out into the world," said John. "I have neither father nor mother. I am only a poor lad, but the Lord will protect me." "I am going out into the wild world too," said the stranger. "Shall we go together?" "By all means," said John, and so they walked on together. They soon grew much attached to each other, for they were both good men, but John soon saw that the stranger was much wiser than himself. He had been around the greater part of the world, and he was well able to describe all that he had seen. The sun was already high when they sat down under a big tree to eat their breakfast, and just then an old woman came up. She was very old and bent, and walked with a crutch. She had a bundle of sticks she had picked up in the wood on her back, and her apron was fastened up, and John could see in it 3 bundles or faggots of dried fern and some willow twigs. When she got near them, her foot slipped, and she fell with a loud shriek. The poor old woman had broken her leg. John wanted to carry her home, but the stranger opened his knapsack and took out a little pot of salve, which he said would make her leg well directly, and she would be able to walk home as well as if she had never broken it. But in payment for it, he wanted the 3 bundles of fern she had in her apron. "That is very good payment," said the old woman, nodding her head rather oddly. She did not want to part with her 3 bundles of fern, but it was not so pleasant to lie there with a broken leg, so she gave him the faggots. As soon as he had rubbed on the salve, the old woman got up and walked away faster than she had been able to do before. This was all the effect of the salve, but no other ointment as this was to be had at any chemist's. "What do you want to do with the bundles of ferns?" said John to his companion. "They make very good birch rods, and they are just what I like. I am a very queer fellow, you know." Then they walked on for a good bit. "What a storm is drawing up there," said John, pointing before him. "Those are terribly black clouds." "No," said the fellow traveler, "those are not clouds. They are mountains, beautiful high mountains, where you can get right above the clouds into the fresh air. It is splendid up there. Tomorrow we shall just reach them." They were not so near, however, as they seemed to be. It took them a whole day to reach the mountains, where the dark forests grew right up towards the sky, and where there were great boulders as big as houses or even towns. It would be a heavy task to climb over all these, and so John and his fellow traveler went into an inn to rest and refresh themselves before they made the ascent the next day. There were a number of people in the parlor at the inn, for there was a man showing off some marionettes. He had just put up his little theatre, and the people were sitting round waiting for the play to begin. A fat old butcher had taken up his place in the middle of the front row, and he had a ferocious-looking bulldog by his side, and it sat staring just as hard as anybody else. Then the comedy began, and it was a very pretty play, with a king and a queen in it. They sat on a velvet throne with golden crowns on their heads, and trains, for they could well afford it. The prettiest little wooden dolls stood by at the doors. They had bright glass eyes and big whiskers, and they were employed in opening and shutting the doors to let in the fresh air. It was a capital play, and not at all a tragic one, but just as the queen got up to talk across the floor, heaven knows what idea entered the bulldog's head, but finding that the butcher was not holding him, he made a great leap forward right into the middle of the theatre and seized the queen by the slender waist and crunched her head up. It was a terrible disaster. The poor showman was quite frightened, and also very sad about his queen, for she was his prettiest doll, and the horrid bulldog had entirely ruined her. But when all the people had gone away, John's fellow traveller said he could make her all right again, and he took out his little pot, and rubbed some of the same ointment onto the doll which had cured the poor old woman who had broken her leg. As soon as ever the doll had been rubbed over with the ointment, she became whole again. Nay, she could even move all her limbs herself. It was no longer necessary to pull the wires. The doll was exactly like a living being, except that she could not speak. The showman was delighted, because now he did not have to hold the wires at all for this doll, as she could dance quite well by herself, and none of the others could do that. At night, when everybody had gone to bed, someone was heard sighing most dolefully, and it went on so long that everybody got up to see who it could be. The showman went along to his theatre, because that was where the sighs seemed to come from. All the wooden dolls were lying in a heap. It was the king and his guards who were sighing so dismally and staring with their glass eyes. They all wanted to be rubbed with some of the same ointment as the queen, so that they might be able to move their limbs as well as she did. She threw herself down on her knees and stretched out her hands with her golden crown, saying, "Please, take this, but do please rub some of the ointment onto my consort and the courtiers." The poor man who owned the theatre and the marionettes could not help crying. He was so sorry for them. He immediately promised the travelling companion that he would give him all the money he possessed if he would only anoint 5 or 6 of the prettiest dolls. But the travelling companion said that he did not want anything except the big sword that the showman wore on his side, and as soon as it was given him, he anointed 6 dolls. They began to dance around at once so prettily that all the real living girls who saw them began to dance too. The coachman and the cook, the waiter and the chambermaid, and all the strangers joined in, as well as the shovel and the tongs, but those two fell on top of each other just as they were making their first bound. It was indeed a lively night. Next morning, John and his travelling companion went away from them all up to the high mountains through the great pine forests. They got so high that at last the church towers far below looked like little red berries among all the green, and they could see far away for many, many miles to places where they had never been. John had never seen so many of the beauties of this beautiful world all together before. The warm sun shone brightly in the clear blue sky, and the huntsman was heard winding his horn among the mountains. It was all so peaceful and sweet that it brought tears to his eyes, and he could not help exclaiming, "Great God, I could fall down and kiss the hem of thy garment out of gratitude for all thy good gifts to us." His travelling companion also stood with folded hands looking at the woods and the villages, basking in the warm sunshine. They heard a wonderful and beautiful sound above their heads, and looked up. A great white swan was hovering in the air above them. It sang as they had never heard any bird sing before, but the song became fainter and fainter, and the swan gradually sank down before their feet, where it lay dead, the beautiful bird. "Two such beautiful wings," said the travelling companion. "Such big white ones are worth a lot of money. I will take them with me. Now you see what a good thing it is that I got this sword." And with one blow he struck off both the wings of the dead swan, for he meant to keep them. They travelled many, many miles over the mountains, till at last they saw before them a great town with over 100 towers, which glittered like silver in the sunshine. In the middle of the town was a splendid marble palace, thatched with red gold, in which the king lived. John and his travelling companion did not want to go into the town at once. They stopped at an inn outside to change their clothes, as they wished to look their best when they walked through the streets. The host told them that the king was such a good old man. He never did any harm to anyone, but his daughter, heaven preserve us, she was a wicked princess. Beauty she had more than enough of. Nobody could be so beautiful and fascinating as she was. But what was the good of it, when she was such a bad, wicked witch, who was the cause of so many handsome princes having lost their lives. She had given permission to anybody to court her. Anyone who would might come, were he prince or beggar. It was all the same to her. He only had to guess 3 riddles she asked him. If he could answer them, she would marry him, and he would be king over all the land when her father died. But if he failed to answer them, he either had to be hanged or to have his head cut off. So bad and so wicked was this beautiful princess. Her father, the old king, was much grieved by it, but he could not prevent her from being so wicked, for he had once said that he would never have anything to do with her lovers. She must deal with them herself as she liked. Every prince who had yet come to guess the riddles so as to gain the princess had failed, and so he had either been hanged or had his head cut off. Each one had been warned, and he need not have paid his addresses unless he had liked. The old king was so grieved by all this trouble and misery that he and his soldiers spent a whole day every year on their knees praying that the princess might become good. But she had no intention of doing so. The old women who drank brandy dyed it black before they drank it. That was their way of mourning, and what more could they do? "That vile princess," said John. "She ought to be well birched. That would be the best thing for her. If I were the king, I would make her blood run." Just then he heard all the people in the street shouting, "Hurrah!" The princess was passing, and she was really so beautiful that when they saw her, everyone forgot how wicked she was, and so they all shouted, "Hurrah!" 12 beautiful maidens, clothed in white silk, with golden tulips in their hands, rode 12 coal-black horses by her side. The princess herself was on a snow-white horse adorned with diamonds and rubies. Her riding dress was of pure gold, and the whip in her hand looked like a sunbeam. The golden crown on her head seemed to be made of little twinkling stars from the sky, and her cloak was sewn all over with thousands of beautiful butterflies' wings. But she was far, far more beautiful than all her clothes. When John saw her, his face became as red as blood, and he could hardly say a single word. The princess was the image of the beautiful girl with the golden crown whom he had seen in his dream the night his father died. He thought her so beautiful that he at once fell in love with her. It certainly could not be true, he thought, that she could be a wicked witch who allowed people to be hanged or executed if they could not guess her riddles. Any one may pay to address her, even the poorest peasant. I will go to the palace myself. I can't help going. They all said that he ought not to go, as he would only meet the same fate as the others. His travelling companion also advised him against going, but John thought he would be sure to get on all right. So he brushed his coat and his shoes, washed his hands and face, and combed his yellow hair, and then went quite alone to the town and straight up to the palace. "Come in," said the old king when John knocked at the door. He opened it, and the old king in his dressing gown and slippers came towards him. He had his gold crown on his head, the sceptre in one hand, and the golden ball in the other. "Wait a moment," said he, tucking the ball under his arm so as to be able to shake hands with John. But as soon as he had heard that John was a suitor, he began to cry so much that both the ball and the sceptre rolled onto the floor, and he had to wipe his eyes with his dressing gown. The poor old king! "Leave it alone," said he. "You are sure to fail, just like the others. I am convinced of it." Then he led John into the princess's pleasure garden, which was a ghastly sight. From every tree hung 3 or 4 kings' sons who had come to court the princess, but who had all been unable to guess her riddles. With every gust of wind the bones rattled so that all the little birds were frightened away, and they never dared come into the garden. All the flowers were tied up to human bones in the place of stakes, and human skulls grinned out of every flower pot. It was indeed a nice garden for a princess. "Here, you see," said the old king. "Your fate will be just the same as all these. Do give it up. It makes me most unhappy. I take it so much to heart." John kissed the old king's hand, and said he thought it would be all right, for he was so fond of the beautiful princess. Just then the beautiful princess came herself with all her ladies driving into the palace gardens, so they went up to her and said, "Good morning." She was certainly very beautiful as she shook hands with John, and he was more in love with her than ever. It was impossible that she could be the wicked witch people said she was. They all went up into the hall, and the little pages brought jam and gingerbread nuts to them. But the old king was so sad he could eat nothing. Besides, the ginger nuts were too hard for him. It was now decided that John was to come up to the palace the next morning, when the judges and all the council would be assembled to hear if he could guess the first riddle. If he succeeded the first time, he would have to come twice more. But nobody yet had ever guessed the first riddle. He had lost his life at once. John was not a bit alarmed about this. He was delighted, and only thought of the lovely princess. He felt quite certain that the good God would help him, but in what manner it would be he had not the slightest idea, nor did he trouble his head about it. He danced along the highway when he went back to the inn where his travelling companion was waiting for him. John was never tired of telling him how charming the princess had been towards him, and how lovely she was. He was longing for the next day to come when he was able to go to the palace to try his luck with the riddles. But his travelling companion shook his head, and was quite sad. "I am so fond of you," he said. "We might have been companions for a long time yet, and now I shall lose you directly. My poor dear John, I could weep over you, but I will not spoil your pleasure on this last evening we perhaps spend together. We will be merry as possible. Tomorrow, when you are gone, I can be sad." Everybody in the inn had heard directly that a new suitor had come for the princess, and there was general murmuring. The theatre was closed, and all the cake women tied black crape around their sugar pigs. The king and the priests were praying on their knees in the churches, and there was universal grief, for they all knew that there could be no better fate in store for John than for the other suitors. Late in the evening, the travelling companion made a great bowl of punch, and said to John that they must be merry now, and drink the princess's health. But when John had drunk 2 glasses he became so sleepy that he could not hold up his head, and he fell fast asleep. His travelling companion lifted him quietly from his chair, and laid him on his bed. As soon as it was dark, he took the 2 big wings which he had cut off the swan, and tied them onto his own shoulders. Then he put the biggest bunch of twigs which he had gotten from the old woman who had broken her leg into his pocket, opened the window, and flew over the roofs of the houses right up to the palace, where he sat down in a corner under the window of the princess's bedroom. The whole town was quiet. As the clock struck the 12:15, the window was opened, and the princess flew out in a great white cloak and long black wings. She flew over the town to a great mountain, but the travelling companion made himself invisible and flew behind her, raining blows on her back with his birch rod till the blood flowed. Oh, what a flight that was through the air! The wind caught her cloak, which spread out on every side like the sail of a ship, and the moon shone through it. "How it hails! How it hails!" said the princess at every blow, but she richly deserved it. At last they reached the mountain and knocked. There was a rumble as the thunder. The side of the mountain opened, and the princess went in, closely followed by the travelling companion. No one saw him, as he was quite invisible. They went through a long passage, which glittered curiously, owing to thousands of shining spiders which swarmed over the walls, shedding a fiery light. They next reached a great hall built of gold and silver, with red and blue flowers as big as sunflowers all over the walls. No one could pick these flowers, for the stems were poisonous snakes, and the flowers were flames coming out of their mouths. The ceiling was covered with shining glowworms and pale blue bats which flapped their transparent wings. This had an extraordinary effect. In the middle of the floor was a throne supported by 4 horses' legs and harnesses of red fiery spiders. The throne itself was of milky glass, and the cushions were made of little black mice holding on to each other by the tails. There was a canopy above it of rose-colored spider's web, dotted with the most exquisite little green flies which glittered like diamonds. A hideous old ogre sat in the middle of the throne, with a crown on his ugly head and a sceptre in his hand. He kissed the princess on her forehead, and made her sit down by him on the costly throne. Then the music began. Great black grasshoppers played upon Jew's harps, and the owl beat upon his own stomach in place of a drum. It was a most absurd concert. Numbers of tiny little elves, each with a firefly on their little caps, danced round the hall. No one could see the travelling companion, but he could see and hear everything from behind the throne, where he had placed himself. The courtiers, who now made their appearance, looked most grand and proper, but any one who could really see perceived at once what they were. They were merely broomsticks with cabbages for heads, into which the ogre had put life by his magic powers, and dressed them up in embroidered clothes. But this did not matter a bit, for they were only used on grand occasions. After the dancing had gone on for a time, the princess told the ogre that she had another suitor, and asked him what she had better think of to put as a riddle for the next day.
"Listen," said the ogre, "I will tell you what. You must think of something very simple, and then he will never think of it. Let us say one of your own shoes. He will never guess that. Then have his head chopped off, but don't forget when you come here tomorrow night to bring me his eyes. I want to eat them."
The princess curtsied low, and said that she would not forget the eyes. The ogre opened the mountain, and she flew home again. And as before, the travelling companion followed her closely, and beat her so hard with the birch rod that she groaned at the terrible hailstorm, and hurried back as fast as she could to her bedroom window. The travelling companion flew back to the inn, where he found John still fast asleep. He took off his own clothes and went to bed too, for he had a good right to be tired. John woke up early in the morning, and the travelling companion got up at the same time, and told him that he had had a wonderful dream about the princess and her shoe, and he begged John to ask the princess if she had not thought of her shoe. This was of course what he had heard the ogre say in the mountain, but he did not want to tell John anything about that, so he merely told him that it was a dream. "I may as well ask that as anything else," said John. "Perhaps your dream will come true, for I always think God will help me. All the same, I will say good-bye, for if I guess wrong, you will never see me again." So they kissed each other, and John went to the town and up to the palace. The hall was full of people. The judges were seated in their armchairs, and they had down pillows under their heads, for they had so much to think about. The old king stood near wiping his eyes with a white pocket handkerchief. The princess came in, greeted everyone very pleasantly, and she was even lovelier than yesterday. She shook hands with John and said, "Good morning to you." Now John had to guess what she had thought of. She looked at him most sweetly, but as soon as she heard him say the word shoe, she turned as white as a sheet and trembled all over. But that was no good, for he had guessed right. Preserve us! How pleased the king was! He turned head over heels without stopping, and everybody clapped their hands both on his account and on John's, whose first guess had been right. The travelling companion beamed with delight when he heard how successful John had been. But John folded his hands and thanked God, who no doubt would also help him on the 2 following occasions. The next day was fixed for the second riddle. The evening passed just as the previous one had done. When John had gone to sleep, the travelling companion flew behind the princess to the mountain, and he beat her harder than ever, for this time he had taken 2 birch rods with him. Nobody could see him, and he heard everything as before. The princess was to think of her glove, and this he told John just as if it had been a dream. John, of course, could easily guess aright, and again there was great delight in the palace. The whole court turned somersaults as they had seen the king do the first time, but the princess lay on the sofa and would not say a single word. Now all turned upon whether John guessed the third riddle or not. If he did, he would win the princess and inherit the whole kingdom when the old king died. But if he was wrong, he would lose his life, and the ogre would eat his beautiful blue eyes. The evening before, John went early to bed, said his prayers, and slept as peacefully as possible. But the travelling companion tied the wings onto his back, and bound the sword round his waist, took all the birch rods, and flew off to the palace. It was a pitch-dark night. There was such a gale that the tiles flew off the roofs, and the trees in the garden of bones bent like reeds before the wind. The lightning flashed every moment, and the thunder rolled continuously the whole night long. The window burst open, and the princess flew out. She was as pale as death, but she laughed at the storm as if it were not bad enough. Her white mantle swirled about in the wind like the sails of a ship. The travelling companion beat her with his 3 birches till the blood dripped onto the ground. She could hardly fly any further. At last they reached the mountain. "What a hailstorm there is!" she said as she entered. "I have never been out in such a bad one."
"One may even have too much of a good thing," said the ogre.
Then she told him that John's second guess had been right, and if he was successful again in the morning she would never be able to come and see him again in the mountain, nor would she ever be able to do any more of the sorcerer's tricks as before, and she was very sad about it.
"He shall never guess it," said the ogre. "I shall think of something that will never enter his head, but we will have some fun first."
And he took the princess by both hands, and they danced round the room with all the little elves and the fireflies. The red spiders ran merrily up and down the walls, and the fire-flowers seemed to give out sparks. The owls played their drums, the crickets chirped, and the grasshoppers played their harps. It was a very gay ball. After they had danced some time, the princess was obliged to go home or she would be missed, and the ogre said he would go with her so as to have more of her company. So away they flew through the storm, and the travelling companion wore out his birch rods on their backs. Never had the ogre been out in such a hailstorm. He said good-bye to the princess outside the palace, and whispered to her, "Think of my head." But the travelling companion heard what he said, and at the very moment when the princess slipped into her window, and the ogre was turning away to go back, he seized him by his long black beard, and before he had time to look round, cut off his head close to the shoulders with his big sword. He threw the body into the sea to be food for the fishes, but he only dipped the head into the water, and tied it up in his silk handkerchief, and took it back to the inn, and then he went to bed. Next morning he gave John the handkerchief, but said he must not open it before the princess asked him what she had thought about. There were so many people in the hall that they were packed as close together as a bundle of radishes. The judges were sitting in their armchairs with the soft down cushions, and the old king had his new clothes on, and his crown and sceptre had been polished up and looked quite festive. But the princess was very, very pale, and she was dressed in black as if for a funeral. "What have I thought of?" she asked John, and he immediately untied the handkerchief, and was very much frightened himself when he saw the hideous ogre's head. A shudder ran through the whole assemblage, but the princess seemed turned to stone, and could not say a single word. At last she got up, and gave her hand to John, for he had guessed all of her riddles. She looked neither to the right nor to the left, but sighed deeply, and said, "You are my master now. Our wedding shall take place tonight."
"I like that," said the old king. "That is just as it should be."
All the people shouted, "Hurrah!" The king's band played in the streets. The bells rang. The cake women took the crape off their sugar pigs, because all was now rejoicing. 3 oxen stuffed with chickens and ducks were roasted whole in the marketplace, and every one could cut off a portion for themselves. The fountains played wine instead of water, and any one who bought a penny roll had 6 large buns full of plums given in. In the evening the whole town was illuminated. The soldiers fired salutes, and the boys let off squibs and crackers. At the palace all was eating and drinking, toasting and dancing. The grand gentlemen danced with the pretty ladies, and the singing could be heard far and wide. But the princess was still bewitched, and she did not care a bit about John. The travelling companion knew this, and gave him 3 feathers out of the swan's wings, and a little bottle with a few drops of the liquid in it. He told John to have a large bath full of water placed by the side of the bed, and when the princess was going to get into bed, he must give her a little push, so that she fell into the water, where he was to dip her 3 times, first having thrown the 3 feathers and the drops of liquid into it. She would then be released from the spell and would grow very fond of him. John did everything as he was told. The princess shrieked when he dipped her into the water and struggled in his hands in the form of a black swan with glittering eyes. The second time she came up as a white swan, except for a black ring around the neck. John prayed humbly to God, and the third time she came up as a lovely princess. She was more lovely than she had been before, and thanked him with tears in her eyes for having released her from the spell. Next morning the old king came with all his courtiers to offer their congratulations, and this went on all day. Last of all came the travelling companion. He had his stick in his hand and his knapsack on his back. John kissed him over and over and said that he must not go away. He must stay with them, as he was the cause of all their happiness. But the travelling companion shook his head and said gently and tenderly, "No, my time is up. I have only paid my debt. Do you remember the dead man whom you prevented the wicked men from disturbing? You gave all that you possessed so that he might have rest in his grave. I am the dead man." And then he immediately vanished. The wedding festivities lasted a whole month. John and the princess were devoted to each other, and the old king had many happy days in which to let the children play Ride the Cock-Horse on his
Section 43 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Evan Smith. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen, translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. The Wind's Tale. When the wind sweeps across a field of grass, it makes little ripples in it like a lake. In a field of corn, it makes great waves like the sea itself. This is the wind's frolic. Then listen to the stories it tells. It sings them aloud, one kind of song among the trees of the forest, and a very different one when it is pent up within walls with all their cracks and crannies. Do you see how the wind chases the white fleecy clouds as if they were a flock of sheep? Do you hear the wind down there, howling in the open doorway like a watchman winding his horn? Then, too, how he whistles in the chimneys, making the fire crackle and sparkle. How cozy it is to sit in the warm glow of the fire, listening to the tales it has to tell. Let the wind tell its own story. It can tell you more adventures than all of us put together. Listen now. Phew, phew, fare away. That was the refrain of his song. Close to the great belt stands an old mansion with thick red walls, said the wind. I know every stone of it. I knew them before when they formed part of Marsh castle on the Ness. It had to come down. The stones were used again, and made a new wall of a new castle in another place, Borreby Hall as it now stands. I have watched the high-born men and women of all the various races who have lived there, and now I'm going to tell you about Waldemar Daa and his daughters. He held his head very high, for he came of a royal stock. He knew more than the mere chasing of a stag or the emptying of a flagon. He knew how to manage his affairs, he said himself. His lady wife walked proudly across the brightly polished floors, in her gold brocaded kirtle. The tapestries in the rooms were gorgeous, and the furniture of costly carved woods. She had brought much gold and silver plate into the house with her, and the cellars were full of German ale, when there was anything there at all. Fiery black horses neighed in the stables. Borreby Hall was a very rich place when wealth came there. Then there were the children, 3 dainty maidens, Ida, Johanna, and Anna Dorothea. I remember their names well. They were rich and aristocratic people, and they were born and bred in wealth. Phew, phew, fare away, roared the wind. Then he went on with his story. I did not see here, as in other old noble castles, the high-born lady sitting among her maidens in the great hall, turning the spinning wheel. No, she played upon the ringing lute, and sang its tones. Her songs were not always the old Danish ditties, however, but songs in foreign tongues. All was life and hospitality. Noble guests came from far and wide. There were sounds of music and the clanging of flagons so loud that I could not drown them, said the wind. Here were arrogance and ostentation enough and to spare. Plenty of lords, but the Lord had no place there. Then came the evening of May Day, said the wind, and I came from the west. I had been watching ships being wrecked and broken up on the west coast of Jutland. I tore over the heaths and the green wooded coasts, across the island of Funen and over the great belt, puffing and blowing. I settled down to rest on the coast of Zealand, close to the Borreby Hall, where the splendid forest of oaks still stood. The young bachelors of the neighborhood came out and collected faggots and branches, the longest and driest they could find. These they took to the town, piled them up in a heap, and set fire to them. Then the men and maidens danced and sang round the bonfire. I lay still, said the wind, but I softly moved a branch, the one laid by the handsomest young man, and his billet blazed up highest of all. He was the chosen one. He had the name of honor. He became buck of the street, and he chose from among the girls his little May lamb. All was life and merriment, greater far than within rich Borreby Hall. The great lady came driving towards the hall, in her gilded chariot drawn by 6 horses. She had her 3 dainty daughters with her. They were indeed 3 lovely flowers, a rose, a lily, and a pale hyacinth. The mother herself was a gorgeous tulip. She took no notice whatever of the crowd, who all stopped in their game to drop their curtsies and make their bows. One might have thought that, like a tulip, she was rather frail in the stalk and feared to bend her back. The rose, the lily, and the pale hyacinth, yes, I saw them all 3. Whose May lambs were they one day to become, thought I. Their mates would be proud knights, perhaps even princes. Phew, phew, fare away. Yes, the chariot bore them away, and the peasants whirled on in their dance. They played at riding the summer into the village, to Borreby village, Terreby village, and many others. But that night when I rose, said the wind, the noble lady laid herself down to rise no more. That came to her which comes to everyone. There was nothing new about it. Waldemar Daa stood grave and silent for a time. The proudest tree may bend, but it does not break, said something within him. The daughters wept, and everyone else at the castle was wiping their eyes. But Madame Daa had fared away, and I fared away too. Phew, phew, said the wind. I came back again. I often came back across the island of Funen and the waters of the Belt, and took up my place on Borreby shore, close to the great forest of oaks. The ospreys and the wood-pigeons used to build in it, the blue raven and even the black stork. It was early in the year. Some of the nests were full of eggs, while in others the young ones were just hatched. What a flying and screaming was there! Then came the sound of the axe, blow upon blow. The forest was to be felled. Waldemar Daa was about to build a costly ship, a 3-decked man of war, which it was expected the king would buy. So the wood fell, the ancient landmark of the seamen, the home of the birds. The shrike was frightened away, its nest was torn down. The osprey and all the other birds lost their nest too, and they flew about distractedly, shrieking in their terror and anger. The crows and the jackdaws screamed in mockery, caw, caw. Waldemar Daa and his 3 daughters stood in the middle of the wood among the workmen. They all laughed at the wild cries of the birds, except Anna Dorothea, who was touched by their distress. And when they were about to fell a tree which was half dead, and on whose naked branches a black stork had built its nest, out of which the young ones were sticking their heads, she begged them, with tears in her eyes, to spare it. So the tree with the black stork's nest was allowed to stand. It was only a little thing. The chopping and the sawing went on. The three-decker was built. The master builder was a man of humble origin, but of noble loyalty. Great power lay in his eyes and on his forehead, and Waldemar Daa liked to listen to him, and little Ida liked to listen too, the eldest 15-year-old daughter. But whilst he built the ship for her father, he built a castle in the air for himself, in which he and little Ida sat side by side as man and wife. This might also have happened if his castle had been built of solid stone, with moat and ramparts, wood and gardens. But with all his wisdom, the shipbuilder was only a poor bird, and what business has a sparrow in a crane's nest? Phew, phew! I rushed away, and he rushed away, for he dared not stay, and little Ida got over it, as get over it she must. The fiery black horses stood neighing in the stables. They were worth looking at, and they were looked at to some purpose too. An admiral was sent from the king to look at the new man of war, with a view to purchasing it. The admiral was loud in his admiration of the horses. "I heard all he said," added the wind. "I went through the open door with the gentlemen, and scattered the straw like gold before their feet." Waldemar Daa wanted gold. The admiral wanted the black horses, and so he praised them as he did. But his hints were not taken, therefore the ship remained unsold. There it stood by the shore, covered up with boards like a Noah's ark, which never reached the water. Phew, phew, get along, get along. It was a miserable business. In the winter, when the fields were covered with snow, and the belt was full of ice floes, which I drove up on to the coast, said the wind, the ravens and crows came in flocks, the one blacker than the other, and perched upon the desolate, dead ship by the shore. They screamed themselves hoarse about the forest which had disappeared, and the many precious birds' nests which had been devastated, leaving old and young homeless, and all for the sake of this old piece of lumber, the proud ship which was never to touch the water. I whirled the snow about till it lay in great heaps round the ship. I let it hear my voice, and all that a storm has to say. I know that I did my best to give it an idea of the sea. Phew, phew! The winter passed by. Winter and summer passed away. They come and go just as I do. The snowflakes, the apple blossom, and the leaves fall, each in their turn. Phew, phew! They pass away as men pass too. The daughters were still young. Little Ida, the rose, as lovely to look at as when the shipbuilder turned his gaze upon her. I often took hold of her long brown hair when she stood lost in thought by the apple tree in the garden. She never noticed that I showered apple blossoms over her loosened hair. She only gazed at the red sunset against the golden background of the sky, and the dark trees and bushes of the garden. Her sister Johanna was like a tall, stately lily. She held herself as stiffly erect as her mother, and seemed to have the same dread of bending her stem. She liked to walk in the long gallery where the family portraits hung. The ladies were painted in velvet and silk, with tiny pearl-embroidered caps on their braided tresses. Their husbands were all clad in steel, or in costly cloaks lined with squirrel skins and stiff blue ruffs. Their swords hung loosely by their sides. Where would Johanna's portrait one day hang on these walls? What would her noble husband look like? These were her thoughts, and she even spoke them aloud. I heard her as I swept through the long corridor into the gallery, where I veered round again. Anna Dorothea, the pale hyacinth, was only a child of 14, quiet and thoughtful. Her large blue eyes, as clear as water, were very solemn, but childhood's smile still played upon her lips. I could not blow it away, nor did I wish to do so. I used to meet her in the garden, the ravine, and in the manor fields. She was always picking flowers and herbs, those she knew her father could use for healing drinks and potions. Waldemar Daa was proud and conceited, but he was also learned, and he knew a great deal about many things. One could see that, and many whispers went about as to his learning. The fire blazed in his stove even in summer, and his chamber door was locked. This went on for days and nights, but he did not talk much about it. One must deal silently with the forces of nature. He would soon discover the best of everything, the red, red gold. This was why his chimney flamed and smoked and sparkled. Yes, I was there too, said the wind. Away with you, away, I sang in the back of the chimney. Smoke, smoke, embers and ashes, that is all it will come to. You will burn yourself up in it. Phew, phew, away with it. But Waldemar Daa could not let it go. The fiery steeds in the stable, where were they? The old gold and silver plate in the cupboard and chest, where was that? The cattle, the land, the castle itself. Yes, they could all be melted down in the crucible, but yet no gold would come. Barn and larder got emptier and emptier. Fewer servants, more mice. One pane of glass got broken, and another followed it. There was no need for me to go in by the doors, said the wind. A smoking chimney means a cooking meal, but the only chimney which smoked here swallowed up all the meals, all for the sake of the red gold. I blew through the castle gate like a watchman blowing his horn, but there was no watchman, said the wind. I twisted round the weathercock on the tower, and it creaked as if the watchman up there was snoring, only there was no watchman. Rats and mice were the only inhabitants. Poverty laid the table. Poverty lurked in wardrobe and larder. The doors fell off their hinges. Cracks and crannies appeared everywhere. I went in and out, said the wind, so I know all about it. The hair and the beard of Waldemar Daa grew grey, in the sorrow of his sleepless nights, amid smoke and ashes. His skin grew grimy and yellow, and his eyes greedy for gold, the long-expected gold. I whistled through the broken panes and fissures. I blew into the daughters' chests where their clothes lay faded and threadbare. They had to last forever. A song like this had never been sung over the cradles of these children. A lordly life became a woeful life. I was the only one to sing in the castle now, said the wind. I snowed them up, for they said it gave warmth. They had no firewood, for the forest was cut down where they should have got it. There was a biting frost. Even I had to keep rushing through the crannies and passages to keep myself lively. They stayed in bed to keep themselves warm, those noble ladies. Their father crept about under a fur rug. Nothing to bite and nothing to burn, a lordly life indeed. Phew, phew, let it go. But this was what Waldemar Daa could not do. After winter comes the spring, said he. A good time will come after a time of need. But they make us wait their pleasure, wait. The castle is mortgaged, we are in extremities, and yet the gold will come, at Easter. I heard him murmur to the spider's web, You clever little weaver, you teach me to persevere. If your web is broken, you begin at the beginning again, and complete it. Broken again, and cheerfully you begin it over again. That is what one must do, and one will be rewarded. It was Easter morning. The bells were ringing, and the sun was at play in the heavens. Waldemar Daa had watched through the night with his blood at fever pitch, boiling and cooling, mixing and distilling. I heard him sigh like a despairing soul. I heard him pray, and I felt that he held his breath. The lamp had gone out, but he never noticed it. I blew up the embers, and they shone upon his ashen face, which took a tinge of colour from their light. His eyes startled in their sockets. They grew larger and larger, as if they would leap out. "Look at the alchemist's glass. Something twinkles in it. It is glowing, pure and heavy." He lifted it with a trembling hand and shouted with a trembling voice, "Gold! Gold!" He reeled, and I could easily have blown him over, said the wind. But I only blew upon the embers, and followed him to the room where his daughters sat shivering. His coat was powdered with ash, as well as his beard and his matted hair. He drew himself up to his full height, and held up his precious treasure in the fragile glass. "Found! Won! Gold!" he cried, stretching up his hand with the glass, which glittered in the sunbeams. His hand shook, and the alchemist's glass fell to the ground, shivered into 1,000 atoms. The last bubble of his welfare was shattered too. Phew, phew, fare away, and away I rushed from the gold-maker's home. Late in the year, when the days were short and dark up here, and the fog envelops the red berries, and the bare branches with its cold moisture, I came along in a lively mood, clearing the sky and snapping off the dead boughs. This is no great labor, it is true, yet it has to be done. Borreby Hall, the home of Waldemar Daa, was having a clean sweep of a different sort. The family enemy, Ove Ramel from Basness, appeared, holding the mortgage of the hall and all its contents. I drummed upon the cracked window panes, beat against the decaying doors, and whistled through all the cracks and crannies. Phew! I did my best to prevent Herr Ove taking a fancy to stay there. Ida and Anna Dorothea faced it bravely, although they shed some tears. Johanna stood pale and erect, and bit her finger till it bled. Much that would help her. Ove Ramel offered to let them stay on at the castle for Waldemar Daa's lifetime, but he got no thanks for his offer. I was listening. I saw the ruined gentleman stiffen his neck and hold his head higher than ever. I beat against the walls and the old linden trees with such force that the thickest branch broke, although it was not a bit rotten. It fell across the gate like a broom, as if someone was about to sweep, and a sweeping there was indeed to be. I quite expected it. It was a grievous day, and a hard time for them, but their wills were as stubborn as their necks were stiff. They had not a possession in the world but the clothes on their backs. Yes, one thing, an alchemist's glass, which had been bought and filled with the fragments scraped up from the floor. The treasure which promised much and fulfilled nothing. Waldemar Daa hid it in his bosom, took his staff in his hand, and with his 3 daughters the once wealthy gentleman walked out of Borreby Hall for the last time. I blew a cold blast upon his burning cheeks. I fluttered his grey beard and his long white hair. I sang such a tune as only I could sing. Phew, phew, away with them, away with them. This was the end of all their grandeur. Ida and Anna Dorothea walked one on each side of him. Johanna turned round at the gateway, but what was the good of that? Nothing could make their luck turn. She looked at the red stones of what had once been Marstig's castle. Was she thinking of his daughters? The elder took the younger by the hand, and out they roamed to a far-off land. Was she thinking of that song? Here there were 3, and their father was with them. They walked along the road where once they used to ride in their chariot. They trod it now as vagrants on their way to a plastered cottage on Smidstrup Heath, which was rented at 10 marks yearly. This was their new country seat, with its empty walls and its empty vessels. The crows and the magpies wheeled screaming over their heads, with their mocking caw, caw, out of the nest, caw, caw. just as they screamed in Borreby Forest when the trees were felled. Herr Daw and his daughters must have noticed it. I blew into their ears to try and deaden the cries, which after all were not worth listening to. So they took up their abode in the plastered cottage on Smidstrup Heath, and I bore off over marshes and meadows, through naked hedges and bare woods, to the open seas and other lands. Phew, phew, away, away, and that for many years. What happened to Waldemar Daa? What happened to his daughters? This is what the wind relates. The last of them I saw, yes, for the last time, was Anna Dorothea, the pale hyacinth. She was old and bent now. It was half a century later. She lived the longest. She had gone through everything. Across the heath, near the town of Viborg, stood the dean's new, handsome mansion, built of red stone with toothed gables. The smoke curled thickly out of the chimneys. The gentle lady and her fair daughters sat in the bay window looking into the garden at the drooping thorns and out to the brown heath beyond. What were they looking at there? They were looking at the stork's nest on a tumble-down cottage. The roof was covered, as far as there was any roof to cover, with moss and house-leek, but the stork's nest made the best covering. It was the only part to which anything was done, for the stork kept it in repair. This house was only fit to be looked at, not to be touched. I had to mind what I was about, said the wind. The cottage was allowed to stand for the sake of the stork's nest. In itself it was only a scarecrow on the heath, but the dean did not want to frighten away the stork, so the hovel was allowed to stand. The poor soul inside was allowed to live in it. She had the Egyptian bird to thank for that. Or was it repayment for having once pleaded for the nest of his wild black brother in Borreby Forest? Then, poor thing, she was a child, a delicate pale hyacinth in a noble flower garden. Poor Anna Dorothea! She remembered it all. Ah, human beings can sigh as well as the wind when it sows through the rushes and reeds. Oh dear, oh dear! No bells rang over the grave of Waldemar Daa. No schoolboys sang when the former lord of Borreby Castle was laid in his grave. Well, everything must have an end, even misery. Sister Ida became the wife of a peasant, and this was her father's sorest trial. His daughter's husband, a miserable serf, who might at any moment be ordered the punishment of the wooden horse by his lord. It is well that the sod covers him now, and you too, Ida. Ah, yes, poor me, I still linger on. In thy mercy release me, O Christ. This was the prayer of Anna Dorothea as she lay in the miserable hovel, which was only left standing for the sake of the stork. I took charge of the boldest of the sisters, said the wind. She had clothes made to suit her manly disposition, and took a place as a lad with a skipper. Her words were few, and looks stubborn, but she was willing enough at her work. But with all her will she could not climb the rigging, so I blew her overboard before anyone discovered that she was a woman, and I fancy that was not a bad deed of mine, said the wind. On such an Easter morning as that on which Waldemar Daa thought he had found the red gold, I heard from beneath the stork's nest a psalm echoing through the miserable walls. It was Anna Dorothea's last song. There was no window, only a hole in the wall. The sun rose in splendor and poured in upon her. Her eyes were glazed and her heart broken. This would have been so this morning, whether the sun had shone upon her or not. The stork kept a roof over her head till her death. I sang at her grave, said the wind, and I sang at her father's grave. I know where it is, and hers too, which is more than anyone else knows. The old order changeth, giving place to the new. The old high road now only leads to cultivated fields, while peaceful graves are covered by the busy traffic on the new road. Soon comes steam with its row of wagons behind it, rushing over the graves, forgotten, like the names upon them. Phew, phew, let us be gone. This is the story of Waldemar Daa and his daughters. Tell it better yourselves if you can, said the wind, as it veered round.
Section 44 of Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fairy Tales from Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by Mrs. Edgar Lucas. The Ugly Duckling. The country was lovely just then. It was summer. The wheat was golden and the oats still green. The hay was stacked in the rich low-lying meadows, where the stork was marching about on his long red legs, chattering Egyptian, the language his mother had taught him. Round about field and meadow lay great woods, in the midst of which were deep lakes. Yes, the country certainly was delicious. In the sunniest spot stood an old mansion, surrounded by a deep moat, and great dock leaves grew from the walls of the house right down to the water's edge. Some of them were so tall that a small child could stand upright under them. In amongst the leaves it was as secluded as in the depths of a forest, and there a duck was sitting on her nest. Her little ducklings were just about to be hatched, but she was nearly tired of sitting, for it had lasted such a long time. Moreover, she had very few visitors, as the other ducks liked swimming about in the moat better than waddling up to sit under the dock leaves and gossip with her. At last, one egg after another began to crack. "Cheep, cheep," they said. All the chicks had come to life and were poking their heads out. "Quack, quack," said the duck, and then they all quacked their hardest and looked about them on all sides among the green leaves. Their mother allowed them to look as much as they liked, for green is good for the eyes. "How big the world is, to be sure," said all the young ones, for they certainly had ever so much more room to move about than when they were inside in the egg-shell. "Do you imagine this is the whole world?" said the mother. "It stretches a long way on the other side of the garden right into the parson's field, but I have never been as far as that. I suppose you are all here now?" And she got up. "No, I declare I have not got you all yet. The biggest egg is still there. How long is it going to last?" And then she settled herself on the nest again. "Well, how are you getting on?" said an old duck who had come to pay her a visit. "This one egg is taking such a long time," answered the sitting duck. "The shell will not crack. But now you must look at the others. They are the finest ducklings I have ever seen. They are all exactly like their father, the rascal. He never comes to see me." "Let me look at the egg which won't crack," said the old duck. "You may be sure that it is a turkey's egg. I have been cheated like that once, and I had no end of trouble and worry with the creatures, for I may tell you that they are afraid of the water. I could not get them into it. I quacked and snapped at them, but it was no good. Let me see the egg. Yes, it is a turkey's egg. You just leave it alone and teach the other children to swim." "I will sit on it a little longer. I have sat so long already that I may as well go on till the midsummer fair comes round." "Please yourself," said the old duck, and she went away. At last the big egg cracked. "Cheep, cheep," said the young one, and tumbled out. How big and ugly he was! The duck looked at him. "That is a monstrous big duckling," she said. "None of the others looked like that. Can he be a turkey chick? Well, we shall soon find that out. Into the water he shall go if I have to kick him in myself." Next day was gloriously fine, and the sun shone on all the green dock leaves. The mother duck with her whole family went down to the moat. Splash into the water she sprang. "Quack, quack," she said, and one duckling plumped in after the other. The water dashed over their heads, but they came up again and floated beautifully. Their legs went of themselves, and they were all there. Even the big ugly grey one swam about with them. "No, that is no turkey," she said. "See how beautifully he uses his legs, and how erect he holds himself. He is my own chick. After all, he is not so bad when you come to look at him properly. Quack, quack! Now come with me, and I will take you into the world and introduce you to the duckyard. But keep close to me all the time, so that no one may tread upon you, and beware of the cat." Then they went into the duckyard. There was a fearful uproar going on, for two broods were fighting for the head of an eel, and in the end the cat captured it. "That's how things go in this world," said the mother duck, and she licked her bill, for she wanted the eel's head herself. "Use your legs," said she. "Mind you quack properly, and bend your necks to the old duck over there. She is the grandest of them all. She has Spanish blood in her veins, and that accounts for her size, and, do you see? She has a red rag round her leg. That is a wonderfully fine thing, and the most extraordinary mark of distinction any duck can have. It shows clearly that she is not to be parted with, and that she is worthy of recognition both by beasts and men. Quack now! Don't turn your toes in. A well-brought-up duckling keeps his legs wide apart, just like father and mother. That's it. Now bend your necks and say quack." They did as they were bid, but the other ducks round about looked at them and said quite loud, "Just look there! Now we are to have that tribe! Just as if there were not enough of us already, and oh dear! How ugly that duckling is! We won't stand him." And a duck flew at him at once and bit him in the neck. "Let him be," said the mother. "He is doing no harm." "Very likely not, but he is so ungainly and queer," said the biter. "He must be whacked." "They are handsome children, mother has," said the old duck with the rag round her leg. "All good-looking except this one, and he is not a good specimen. It's a pity you can't make him over again." "That can't be done, your grace," said the mother duck. "He is not handsome, but he is a thorough good creature, and he swims as beautifully as any of the others. Nay, I think I might venture even to add that I think he will improve as he goes on, or perhaps in time he may grow smaller. He was too long in the egg, and so he has not come out with a very good figure." And then she patted his neck and stroked him down. "Besides, he is a drake," said she, "so it does not matter so much. I believe he will be very strong, and I don't doubt but he will make his way in the world." "The other ducklings are very pretty," said the old duck, Now make yourselves quite at home, and if you find the head of an eel, you may bring it to me." After that they felt quite at home. But the poor duckling, which had been the last to come out of the shell, and who was so ugly, was bitten, pushed about, and made fun of by both the ducks and the hens. "He is too big," they all said, and the turkey-cock, who was born with his spurs on, and therefore thought himself quite an emperor, puffed himself up like a vessel in full sail, made for him, and gobbled till he became quite red in the face. The poor duckling was at his wits' end, and did not know which way to turn. He was in despair because he was so ugly, and the butt of the whole duck-yard. So the first day passed, and afterwards matters grew worse and worse. The poor duckling was chased and hustled by all of them, even his brothers and sisters ill-used him. And they were always saying, "If only the cat would get hold of you, you hideous object." Even his mother said, "I wish to goodness you were miles away." The ducks bit him, the hens pecked him, and the girl who fed them kicked him aside. Then he ran off and flew right over the hedge, where the little birds flew up into the air in a fright. "That's because I'm so ugly," thought the poor duckling, shutting his eyes, but he ran on all the same. Then he came to a great marsh where the wild ducks lived. He was so tired and miserable that he stayed there the whole night. In the morning the wild ducks flew up to inspect their new comrade. "What sort of creature are you?" they inquired, as the duckling turned from side to side, and greeted them as well as he could. "You are frightfully ugly," said the wild ducks, "but that does not matter to us, so long as you do not marry into our family." Poor fellow! He had no thought of marriage. All he wanted was permission to lie among the rushes, and to drink a little of the marsh water. He stayed there 2 whole days. Then 2 wild geese came, or rather 2 wild ganders. They were not long out of the shell, and therefore rather pert. "I say, comrade," they said, "you are so ugly that we have taken quite a fancy to you. Will you join us and be a bird of passage? There's another marsh close by, and there are some charming wild geese there, all sweet young ladies who can say quack. You are ugly enough to make your fortune among them." Just at that moment bang, bang was heard up above, and both the wild geese fell dead among the reeds, and the water turned blood red. Bang, bang went the guns, and whole flocks of wild geese flew up from the rushes, and the shot peppered among them again. There was a grand shooting party, and the sportsmen lay hidden round the marsh. Some even sat on the branches of the trees which overhung the water. The blue smoke rose like clouds among the dark trees, and swept over the pool. The water-dogs wandered about in the swamp. Splash, splash! The rushes and reeds bent beneath their tread on all sides. It was terribly alarming to the poor duckling. He twisted his head round to get it under his wing, and just at that moment a frightful big dog appeared close beside him. His tongue hung right out of his mouth, and his eyes glared wickedly. He opened his great chasm of a mouth close to the duckling, showed his sharp teeth, and splash! Went on without touching him. "Oh, thank heaven!" sighed the duckling. "I am so ugly that even the dog won't bite me." Then he lay quite still, while the shot whistled among the bushes, and bang after bang rent the air. It only became quiet late in the day, but even then the poor duckling did not dare to get up. He waited several hours more before he looked about, and then he hurried away from the marsh as fast as he could. He ran across fields and meadows, and there was such a wind that he had hard work to make his way. Towards night he reached a poor little cottage. It was such a miserable hovel that it could not make up its mind which way to fall even, and so it remained standing. The wind whistled so fiercely round the duckling that he had to sit on his tail to resist it, and it blew harder and harder. Then he saw that the door had fallen off one hinge, and hung so crookedly that he could creep into the house through the crack, and by this means he made his way into the room. An old woman lived there with her cat and her hen. The cat, which she called Sunny, could arch his back, purr, and give off electric sparks, that is to say, if you stroked his fur the wrong way. The hen had quite tiny short legs, and so she was called Chucky Lowlegs. She laid good eggs, and the old woman was as fond of her as if she had been her own child. In the morning the strange duckling was discovered immediately, and the cat began to purr and the hen to cluck. "What on earth is that?" said the old woman, looking round, but her sight was not good, and she thought the duckling was a fat duck which had escaped. "This is a capital find," said she, "and now I shall have duck's eggs, if only it is not a drake. We must find out about that." So she took the duckling on trial for 3 weeks. But no eggs made their appearance. The cat was the master of the house, and the hen the mistress, and they always spoke of "we and the world," for they thought that they represented the half of the world, and that quite the better half. The duckling thought there might be 2 opinions on the subject, but the cat would not hear of it. "Can you lay eggs?" she asked. "No." "Will you have the goodness to hold your tongue then?" And the cat said, "Can you arch your back, purr, or give off sparks?" "No." "Then you had better keep your opinions to yourself when people of sense are speaking." The duckling sat in the corner, nursing his ill humor. Then he began to think of the fresh air and the sunshine. An uncontrollable longing seized him to float on the water, and at last he could not help telling the hen about it. "What on earth possesses you?" she asked. "You have nothing to do. That is why you get these freaks into your head. Lay some eggs, or take to purring, and you'll get over it." "But it is so delicious to float on the water," said the duckling. "So delicious to feel it rushing over your head when you dive to the bottom." "That would be a fine amusement," said the hen. "I think you have gone mad. Ask the cat about it. He is the wisest creature I know. Ask him if he is fond of floating on the water or diving under it. I say nothing about myself. Ask our mistress yourself, the old woman. There is no one in the world cleverer than she is. Do you suppose she has any desire to float on the water or to duck underneath it?" "You do not understand me," said the duckling. "Well, if we don't understand you, who should? I suppose you don't consider yourself cleverer than the cat or the old woman, not to mention me. Don't make a fool of yourself, child, and thank your stars for all the good we have done you. Have you not lived in this warm room, and in such society that you might have learnt something? But you are an idiot, and there is no pleasure in associating with you. You may believe me, I mean you well. I tell you home truths, and there is no surer way than that of knowing who are one's friends. You just see about laying some eggs, or learn to purr, or to emit sparks." "I think I will go out into the wide world," said the duckling. "Oh, do so by all means," said the hen. So away went the duckling. He floated on the water and ducked underneath it, but he was looked askance at by every living creature for his ugliness. Now the autumn came on, the leaves in the woods turned yellow and brown. The wind took hold of them, and they danced about. The sky looked very cold, and the clouds hung heavy with snow and hail. A raven stood on the fence and croaked, "Caw, caw," from sheer cold. It made one shiver only to think of it. The poor duckling certainly was in a bad case. One evening the sun was just setting in wintry splendor, when a flock of beautiful large birds appeared out of the bushes. The duckling had never seen anything so beautiful. They were dazzlingly white with long waving necks. They were swans, and uttering a peculiar cry, they spread out their magnificent broad wings and flew away from the cold regions to warmer lands and open seas. They mounted so high, so very high, and the ugly little duckling became strangely uneasy. He circled round and round in the water like a wheel, craning his neck up into the air after them. Then he uttered a shriek so piercing and so strange that he was quite frightened by it himself. Oh, he could not forget those beautiful birds, those happy birds, and as soon as they were out of sight, he ducked right down to the bottom, and when he came up again he was quite beside himself. He did not know what the birds were, or whither they flew, but all the same he was more drawn towards them than he had ever been by any creatures before. He did not envy them in the least. How could it occur to him even to wish to be such a marvel of beauty? He would have been thankful if only the ducks would have tolerated him among them, the poor ugly creature. The winter was so bitterly cold that the duckling was obliged to swim about in the water to keep it from freezing, but every night the hole in which he swam got smaller and smaller. Then it froze so hard that the surface ice cracked, and the duckling had to use his legs all the time, so that the ice should not close in round him. At last he was so weary that he could move no more, and he was frozen fast into the ice. Early in the morning a peasant came along and saw him. He went out on the ice and hammered a hole in it with his heavy wooden shoe, and carried the duckling home to his wife. There it soon revived. The children wanted to play with it, but the duckling thought they were going to ill-use him, and rushed in his fright into the milk-pan, and the milk spurted out all over the room. The woman shrieked and threw up her hands, then it flew into the butter-cask, and down into the meal-tub and out again. Just imagine what it looked like by this time. The woman screamed and tried to hit it with the tongs, and the children tumbled over one another in trying to catch it, and they screamed with laughter. By good luck the door stood open, and the duckling flew out among the bushes and the new-fallen snow, and it lay there thoroughly exhausted. But it would be too sad to mention all the privation and misery it had to go through during that hard winter. When the sun began to shine warmly again, the duckling was in the marsh, lying among the rushes. The larks were singing, and the beautiful spring had come. Then all at once it raised its wings, and they flapped with much greater strength than before, and bore him off vigorously. Before he knew where he was, he found himself in a large garden where the apple trees were in full blossom, and the air was scented with lilacs, the long branches of which overhung the indented shores of the lake. Oh, the spring freshness was so delicious! Just in front of him he saw 3 beautiful white swans advancing towards him from a thicket. With rustling feathers they swam lightly over the water. The duckling recognized the majestic birds, and he was overcome by a strange melancholy. I will fly to them, the royal birds, and they will hack me to pieces, because I, who am so ugly, venture to approach them. But it won't matter. Better to be killed by them than be snapped at by the ducks, pecked by the hens, or spurned by the henwife, or suffer so much misery in the winter. So he flew into the water and swam towards the stately swans. They saw him and darted towards him with ruffled feathers. "Kill me, oh, kill me!" said the poor creature, and bowing his head towards the water, he awaited his death. But what did he see reflected in the transparent water? He saw below him his own image, but he was no longer a clumsy, dark grey bird, ugly and ungainly. He was himself a swan. It does not matter in the least having been born in a duck-yard, if only you come out of a swan's egg. He felt quite glad of all the misery and tribulation he had gone through. He was the better able to appreciate his good fortune now, and all the beauty which greeted him. The big swans swam round and round him, and stroked him with their bills. Some little children came into the garden with corn and pieces of bread, which they threw into the water, and the smallest one cried out, "There's a new one!" The other children shouted with joy, "Yes, a new one has come!" And they clapped their hands and danced about, running after their father and mother. They threw the bread into the water, and one and all said that the new one was the prettiest. He was so young and handsome. And the old swans bent their heads and did homage before him. He felt quite shy, and hid his head under his wing. He did not know what to think. He was so very happy, but not at all proud. A good heart never becomes proud. He thought of how he had been pursued and scorned, and now he heard them all say that he was the most beautiful of all beautiful birds. The lilacs bent their boughs right down into the water before him, and the bright sun was warm and cheering. And he rustled his feathers and raised his slender neck aloft, saying with exultation in his heart, "I never dreamt of so much happiness when I was the ugly duckling." End of section 44.